That's my concern, is to convince people. It's easy to say there's an emergency pending, but I don't see, and I don't want to block a process and be irresponsible with the city dollars, but at the same time explain. If someone asks me what's going to be cut, I don't know what's going to be cut. It's an emergency. Well, emergency is a wide category.
Under Proposition 218, the city is supposed to place tax measures on municipal election ballots, but the next election is not until April 2009. So the City Council must declare an emergency in order to put the telephone user tax on the February ballot. Saying we need to be honest, upfront, and transparent, District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn wants to know how to answer her constituents who ask, why is this a state of emergency?
Here's what my constituents are going to ask me. Councilwoman, it's kind of ironic that the city is declaring a state of emergency when this week we're discussing, a 13% increase in salaries of our employees. They're going to say, why is it a state of emergency? As we've said, what have we seen? I know when Mayor Hahn had a structural deficit, he put in a hard hiring freeze. And I think we saved about $200 million by doing that. I don't see hiring freezes. I don't see belt tightening anywhere. I think we should be saying no unnecessary travel by departments, by city council members. These are questions I'm going to get asked, okay? So you need to convince me that, we can prove to the voters that we are declaring a state of emergency when by every other means it's business as usual around here. And convince me that we can convince voters that we're basically declaring a state of emergency. We don't want to be on the same ballot when we're running for our jobs as asking them to, impose a tax. So convince me.
If I could,
what are we seeing? What can we prove to the voters that we are definitely in a fiscal emergency?
Well,
it doesn't feel like it to me.
Okay, that's exactly the kind of information we need to get to you and your colleagues before the 17th, when you would need to take a vote to declare the emergency. And we will be putting that together. We will be putting together the impact. I mean, as to waiting until 2009, again, that's a year and a half away. We could get a decision, fairly shortly and stop collecting that tax. Another issue with 2009 would be that if we're unsuccessful in 2009, there would be no other election until mid-2010 in which to try to regroup and restructure and find out what kinds of revenues we may be able to generate. If we go in February and are not successful, there will be other options. So from a planning standpoint, quite frankly, it could be disastrous to wait until 2009 and be unsuccessful.
Concerned about our police and fire departments, District 2 Councilmember Wendy Gruhl wants to know if all departments will be affected by any cuts caused by the loss of the telephone users tax.
Now, what percentage of the city's budget is public safety?
About 60%.
60%.
For police and fire.
So do you believe in any scenario that comes forward, all departments will have to assume some, if we do not have the $270 million?
You would have obviously a number of options. If you were to decide to exclude public safety, that is fire and police, that would mean much more draconian cuts in the other departments. You have about $1.6 billion also in, again, financial bonded indebtedness obligations and other financial commitments. And so when you add that to the approximately $1.6 billion that is public safety, police and fire, that brings you to 3.2. You don't have a lot of other places that you can go. And so you would either have very draconian cuts or, depending on the decisions of the mayor and the council, you might be looking at eliminating certain services.
And joining us now by phone is District 2 Councilmember Wendy Gruhl. Councilmember, thanks for taking the time to join us on Council Week in Review.
Always glad to be with you, Jack.
I follow this stuff, and I can't follow this stuff. Currently, we have a 10% telephone user tax in effect. Federal government now saying that we could no longer collect that tax. Is that right?
That's correct. But I think the point to be made on this telephone users tax is that the rules changed over time. It's not that we have been collecting this money illegally over the years. It's that they're saying we can no longer have it based on the federal excise tax. And many states who do not have Prop 218 have just switched over to new calculations. But in the state of California, we've passed Proposition 218, which requires a vote of the people. And because it's considered a different kind of a tax, it requires us to go back to the voters. But in fact, what we're suggesting is reducing the tax that they're currently paying. We are in the process of an appeal and a lawsuit over the calculations that had been used before, because we felt we could still use the formula we had previously. But I think we felt it was critically important that the $270 million that we currently get through that tax, that it would be devastating to our budget to not go to the voters and suggest to them that we are, in fact, reducing the amount of tax they would be paying on their telephone use.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Councilmember Smith, who's on the Budget Committee, pointed out that there was also a loss of transfer money from the Department of Water and Power. So this is kind of a double whammy, is it not?
It is, and I think that that is why we have moved somewhat quickly to say, what can we do to ensure that we still provide the needed services to our constituencies, police and fire and street services. Our city administrative officer is supposed to come back with us and the chief legislative analyst and share with us what does it mean in real impacts, $270 million going out the window.
When would that tax actually have to be stopped? When would the collection have to stop, and when would you no longer have the use of the revenue?
That is all dependent upon the current lawsuit and appeal, and no one really knows how long that will take. We decided it was much more prudent to actually have the discussion now and explain that just the rules have changed, and because of 218, we are required to go to the vote of the people.
You mentioned a few moments ago the tax currently stands at about 10%, but if it makes it to the February 5th ballot, you're only going to ask for 9%. Why the reduction? That's still a loss of, almost $30 million, isn't it?
It is, but we believe that it is appropriate at this time to go with a reduction, to go down to that point and to demonstrate that we are also going to look at ways in which we can tighten our belt.
Here's where I'm just thoroughly confused, and maybe you can help us out. I thought to impose a new tax, it would have to be approved during a municipal election where you would need presumably 2/3 of the voters to approve the tax. A general election, only a majority needed. This isn't actually a general election, is it? It's February 5th is a presidential nominating primary, I think.
Well, and it's my understanding that it is considered a general election, and we are, basing that on the opinion we've received from the CAO and the city attorney's office, which would only require that 51%.
And of course right, and of course that's also the vote in which we would possibly change some of the term limits for statewide office holders.
That is correct. That is something that's being proposed by the state legislature.
Boy, all kinds of things. what
it's a busy year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think, what came from, the mayor had asked the city administrative officer to come forward with a variety of proposals, which is what was before the city council this week, because the concern was waiting an additional year and uncertainty, and what would happen during that period of time if we weren't able to collect. Again, this is an existing tax that people have been paying for many, many years. And the only reason we are going back to the voters is because the federal government has indicated the use of the federal excise tax is the problem, and how we're calculating it. That's the only issue, not about whether or not it's legal or not.
Of course, the big question that you discussed quite a bit around the council chamber was what happens if you don't get approval for a replacement tax and you do lose, say, $270 million? What gets lost? What do we miss?
Well, it figures out to 3,000 police officers. You look at every single budget, and we would have to cut every single department within the city of Los Angeles at a time when I believe people are wanting more services.
You have a very short time window now to convince everyone that the telephone users tax is necessary. Among other things, you've got an October 17th deadline, don't you?
That is correct. There's never an optimal time, and because of deadlines, that is why we have to move fairly quickly to get it on the ballot. But there will be a lot of discussion, wholeheartedly supported Mr. Smith and Mr. Zine and Ms. Hahn's motion, which said we need to go out to those neighborhood councils and get their input as we move forward. The time between now and February will be an opportunity for us to share, why this position, why we're in this position in the first place. those of us that follow city politics, as you said, this is confusing even for those in the know, much less someone who does not understand some of the complexity of this issue.
One of the other complexities, of course, is that you have to declare in some sense an emergency for the city in order to get it to qualify for that early ballot. Emergency in what sense?
Well, it's been deemed, as they've said, a 218 emergency, which requires that says the fact that we would lose that money under the current taxation that we have, that it is, and that $270 million is enough for us to have to go to that next step.
The next step, presumably, would be if it did go to the ballot and it was approved by the voters, would there be any loss? Would there be any lack of continuity between the collections of the old tax and a new tax?
That is, our understanding is no, there would not be, because the legal remedies in which we are moving forward in this next, we wouldn't know potentially for another year, and so during that time, this would replace the existing tax.
Well, it's almost mind-boggling, and I hope you'll keep us up to date as this moves forward. One of the other things that you discussed in council, of course, this week, from the possibility of losing money to saving money. Lights out Los Angeles. What does that mean? How can we save money, and what does this mean to the whole issue of the Department of Water and Power and energy generation for the city?
Well, in Los Angeles, we're very used to recycling. We're very used to the fact that we have to be able to reduce our water consumption. But until there's a crisis, we forget that there's an energy problem. And so Sydney, Australia did a program where they had lights out in Sydney, Australia for 1 hour. And during that time period, they reduced their use of carbon dioxide by 25 tons during that period of time. It's the equivalent of taking almost 49,000 cars off the road for 1 hour. And so we suggested that we have, with the County of Los Angeles, Yvonne Burke, and then the City of Los Angeles, my colleague Jan Perry and I, which would be on October 20th, from 8 to 9 p.m., to turn out the lights, non-essential lights, in civic buildings, in businesses, and even people at home, to remind ourselves that saving energy is saving our environment, and it also is saving money.
Presumably you don't see this as a one-time only impact.
No, I've used the phrase, this is not a one-night stand. This is the beginning of an effort to educate the public about what they can do as individuals to reduce our dependency on foreign oil, to ensure that we're saving energy at home. Turning off that light in that kitchen after you walk out of it or out of your bedroom can make a real difference in the city. If everyone did their part, we would be able to reduce our energy consumption.
And maybe even have people talk to each other for hours.
That is right. Someone asked me, I said, we'll have, with my 4-year-old, we'll actually have a flashlight or sit there and talk about what it means. And I think that's part of what this effort is educating individuals, and sometimes starting with the very young. So as they grow up, they remember that we need to not only recycle, save water, but also save energy.
And of course, finally, there's another huge education program, an opportunity, which has to do with the CFLs, the city program to offer free compact fluorescent light bulbs to replace the incandescent or the regular light bulbs. How can the people watching this broadcast on Channel 35 participate?
Well, we've given out over 400,000 compact fluorescent light bulbs distributed by the city. We are getting into the next phase, which is even more light bulbs. I'm handing them out at some of the fairs. I'm having my Child Health and Safety Fair. Each of the council offices will be doing events to get these light bulbs out in the Department of Water and Power. But you can contact the Department of Water and Power and ask them for where they would be able to get some of those fluorescent light bulbs. They save money and they save energy. I've been using them at home for years, and it takes about half a second to come on, but after that, the light is wonderful. It works just fine. It is, and it lasts a lot longer than your normal, or average light bulbs. Absolutely. District 2 Councilmember Wendy Greuel, thanks for joining us again on Council Week in Review. Thanks, Jack. In a vote of 11 ayes and 2 noes, your Los Angeles City Council voted to instruct the city attorney to prepare the necessary documents to place a telephone users tax on the February 5th, 2008 presidential primary election ballot. You can listen to city council meetings as well as committee and commission meetings on the telephone by using the city's council phone system. In the downtown area, dial 213-621-CITY. In West LA, dial 310-471-CITY. For the San Pedro area, dial 310-547-CITY.
And in the San Fernando Valley, dial 818-904-9450. Just follow the recorded instructions for the meetings you want to hear. And don't forget, on October 20th, between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m., Lights Out Los Angeles. Turn off your lights in support of energy conservation. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. On Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending October 5th, 2007. On behalf of Antoinette Feliciano and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
I'm Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, and September is Latino Heritage Month. This month, we continue to honor our rich and diverse past and highlight the work of local artists who keep Latino traditions alive and vibrant in our communities. Los Angeles truly is where the world comes together, and I encourage you to explore the many facets of Latino culture by taking part in this month's festivities and visiting your neighborhood arts and cultural centers. For a listing of all the events, exhibits, fairs, and festivals, visit our website, latino.lacity.org.
Moving is so much of who we are. It's easy to take it for granted. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. We exist to make sure it doesn't. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society is a collective of passionate individuals united by a common goal to address the challenges of each person whose life is affected by MS. We believe that moving is not just something you can or can't do, but rather is who you are. That if you are alive, you move along with, because of, and in spite of the great big turning world. Join the movement, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, at nationalmssociety.org.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Wednesday, October 10th, 2007. Welcome to the John Ferraro Council Chambers in room 340 of City Hall, where we are broadcast every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We welcome members of the public that are here with us in Council Chambers and our viewers on Channel 35, through our city's cable system on LA City View, your city channel. We are broadcast live and also rebroadcast each evening, and we are available online as well on webcast at lacity.org. If you're not close to a computer or a television, you can always use your telephone also to listen to the audio portion of our council and committee meetings, and that number is 213-621-CITY. We have 15 members. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Wendy Gruhl, Jose Huizar, Tom Labange, Jan Perry, Bill Rosendahl, Greg Smith. That makes 7 of us. We are waiting for 3 more members to constitute 2/3 of our 15-member body and to begin business. So at this point, I'd like to call our council members who are late to come to council right away. Councilmember Alarcon, Councilmember Cardenas, Councilwoman Hahn, Councilmember Parks is excused to arrive at 11, so he's okay. Councilmember Reyes, Councilmember Weiss, and Councilmember Wesson. Mr. Zine is excused today on city business, but otherwise we do expect everybody in chambers. Again, if we could ask council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Parks, who's excused at 11, Reyes, Weiss, and Wesson to join us right away. We are now late, and pursuant to our own council rules, we are expected to be here on time and in our chairs. In the meantime, if folks are here and would like to fill out public speaker cards to comment on any of the items that are on our agendas, please fill out a speaker card in the back and give that to one of the sergeants at arms. We'll make sure that you get in the mix of the discussions. All items receive either a public hearing in committee, or if they have not done so, here in council. Members can reopen public hearings on items that have previously held a public hearing in committee by motion. If you live closer to Van Nuys, we welcome you to come to Van Nuys City Hall as well, where via teleconferencing we can hear your testimony here in council chambers. And finally, on the first Friday of each month, we meet in Van Nuys City Hall, and we invite members of the public to join us there or to testify remotely from here in City Hall downtown. So again, thank you to council members Gruhl, Huizar, Labange, Perry, Rosendahl, and Smith for being here on time. And we are still awaiting Councilmember Alarcon, Councilmember Cardenas, Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Reyes, Councilmember Weiss, and Councilmember Wesson to join us as soon as possible. Thank you all for your patience, and we will begin momentarily. Again, pursuant to Rule 19, all council members are supposed to be in their chairs at 10 a.m. This is a final quorum call for council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Reyes, Weiss, and Wesson. We have about 4 more minutes till we're a quarter after. If we do not have a quorum, we will adjourn for lack of a quorum. Thank you. Mr. Reyes is here, and he has been here. Excuses us for the mistake there. Thank you again to Gruhl, Huizar, Labange, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, and Smith. We're still awaiting 2 more members, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Wesson. You are late. Please come down as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. We are waiting one more member, Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Wesson. Please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves, Mr. Weiss seconds. Without objection, those minutes from our last meeting will be approved. Thank you. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves and Mr. Weezer seconds. Without objection, those two will be approved.
Mr. President, do you wish to take a public comment at this time?
Let's go through the agenda first, please.
First items on the agenda are items for which public hearings have been held. Item number 1 is a report to be submitted. That matter is in HCED this morning, and it's awaiting a report. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yeah, let's hold that on the desk till that report comes downstairs.
That would leave items 2 through 4 before council.
Okay. Colleagues, items 2 through 4, any specials? Yes, Ms. Gruel?
If I could, on item number 3, amend recommendation number 1 to say parking restrictions instead of boundaries.
Okay. Without objection, we'll add that as a friendly amendment.
And Mr. President, I understand on item number 2, there's an amending motion that is in process and it has not been distributed as yet.
Okay, let's hold 2 until we get that amendment. And no other specials? Go ahead and open the roll on the balance.
Mr. President, I believe there's a request on item number 4 from Ms. Perry to receive and file that.
Receive and file. Okay, that will be the motion without objection. And on 3 and 4, let's go ahead and open.
That would just leave actually number 3. Because 4 is received and
without
filed.
objection. Okay. Let's open the roll on 3. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Just to be clear, there's no objection on receiving and filing 4? Going once, going twice. Okay. Next items, please.
Next items, Mr. President, are items 5 through 16. Those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Is there any objection to consideration of those items, colleagues? If not, those will be before us. Items 5 through 16.
You have cards on items 5 and I believe 13.
5 and which other one? Sorry.
13.
13. Okay. Cards there.
And I
All those
believe
special.
there's a request to continue item number 6. I don't have a new date on that, however.
Okay. Let's hold item 6. Do you know who asked for the continuance?
I believe that's Mr. Rosendahl's office, and I believe it was a week to start with.
Do we have a date, Mr. Rosendahl, on the continuance of item number 6? If we can get a date. Okay, all right, we'll hold 6 on the desk for now. Any other specials, colleagues? This is, we'll open and close the public hearings for those items which we did not receive any cards from the public. Now is time to call items special, 5 through 16. Colleagues, any specials? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Or those are approved, excuse me. Next items.
Next items, Mr. President, are on the continuation agenda, items 17 and 18, and those are both items for which public hearings have not been held. Item 17 are the department representations that were continued from yesterday.
Great, we will take up 17, and we've partially had public hearing, but we have the other cards on that too, so it has been held, but we'll continue to hear.
And item 18 is the appeal of Gloria Jeff.
Right. If there's nobody who wishes to talk about that today, we'll continue that on until Friday per the council rules. Okay. All right. That returns us to general public comment. And I'd like to invite Sky Anderson to come forward as our first speaker this morning. And then after that, we'll hear from Surkis Agajanian. Good morning.
Sky Anderson. I've been a resident of Los Angeles for 8 years. I'm a community activist, and I take on the cause of the homeless. First, I want to compliment Police Chief Broughton for his saying that they made a mistake. It takes a lot of courage to do that. It's only when you admit you've made a mistake that you can correct things. If you're in denial of what's going on, you're never going to correct things, and I think he did a great thing by taking responsibility for it. I think the same thing should be done with the City Council. I think the City Council is in denial of what's going on our streets. Alcoholism and drug addiction are diseases. They kill people. I know you're not listening to me. I know you don't care about people dying on our streets. It's obvious you don't give a damn.
Sir, we're listening to you. Thank you. Please continue. And if I could ask the Sergeants at Arms to please help us keep the conversations to a minimum, and we'll credit back your time, sir.
You're telling me I can't speak?
No. I'm saying we're continuing. I'm asking other folks to please keep their voices down so we can hear you.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm hard of hearing.
I'm sorry. I was asking folks to keep their voices down so that we could hear you better, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. Anyway, it seems to me the City Council needs to acknowledge what's going on our streets. Alcoholism and drug addiction are diseases. The person gets addicted and he can't stop using those drugs. I know at 27 years old, I was going through a painful divorce. I took 2 sleeping pills. I was addicted to drugs for 20 years. I was bottomless. I was on the bottom. I went to a hospital treatment facility. A month I spent in there. Every day they told me my best thinking got me in there, and I needed to change my thinking. We're prisoners of our own minds. Just the City Council is prisoner of all the prestige and power they have. They don't care about people out there dying. I think we're going to make Mr. Garcetti the heart of what I have a heart. Vote Councilman Garcetti out. He won't help the homeless. In my experience as a community activist, we have to take one person, make them responsible for what happens, and all the other City Council people get the idea that they're vulnerable. I have a picture of Mr. Garcetti right over here with a big smile on his face. I can put that picture beneath a man that's dying on the street, homeless, with a cane and a half pint of vodka next to him, and say, Mr. Garcetti, why are you the glamour boy who doesn't care about people who are dying on our streets? Mr. Garcetti, you're very vulnerable, and you should know that.
It's not usually my custom to respond, but sir, since you did make some personal allegations, I would like to respond briefly. Not only do I care very deeply about folks that are dying on our streets, the newest homeless shelter in the city is in my district, and the newest supportive housing that gives support not only services but housing to folks with disabilities and substance abuse problems who are homeless is in my district. We've held hearings in my district about the youth homeless problem, and I fought very hard for the establishment of the Housing Trust Fund, which is the largest commitment of any city in the country of our general fund dollars to homelessness. And I'd be happy, I know we've worked with you in the past, and I'd be more than happy to continue, but I do want to establish for the record that I care very deeply about those issues, so thank you very much. Sarkis Agajanian is our next speaker, and then Leonard Shapiro will be next. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Is this on? Right. Last Thursday, I went to the West Los Angeles Police Department to take care of a person bothering me. A riot ensued. I asked an officer for his badge number and name. Within 30 seconds, the place erupted in a fascist frenzy. They ran me out of the police station. A sergeant pointed a tear gas canister at me. And the young man who I will identify as a Bruce Lee wannabe had a shotgun in his hand. 10 officers in their headquarters, armed with pistols, shotgun, and pepper spray, decided I was belligerent. You haven't seen when I get belligerent yet, sir. This is not the way to run a police department. When someone approaches a citizen in a park or elsewhere and threatens him, and I go to the police, and this was the second time, the first time they told me there's nothing we can do until he touches you. That's reasonable. But I had to demand that I was in the station and they take my name down. Poor dumb bastards. They had to pick up their pen. Oh my God. Sure, citizen, we'll write your stupid name down. 2 weeks later, when the stupid idiot approaches me again and I go to the police within an hour, I am cast out as belligerent. They were so afraid of their own safety. Hey, when the cop's safety is before mine, I got something for you in the entire city. If you don't take care of this, I will. Thank you.
Leonard Shapiro is our next speaker, and after that will be Arnold Sachs.
I'm glad to be back here again. I haven't been here in a long time. Although I've had a chance to recognize a few of the new people. Hello, Janice. Hello, Tom. I am considering getting involved one more time. After all, I'm not too old yet. Getting involved one more time with the city and the county and the school and help them over some of their drastic problems that they have. And while I'm here, I decided to let this city council understand that, in my opinion, they need help. Because when I was here in the 80s, 1980s, 1990s, there were two drastic problems that were always facing the city council. One was, what are you going to do about these gangs and the gang killing? And what are you going to do about the homeless people? Now, over the past 20, 25 years, you have actually done nothing. The Board of Supervisors came out with a plan, a 5-year plan, with $100 million that they're going to invest and see what they can do. And the former member of the City Council, Zev Yaroslavsky, said that it was a historic investment. Well, if they think it's historic, and you're only 1 or 2 blocks away from where most of the 90,000 homeless people are, some say 90,000, some say 150,000. The point is, as long as it's here, why don't you do something? I mean, you can't let it up to the cops. All the cops know is to pick people up and send them to jail, and all the sheriff knows in the jail is to send the people back because he's too full. He doesn't want to be bothered. Well, the police can't be bothered. They're not trained. They don't know what to do about people who are drug addicted, to do about alcoholics. They don't know what to do about people who are mentally handicapped. There are trained people who can do that. Now, the city council has to get involved.
Thank you,
and if
Mr.
you don't want to
Shapiro.
get involved right now, I'm here to tell you that maybe I'll be here to push you a little bit. Because
Thank you. Good to see. It's good to see you, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you. Your time has expired. And our next speaker is Arnold Sachs. Thank you. Mr. Sachs?
Excuse me, sir. There's some papers up here. Somebody left. Good morning, Council. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
I would like to address just 2 items today, more or less. One is from the October 4th LA Times. Phone tax plan moves forward. Going to cut right to the chase here. Quoting from the Chief Administrative Officer, saying that if this phone tax doesn't move forward, it would be difficult to continue the police hiring plan that has become a major initiative of Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's administration. I'm very concerned about that because I understand that there was a tax increase on the trash disposal that was going to be used for the police department hiring program. And here we are, a red flag goes up, and automatically the police are being, police force is being threatened if we don't have this tax. What is the funding for the tax used now? This is just absolutely ridiculous when something needs to be done, it's a last-second item, and all of a sudden it's the police force, it's the gangs, it's the children, it's the elderly, yet the whole year goes by and it's status quo. My other thing, that's all I'd like to say about that. My other thing I'd like to talk about today is an article from Monday's Daily Breeze. Crenshaw Rail Plans back on track. This is a direct attack on everybody's credibility in the council chambers. There is no construction authority here. I've talked about this several times. This is the second time we have a rail plan being proposed without a construction authority. Where is the funding? What is the need for the funding? This is your credibility. There's a...
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. If I can ask you to conclude, that's 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes our we'll keep our general public comment open. Colleagues, we have a motion from the floor to suspend rules to allow public comment on one of the items that has already been received and filed. Can we open the roll on suspension of the rules to allow public comment? Mr. Weston has asked for us on an item that was received and filed earlier. There are some public speaker cards, and he wanted to afford them the possibility in general public comment to make their remarks. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote on 4. Yeah. So we're not formally reconsidering item 4.
13 ayes.
This is just a suspension of the rules to have public comment on item 4. And with the permission then of the folks that are here, I'd call them forward, and they can certainly comment on that item in our general public comment. Jonathan Hugger is our first speaker. Is Jonathan Hugger here? Is Jim Childs here? Mr. Childs, if you'd like to come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Childs. I'm the proponent for the designation. And nicely done, City Council. You had a chance to show that a monument in this city meant something and historic preservation meant something. And you chose the Tammany Hall method, as usual, and decided that Jan Perry and the mayor meant more to this city than Felix the Cat. And the shame is on you, not on me. We did our job. I want to thank the Cultural Heritage Commission and their staff for approving this on its merits rather than on its political base. Thank you very much.
Is Jonathan Hugger here? If not, Sergio Gutman? Daniel Burke? Daniel Burke here? Mary Klaus Martin? After that, Daryl Holter will speak next.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. Mary Claus Martin, President of your Cultural Heritage Commission. It is the role of historic preservation to remind us of what's happened in the past. We're talking about this strip, the Figueroa corridor that connects downtown to Exposition Park. This has basically been an automobile sales street for the past, since the teens and the 20s, and pretty much now it continues to be the same. As you know, there are important plans to connect the city with this corridor. And you know, while we're waiting for these enhancements and the new vitality and the landscaping, the new uses, how great if we couldn't remind ourselves of what happened there before. You know, we're your commission. We're the ones that you've entrusted to make these decisions. We're not trying to save every old building. We're not trying to stop development. But what we're trying to do is make a difference in this city. My son is an architectural student in downtown Los Angeles. He found it incomprehensible that I was going to have to come downtown today to defend Felix. He said, my gosh, how big of a footprint does Felix take? He said, this is the first rule of good urban design. When you go out into the nature, you don't level the mountain. You take what's strong and you work with it. Everyone knows you have a better project when you work with the past. We're proud of our son Lee because he's on his way to becoming the 4th generation Martin architect in the city of Los Angeles, the same Martin who did this city hall for you. He thought it was already a monument. We respect and encourage the mayor, Councilwoman Perry, the owner, for what they're trying to do. But if we don't save it, what will we be able to look forward to?
Thank you.
We have to encourage good creative development while saving our past. And remember what Marshall McLuhan said, we drive into the future with an eye on the rear mirror. We
Thank
want to
you.
see
If I
Felix
can ask you
in
to
that
conclude.
mirror. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Darrell Holter.
Thank you, Mr. President and council members. Darrell Holter from the Shamus Group. We're the family that owns the sign. We built the sign and we maintain it and we keep it going. We have never made any plans to demolish the sign or to do anything with the sign or to alter the showroom. What we're trying to do is trying to keep the business going, and we're trying to look to the future. And so I think that we understand that people love the sign. We love the sign. We're not in any disagreement on that. However, we do want to make sure that in the case of the death of the owner, that we will be able to maintain the Chevrolet franchise, be able to continue with the 200 jobs that are there, be able to continue to generate the sales tax revenue that we do for the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mitzi Mogul?
Thank you for allowing us to be heard this morning. There is no question that the nomination for Felix Chevrolet in its entirety has met a set of very stringent standards and qualifications. If it had not, it would not have been accepted for consideration by the Cultural Heritage Commission in the first place. Throughout this entire process, no one, including the owners, have disputed those merits. No one has questioned whether or not it qualifies, only whether it may or may not someday in some future development at some nebulous time that no one can determine or be specific about, that it may impact some future development. But that's not a finding or a legal argument. Preservation is not on trial, and it should not be on trial, and that's what has been done here. You have put preservation on trial. Preservation planning is one of the best tools that this city has to control the planning process and the development process. That's why you have it. This is a legally enacted city ordinance. It goes through a process. So those arguments should not be considered. The only argument to be considered is whether or not Felix Chevrolet met the qualifications required by law, by the ordinance, to be a historic monument. And the answer is yes, it did, it does, and it will. If, in some future development, it should be in the way, and the owner should wish to demolish it or in some way alter it, there is a process to deal with that too. There have been monuments listed that have in fact been demolished, so it's not impossible. But you have to do the right thing today.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Fisher, would that come forward? Good morning.
Good morning. Charlie Fisher, 140 South Avenue 57. Jim Childs and I co-authored this nomination. When we did the nomination, we were very positive to do just the showroom and the sign, a very small percentage of the ownership of this property. They own the entire block. Of 122,000 square feet, this sign and showroom encompasses about 7,100 square feet. We did this for a reason. The showroom and the sign are the true historic icons of this property. They are a history of not only Winslow B. Felix and Nick Shamus, they are also the history of the Tubman brothers that preceded them with their Ford dealership. It was the Tubman father and son that had the showroom redone in 1946. The A. Godfrey Bailey showroom is an icon in itself. The sign is an even greater icon. Together they make up the pedestal and the sign. The preservation community has been 100% united on this particular issue. Felix Chevrolet is clearly a monument to the city of Los Angeles, and clearly a monument for the entire nation. You received a letter from the National Trust of Historic Preservation that talks about this particular issue and also talks about things such as adaptive reuse if that time should come. The Chevrolet is not going to force a redo of the building on a viable dealership. And there is no reason that the city should exclude their right to be able to comment and work with the future development on this property when it already comes under the encumbrances of the California Environmental Quality Act by the determination that it was eligible for the National Register from 2 separate consultant reports, one of which was approved by the CRA and in fact was signed off on by a body that Darrell Halter himself was the chairman of. It's very important for our own history that we preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Laura Myers is next.
Good morning. My name is Laura Myers, and I'm speaking much more extemporaneously than Charlie did because I just ran into the room and here we are. I am the editor for West Adams Heritage Association, and as such have actually been following this issue both as a journalist and as a preservation advocate. And some of you are actually probably on our e-newsletter list, so you receive electronic newsletters from us. I am very aware that you all have received numerous letters stating from stakeholders throughout the city that this is a historic landmark because I've been copied on those letters. We all know this is a landmark icon building. The letters I have seen from, again, across Southern California, when I was a child growing up in Los Angeles, driving with my parents, I always knew I came back to Los Angeles when I saw the Felix sign. It's a landmark in our hearts. It's a landmark for the state of California on the surveys. And our own Cultural Heritage Commission, which is a professional commission, has stated that it is a landmark. I fear that if we ignore the advice of our professional commission, the City of Los Angeles has a chance of losing its newly received status as a certified local government. The whole point of that is following the professional advice of a professional commission. We get monies for being a certified local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Mike Buehler here? Mike Buehler? Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Commission. Mike Buehler, Director of Advocacy with the Los Angeles Conservancy. The only issue that should have been before you today is whether Felix Chevrolet is eligible for designation under the local ordinance. On this issue, the City's appointed panel of experts has spoken clearly. The Cultural Heritage Commission voted 4-1 to recommend designation of this iconic landmark. Moreover, no new information has been presented today or at previous hearings to warrant second-guessing the Commission's decision. It is vital to clearly understand the protections afforded by landmark status and to understand its limitations. As you know, HCM designation will not freeze the Felix sign and showroom in time or prevent future development of the site. Far from ensuring that Felix will remain in place in perpetuity, local monument status would only authorize the Cultural Heritage Commission to delay, not deny, demolition. By formally recognizing the significance of Felix sign and showroom, designation will define clear parameters under which project planning can proceed. Monument status may not grant Felix 9 lives, but it will enable the community to participate in the discussion regarding its future. And if I may, I'd like to share with you excerpts from 2 letters submitted in support of the nomination. One referenced earlier from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, noting that the Felix the Cat showroom and sign is a monument to the indelible influence of car culture on the identity and post-war development of Los Angeles and clearly merits designation as a historic cultural monument. And from the California Preservation Foundation, the protection of this building and sign is not just a local concern, but is of statewide concern. Felix Chevrolet is one of the best remaining examples of an early Los Angeles automobile dealership that evolved to address the changing tastes of its customers in the early post-World War II era. I'd like to submit both of these records for the these letters for the record.
One of the
Thank you very
sergeants
much.
at arms, if you could take that from the gentleman. Thank you. All right, that closes our public comment. We will return to the items that have been called special. If we can, I believe we have the report on item number 1 now.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 1, the report has been distributed.
Okay. If nobody wishes to call that special, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
If there's no objection to sending that forthwith, that will be sent forthwith as well. Mr. Labange?
Could I just have a clarification, because I know there were a number of speakers here,
and they voiced their concern, and I understand a little what happened, but I want to make sure everybody understands what happened, that the Felix the Cat is not going away, that the sign will remain there. The sign's going to remain there. It's going to be part of the building, but the cat's not going away. But it won't have the designation or the protection of a monument status. If we could explain that, I think that's important, that the cat is not going away. And we're not voting on it because it's a
Thank you,
receive
Mr.
and file.
Labange. There's a motion to
Clerk.
receive and file. I asked if anybody wished to call that special, if there's any objection to that, and I reiterated that, and there was not. So that's
Oh, I got that, but I don't think the public understands.
Sure.
I think we understand.
That's why I was building on that and explaining what had procedurally happened, Mr. Labange. So thank you for
So,
that.
but you
clarification.
understand that there was no designation, but the cat is not going away. You want to
Correct.
stand up, Gerald? You're not taking the cat away? Okay, you're not taking the sign away? So I think that's important because a lot of people love the cat.
Thank
Love
you very
Felix
much,
the
Mr.
cat.
Labange. Thank you for that. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 2, and the amending motion has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open the roll on item 2 now that that has been sent around. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, on item number 6, that was being held on the desk for the date of continuance, and there is a date, and it's November 6th.
Okay, if there's no objection, colleagues, to continuing till November 6th, item number 6, we'll go ahead and that will be ordered. Next item, please.
And then number 13 was called special for cards from the
I
public.
think we had number 5, special for cards from the public as well. So we'll hold that with the presentation. Okay. We'll take those up shortly. 13, I'd like to ask Scott Wilson to come forward. Scott Wilson on item number 13.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Scott Wilson. I'm a landscape architect and the president of Northeast Trees, which was recognized yesterday for the first green street in Los Angeles. And I want you to know that numbers 2, 3, and 4 are under design, under consideration, and I thank you for that. I wanted to talk today. I'm getting a little bit older and look to the future more and wonder if the wish list that we saw yesterday would be implemented, to what extent it would be implemented the next 20 years. And so I tried to look ahead, and I live next to Yosemite Playground in Eagle Rock, and I thought that this would be a good design sustainability kind of a project for what we're doing in the various departments that were speaking yesterday. And I'm thinking in terms of the water that runs off of the hill behind Occidental College in Eagle Rock, Yosemite Playground. That water could be retained and used for the watering purposes at the park as an emergency supply of water. It could be used for the irrigation, of course, on the turf that's necessary there. In another area, there's composting that could be done at that park. Decentralization, I think, is because of terrorism and because of the energy costs are something. It is a little ridiculous for my green waste to be picked up and hauled to San Pedro to be composted and then hauled back for me to use again. It could be done much more efficiently, locally, close at hand. Decentralization would work for Los Angeles City Schools, and it certainly would work for Los Angeles City. And I ask that we look at that. We're talking about waste to energy kind of facilities, and we talked yesterday, they talked about 25 acres, and I would think that miniaturization could take place, and once these get established, that they could be done on a much smaller scale. Thank you very much. I'd like to continue this discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, and thank you for your environmental advocacy in the Northeast and throughout the city. That was probably in reference to item 13 from yesterday, which was continued to today as item 17. Both 5 and 17 are part of our environmental day, so we will consider that public comment for those items which we are about to take up. On item 13 here, unless any members would like to call it special, this is the Veterans Day Parade in Eagle Rock. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And continuing from Mr. Wilson's comments, if we can take up 5 and 17 together and take our public comment at the outset from yesterday, we will continue with the items before us on the environment. I'd like to invite Arnold Sachs forward. And colleagues, this is our chance to continue our presentations from the different departments. Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward, and our different presentations from the departments, we will continue those, and then we will hear panel discussions from some of our advocates as well in the environmental community. And following that, if we have time today, we'll get to our own discussion, which we may be able to continue till Friday on some of the motions that I know the council members would like to hear. Mr. Sachs, would you like to speak at this time? After Mr. Sachs will be Terry Kane, who will speak next on item 5, and then Jose Gonzalez.
Just real quick, Mr. President, are these public comments on items from yesterday's meeting, or
It's
items
a single.
from today's meeting, or will I be able to
both
speak
5
later?
and 17.
Well, I just spoke to Sergeant Arms about that. I was going to put in a card about 17.
Okay, we'll call you on 17 as well. So why don't you address
Well,
5 right now?
because number 5, my point being,
They are one and the same, so we're trying to put them together. But legally, if people want to fill out 2 cards, they can for 5 and 17.
no, I just as soon talk on 17 and skip 5.
Okay,
Because I figured
go ahead. That's fine.
actually, we'll wait. You were going to go through the presentations then, and then public comment like you did yesterday, or?
We're starting with some of the public comment because some folks had to leave and asked if we could do it at the outset, so we're doing that today. But if you'd like to waive that until later in the meeting, I'm happy to take that up.
I'd like to waive that
Okay,
till later.
Terry Kane, would you like to speak now? Why don't you come forward?
Good morning. My name is Terry. I am a resident of Boyle Heights. 2 matters that I wanted to bring to the attention was Industrial Service Oil and a Vernon Power Plant that are both looking to expand or grow in our community. Between both each have between 4 and 10 acceptable deaths, and they're both going to affect the direct Boyle Heights area and also the city. The one that is more pressing to us right now is Industrial Service Oil, who's looking to expand by 40%. They're located at 1700 South Soto Street in Boyle Heights. This company has been working on an interim permit for 21 years. They've had yearly violations since 86 till now. They are extremely negligent, and they're now seeking to expand by 40%. The discharge of their materials will go into the city sewer system. There are 17 schools, housing projects, and it's a residential neighborhood within a mile radius of them. DTSC has acknowledged 1 truck spill every 6 years. My concern is not only the public safety, the air quality, but it is how are we going to evacuate 17 schools, 2 housing projects, and all the residents and businesses in that area if there is an incident, which DTSC acknowledges 1 truck spill every 6 years. Part of it will be 100 truck deliveries and 10 rail car deliveries of toxic waste every single day. So what we're asking now is when this does get approved by DTSC, they need to come to the City Council and ask for a conditional land permit. We're asking that you not permit this.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to give those to the Sergeant at Arms, we'd be happy to
It has all the
distribute that.
information on their violations
Thank
and
you.
also where the permit is right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Jose Gonzalez is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'd like to put a face of just one family in the immediate area, too, of Boyle Heights that has been impacted by the environmental injustices that are going on there. I'm 51 years old. I was born and raised in Boyle Heights. I still live there. I still work there. I'm a mailman. I'm outside. I got to breathe these toxins in every single day. I don't go very far at all without my bronchial inhaler. Myself and my sister Teresa, who just spoke, are the only 2 who chose to stay in the neighborhood, and not coincidentally are the only ones affected with some sort of bronchial respiratory illnesses. The children of my sister are also affected by that. The one sister who I had who left when her child was 7 years old, she left with bronchial problems, and once she left the entire area, and within about 4 years they cleared up, which was in her early teens, not in her 20s, which usually bronchial problems that usually do clear up. What we need to do is we need to stop issuing these permits to these companies, so we do a very, very thorough investigation on that. We have to step up the enforcement and revoke the licenses of these repeated offenders who are out there. In the summers, you can usually smell Farmer John easily. In the last few summers, you can smell much, much more than Farmer John, and it's just a really sickening smell. It's not Farmer John anymore. I was born and raised and grew up smelling that, and I know what that smells like. The ISO company down on 1700 South Soto is a big, major concern of us right now, but there's even a bigger 500-pound gorilla coming right at us. That's the Vernon Power Plant. That will indeed affect our health. It will affect the possible economic and development of the city of Los Angeles, because it's going to pollute the air so badly that anybody who wanted to put something inside the city in the area there is not going to want to do that anymore. This could easily be viewed as a racially motivated environmental injustice, being that the area is almost 98% minority.
Thank you very much.
I wish I had more time.
Appreciate it. If they have any other further stuff, we'll look at the material you gave us. And Mr. Weezer, I believe would like to say a couple words in regards to
Thank you very much. And I want to thank both of you for coming out. I know that you have been in the forefront of fighting this issue. And I filed an appeal to the company filing to expand in the area on my personal capacity. The deadline for the appeal, and I urge anyone in Boyle Heights or in the immediate area who would not want to file an appeal, the deadline is October 26th. I strongly believe that the community of Boyle Heights has had more of its fair share of industrial areas that continue to pollute our local community, and we're going to continue fighting this. The company has actually appealed as well, saying that it does not have to come to the local agency for its conditional use permit. That's something that we would definitely have to fight back so that the local community and the local city has a say in what happens in that expansion. But thank you for coming by, and thank you for standing up for Boyle Heights and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. Our last public speaker is Leonard Shapiro on this item. Mr. Shapiro, item 17.
I didn't specifically come out here to talk on item 17, but since I'm here, I looked it over and it looked very funny to me, strange, when I look at what other articles appeared. Now, last week, the State Attorney General, Jerry Brown, came out with a legal suit against the ocean-going ships, saying that they're responsible for a heck of a lot more pollution than we're aware of. Now, he said that 2.7 to 5% of the world's greenhouse gases are caused by ocean-going ships. Now, this is the same amount of greenhouse gases that is caused by all U.S. cars and trucks. Now, when you think about that, that's a pretty big number. And where you have the city departments are going to make a presentation regarding the environment. Now, I definitely think that since we're right close to the ocean, and since we have a big harbor department that's involved with ocean-going liners there, and then since it says here that the pollution from these ocean-going liners are liable to raise 75% in the next 20 years. Now, that's a heck of a thing, and it ought to be addressed. Now, make sure that when these different departments speak to you about pollution and their environmental presentations, let them understand that to read over the State Attorney General's material that he presented to the courts about ocean-going liners, and it has a direct effect on us in Los Angeles, and it ought not to be ignored. So make sure that when these people make the presentation, they talk about the pollution and the greenhouse gases that are evicted by the ocean-going liners.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. And yesterday, the Port of Los Angeles did appear before us. That was one of the hot topics of discussion, and Ms. Hahn has certainly, as well as this council, shared many of those concerns when the port presented yesterday. So we'll see if we can't direct you towards some of that testimony and some of the direction that we gave here yesterday on that very specific issue. So thank you. Colleagues, yesterday we heard from a number of departments on their various environmental initiatives and engaged in a spirited dialogue about what the city is doing. and also what it can improve upon. Today we're going to continue that dialogue with our departments and afterwards hear respected voices in the environmental community. We're going to hear again from our departments in groupings and then have a question and answer session between the members and each of the departments. After the final two groups have presented, we will have panels broken down in the following categories: air, water, land, and environmental justice. Each panel has 3 to 4 panelists, and we've asked each of them to speak for about 5 minutes, but I'll brief you a little bit more before we do that. So I'd like to be respectful of their time and continue to encourage colleagues to really cut to questions and to suggestions for direction in our legislative agenda. But with that, I'd like to return to our very patient departments. We actually are going to put a clock up for our departments just as we are for ourselves. Planning gets a juicy 10 minutes, and Gail Goldberg was here all day yesterday, but we'd like to invite you forward to present to all of us. After that, the Department of Transportation, CRA, Rec and Parks, and DBS will be presenting after that in that order as well. So with that, I'd like to hear from the Planning Department, and welcome Ms. Goldberg.
Thank you very much, Council President and members of the City Council. I am going to try not to take 10 minutes so that we have more time for questions. This Department of City Planning is really happy to be here. As you know, we are responsible for the city's general plan, which directs both the land use of the city and the physical development of the city. And policies included in the general plan and the community plans must be followed by all developers in this city and every department of the city. So it is an extremely powerful tool for us to implement the policies and the discussion that we are having today. Let me tell you that some of the ways that the Planning Department is working today to implement sustainability and environmental policy. We are working on 2 new elements of the general plan that we believe can significantly change this city. The first is the mobility element of the general plan. This is our old transportation plan with a totally different and new focus on the full range of mobility options that people should be considering in this city. And the intent of this is to focus away from the automobile into a more urban mobility focus. We are also doing a new housing element for the city. And in the housing element, we will be looking at ways to reduce the water use, make better energy efficiency, better indoor environmental quality, urban design and uses, more sustainable neighborhoods. In terms of department programs, we in the Planning Department are currently working on 10 new transit-oriented districts that are part of the Gold Line East Side Extension and the Expo Line, and we are working on creating new land use plans around those transit stations that will encourage walkability and other options for the city other than getting into your car. We have a river team that is working on a range of issues that we believe will help us with sustainability. We are working on drafting a river improvement overlay to implement the LA River Master Plan. We are incorporating sustainability and water conservation measures. We are also working on the Cornfields Arroyo Seco specific plan that again will address sustainability, water management, and things that we have been talking about yesterday and today. We also have instituted in the Planning Department a new urban design studio that will be focusing on creating a more walkable city. They have developed a walkability checklist where every project that comes through the door must be evaluated based on how they treat the pedestrian and the public environment. We are also working with the CRA, DOT, Bureau of Engineering, and the Street Standards Committee, working with Councilmember Perry on new street standards for downtown that will encourage walkability. I will tell you that we're also looking at new street standards for the river implementation overlay to talk about green streets and complete streets that don't just move cars but also move people and bicycles. We are also working very hard, and I think this is a huge thing that the Planning Department is doing right now, to draft a green building ordinance that will begin to incorporate sustainability into every new development in this city that is over 50,000 square feet or more than 50 units. And all of these projects will have to address site design, mobility, water conservation, building materials, health reduction, or health issues with regard to reduction in exposure to toxins, and also health, energy and climate change. And we are taking this new building program to our City Planning Commission by the end of November and expect to have it at City Council before the end of this year. We are also updating our municipal code, and that includes an ordinance that will allow the use of permeable pavement, that will decrease hardscape in front yards. Another one we're working on is an ordinance that allows mechanical lifts and robotic garages to decrease the amount of land that we are using for parking. We are also beginning specific water conservation mitigation measures through our CEQA progress, and that is with regard to things like the waterless urinals and smart irrigation. And we are looking at procedures to expedite EIRs for private projects that meet LEED Silver standards, and we are updating our landscape ordinance. In terms of things that we are looking to do in the future, very quickly, we are exploring the possibility of developing a new open space and watershed element for the general plan, and we are looking to update our CEQA documentation and analysis to address the global warming issues and the litigations that have occurred over the past few months. And I had an opportunity to meet with the Attorney General a couple of weeks ago to talk about those issues. We look forward to working with the Mayor, the City Council, and all of the city departments to address these and other environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And coming in under the wire, we always appreciate that. Why don't you stay at the table? Our next presentation is going to be from the Department of Transportation. If we can ask them to come forward, DOT, and then after DOT, we will hear from CRA. And DOT, if we can do about 3 to 5 minutes, would be ideal. Come on forward. Don't be shy. Somebody step on up. Okay. And again, colleagues, the reports that have been given to us are really the good framework for our questions, which I know we've all been able to have a chance to look at. So DOT, if you could kind of hit the highlights or any of the new things that you're working on, and we will take it from there. Please.
Good morning. Jim Lefton with the Department of Transportation. With me at the table is Amir Sadati from the department. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's involvement in environmental initiatives that we are working on to improve the quality of life for residents and visitors of the city. The department has taken a leadership role in pursuing a number of various initiatives that enhance the environment, including energy conservation, air quality enhancement, traffic reduction, and general quality of life issues. The department has identified 6 major general categories of environmental initiatives that we are involved with, and we'll summarize these initiatives for you today and then be able to answer any questions. The first major category is clean fuel vehicles. One strategy that the city has adopted to encourage the use of clean fuel vehicles is to allow decaled hybrid and electric vehicles to park for free in parking zones throughout the city. In terms of LADOT's bus transit program, the department continues to be a leader in terms of encouraging transit use and reducing greenhouse emissions. Its public transit program, which includes Commuter Express, Dash, and City Ride, provide a viable alternative to the automobile for residents of the city. Overall, LADOT's fixed route transit services carry approximately 30 million passenger trips every year. LADOT's transit fleet which consists of nearly 400 city-owned transit vehicles, is the second largest transit fleet in Los Angeles County next to Metro, and is among the top 50 largest transit fleets in the country. The department has widely pursued the use of alternative fuel transit vehicles since 1991. One of the major initiatives that we're taking up as part of the department's transit program is to replace this existing commuter express fleet, which is currently diesel-powered, with CNG buses, and we anticipate doing that over the next several years. The second major category is programs that reduce automobile usage. In addition to the transit program that I just mentioned, there are a number of initiatives that the department has undertaken to help encourage alternatives to the automobile, including Transit Priority. The department is a close partner with Metro on the Metro Rapid program. We provide signal priority for Metro's rapid buses, which increase the travel speed of the buses, and that makes these buses more attractive to discretionary riders that have an automobile. And in fact, Metro has documented that the Metro Rapid Bus program has significantly increased ridership on those services. In addition, the department's Bike Way program encourages bikes as an alternative to using the automobile. The city has 51 miles of exclusive bike path and 136 miles of on-street bike lanes. The department is a lead on major transportation enhancements along transit corridors that try to encourage people to walk or use public transit. The third major category is reducing impacts of growth. And the department, working closely with the development community, tries to do what it can to reduce the impacts of these developments on congestion. Traffic flow improvements may include widening of a bottleneck location or contribution to the ATSAC system. There are also transportation demand management strategies, including van pools, ride sharing, and telecommuting. On major development projects such as Warner Center, Playa Vista, and UCLA, the department has secured commitments from the developers for implementing these strategies. In terms of traffic flow improvements, which obviously is a major issue in terms of reducing congestion throughout the city, the department is very proud of its ATSAC program. We're proceeding with implementing ATSAC on a citywide basis during the next few years. This program has been underway for the last 3 decades. The ATSAC system identifies changes in traffic patterns and responds to those patterns in real time, thereby reducing stops and delays. And the department is also involved with other operational improvements, including left turn lanes, left turn arrows, parking restrictions, and other measures to keep traffic flowing.
We have about a minute left of the presentation, if you want to...
Sure. Finally, just wrapping up the LED conversion. The department is converting all of its traffic signals to LED, which will save energy. And finally, we have a number of community-oriented programs, including removal of abandoned vehicles, preferential parking districts, and neighborhood traffic management programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add something quick, Amir?
No, I just...
Hold on. We're going to keep things tight. You want to add a brief comment or two?
Just quickly to add to what Jim mentioned as far as the community outreach, we also have the Tiger program that's been successful in 3 corridors. Traffic officers at key intersections, again, improving mobility, reducing delays. So we're proud to be a partner here and look forward in working with the council and the community.
Thank you. And we appreciate that. And I know there'll be a number of questions for both sides of the DOT house. If I can ask CRA to come forward and to present. In 3 minutes, we're going to see a very talented community redevelopment agency hit the highlights of your very...
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Don Spivak for the Redevelopment Agency. By definition, redevelopment is place-based and directed towards particular geographies. And as such, we focus on communities with the greatest need, eliminating blight, promoting workforce development, removing impediments to investment and reinvestment. Thus, redevelopment is necessarily a process of working with various stakeholders to create economically and physically sustainable communities in Los Angeles. The item that I want to focus on is that we're in the process of developing what we call our Healthy Neighborhoods Policy, which is a sustainability policy for all of our redevelopment project areas and for CRA's own internal practices. There are two current elements to focus on. The first is we're conducting an internal audit of all of our agency practices and in all of our facilities to set ourselves on the path of becoming a sustainable model for the community and for other agencies. And we are working right now with Global Green on a series of case studies to ascertain the additional costs of building residential, retail, mixed use, and entire communities to LEED thresholds so that they can be best applied in the various redevelopment project areas. We're working closely with a number of other departments participating in the Los Angeles River Revitalization, developing right now a river development corporation, River Revitalization Corporation. We are partners with the Planning Department on the industrial land use study, looking at promoting sustainable industrial development and green-collar workforce development. Again, closely with the Planning Department on transit-oriented districts. There are about 24 transit stations that are within redevelopment project areas in the city of Los Angeles. And we have a number of grant applications in place that are looking particularly at the pedestrian element of different community plans, with a focus right now on the Southeast community plans, ways to enhance walkability in our communities, establishing guidelines to get additional parks and open space, utilizing paper streets for open space opportunities and for greening, and we have underway a green mapping project to identify locations in the historic core and South Park where sidewalk extensions, pocket parks, mid-block paseos can be created without taking away existing lanes of traffic, and that to coordinate with the street standards that are being developed by DOT and the Department of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that as well, and filling in a little bit of the report from the CRA. Rec and Parks, we had you down for 3, but I think it's only fair to give Rec and Parks a little bit longer. Mr. Labange would certainly object, so we can ask Rec and Parks to come forward. And Mr. Muckery, we're going to do, there's 5 departments, Mr. Labange, and we're going to ask them all questions together. DBS is right after Rec and Parks. Come on forward. If we could give one chair up, that would be great.
I need Mike Schul from Advanced Planning.
Yeah, there's one chair right here. He can, maybe we can slide the microphone around so he can have one. No, you can stay there, Gail. Okay. 5 minutes, please. And if we can make room for the 2 of them, that would be great.
Sad commentary. I forgot my eyes.
It's all right. And thank you. I want to, not that I'm handing out green stars, but Rec and Parks did have the longest report that was submitted, so we appreciate length sometimes is a good thing, and here it was, so appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Council President John Muckery, General Manager, Recreation and Parks. Real briefly, I'm going to lead in. With over 400 city parks and 16,000 acres of parkland, we touch residents and the environment every day. A few years ago, I asked the City Council to reestablish an advanced planning group within Rec and Parks. Now we are really seeing the effectiveness and the value of this group. We are working with many city departments, Department of Water and Power, Bureau of Sanitation, Street Services, General Services, Environmental Affairs, BOE, CRA, Planning, everybody to look at our parks as really the central point for environmental justice. We are on the cusp of adding over 45 new parks to the city inventory. This does not include a recent effort to work with our Department of General Services to use additional city excess property. Working with the DWP, Rec and Parks, a few years ago, started to install smart irrigation at our parks, waterless urinals, clean space on the power lines, and rehabilitating resident camps. This will be done with a strong youth hiring component. This is one of those interesting facts about water. If we can save 1 acre-foot of water per year, that equates to over 2 million 16-ounce bottles of drinking water. And that's just phenomenal. I just can't even envision that. However, we have not stopped there. Environment goes a long way and affects all our lives. Our cooling and heating centers on the recreation side offer citizens the opportunity to spend time in our recreation facilities, thereby reducing energy consumption. Our foods now are all trans fat free. And recently we have even changed how we consume food by using compostable eating utensils with our camp and other food programs. This has resulted in almost 100% landfill diversion to compost facilities from our resident camps. Another fun fact, this will equate to over 80 tons of organic and previously petroleum-based material from being dumped in our landfills. You can even equate that to 12 trash trucks full of waste going to our landfills, or the reduction of greenhouse gases by 66 metric tons of carbon dioxide. Another fun fact, that's taking 14 cars off our highways. Instead, this material will become compost and be used again in our parks to generate green growth. We should look no further than Rio de Los Angeles, one of the newest and biggest parks, 40 acres in our inventory. That is the greenest park in the nation. And when I say greenest park, it's 100% stormwater diversion will be retained in that park. Recently, we had the opportunity to talk to 30 other nations. Some of these nations you would think do not have water problems. We're talking about Ireland. We're talking about New Zealand and many other countries. When they saw what we are doing with cisterns in our parks, working with our friends at Tree People, Andy Lipkiss, what we have done at Rio de Los Angeles, they want to learn more. We have not stopped there. Prop O, I heard that earlier in the discussions yesterday. Of the $500 million earmarked for Prop O, over $300 million will be spent in LA City parks, affecting the TMDL changes. We're there. We believe in it, and now we have a short presentation that's going to show you even more of what we're doing.
Good morning, council members. Mike Shaw with Recreation and Parks. John touched on many of the issues that we're going to run through on our PowerPoint here, but simply we see the parks as a solution to many of the issues that are facing the city on the environmental sustainability issues. So I'm going to walk through the presentation quickly on some of the initiatives. The first one being shown up there on the screen is the open space plan, as John had mentioned. We originally started off with 35 parks, building 35 new parks over the course of 5 years. That equates to a baseline of 7 parks per year. We're currently on track to deliver 45 parks in that same amount of time. And that's, as John stated, does not include the surplus property that we've currently evaluated, which could add a potential 16 additional parks on top of that. Those parks we have mapped those parks, and they're located throughout the city. And that would also equate to about 1,200 acres of land.
Hello. Can you recognize my point of information?
Right. Point of information?
I just thought it would be helpful if you explained how a cistern works, what it is.
Correct.
Because I'm sure every council member knows exactly what a cistern is, but I'm concerned about the Channel 35 folks not understanding.
Good point, council member. Having grown up in Pacoima, every winter we'd have just a deluge of rain that would just run down to low spots in the East Valley. Andy Lipkiss and Tree People approached me with the county about 3 years ago and said we would like to put some cisterns at the low point, which is at Sunland Park.
Yeah.
Sunland Park. Sun Valley, I'm sorry. I get two parks confused. Anyways, these cisterns are huge. They will hold millions and millions of storm water that will previously ran into the LA River, now run into the park, are retained into the cisterns, and re-injected into the aquifer. And so we reduce two things. One is the flooding in that area, and two is groundwater retention. These cisterns are huge. I believe we have some pictures of them. Maybe not in this presentation, but we do have them. We'll provide this to Channel 35 and others. But thank you, Councilmember, for pointing it out. It's a huge engineering marvel.
So following up on the presentation, water conservation is one of our major initiatives. Obviously, as a large water user of the city's potable water system, we've taken it quite seriously, and we've developed a number of relationships with the Department of Water and Power, with Bureau of Engineering doing some of the implementation for us, GSD with some of the meter rededication, funding from Metropolitan Water District and DWR through Prop 13 and Prop 50. I'm here today to say that for smart irrigation system, which are essentially weather smart systems that are controllers that replace our old controllers, which are essentially smart to the weather. They read the air temperature, they read the wind conditions, they read the participation, and they calculate the volume of water that's needed. And also you can program into these controllers the types of materials that you're watering and control how much water goes to those materials. Smart irrigation systems can save as much as 1 acre-foot of water per year in a park. That equates to a substantial water savings when you add up all the parks that we have in our system. We've currently completed 47 parks retrofitted with smart irrigation controllers. We have 45 additional parks in planning. Reclaimed water being the second measure under water conservation. We currently water with reclaimed water 2 golf courses and 4 parks. We have 5 other golf courses in planning with Department of Water and Power, and that also includes Elysian Park, replacing that with reclaimed water. And additionally, we have 3 parks in planning using reclaimed water. We currently use, over the last 5 years, we use approximately, our department uses about 12,000 acre-feet per year of water. So again, we've taken that quite seriously, and our goal over the next 5 years is to reduce our water consumption by 25%. That's a strong statement to be made, but we feel with the retrofit of the smart irrigation controllers, as well as reclaimed water, we feel that we can meet that in the next 5 years.
Can we do about one more minute?
Okay,
you can just breeze through it. I know,
okay.
And do you have that available? That wasn't part of the report.
We do. Actually, we could...
if we could make copies of that, that's what a number of the departments have done, and then you don't have to go through each slide, but we're able to see that. So
I'll have staff bring that up right now. As the council president mentioned, we submitted a report that it was quite large. We're doing a number of things, and I think John touched on most of them. I think the other one being, the parks are being heavily used as land for implementation of huge stormwater projects, which affect not just the park, but affect the city. The parks are being used, and most of these systems are underground, so we're making the parks available to the city to implement these large stormwater diversion projects, to bring the stormwater in from the storm drain system in the city underneath the park and have it treated and then released back into the watershed. The value of that land is tremendous, and the cost savings that is being, without having to do acquisition to Proposition O, is tremendous. That being said, you can see why there's been so much money of over $300 million placed into
Excuse me one second. Can the department, I know you were trying to get in, can you give the PowerPoint to my staff here, and we'll get copies made? Thank you. Go ahead, continue.
There should be 15 copies there.
Has it already been passed out? Is that what people are saying? Okay, great, thank you. So, colleagues, you have this all before you.
So I think as I just finish up with some of the resource conservation, particularly on our recycling efforts, I don't think many people know that the Department of Recreation and Parks recycles 100% of their green waste. That's 100%. We currently divert 90% of all of our waste in the department, which includes metals, paper, and all other sorts of recyclable materials. That again, we've been doing that since 1995, and I don't think that that's well known. Most of the green waste, including green waste which comes from sanitation, is composted and reused back in the park system. So that's a huge sustainability effort that's been ongoing.
I'm going to have to ask you to go there. We're about 11 minutes right now, and we're going to keep tight reins. But if folks want to look at the energy resource conservation slides and the cultural resources conservation and the green building stuff, those are on the last bits as well. So thank you very much on that. We will go to building and safety as our final team, and then we'll take questions for the Big Five. And we'll ask DOT to come back up right after this as well. So thank you.
Thank you, council members. In the interest of time, I will be brief. LADBS is committed to helping the city in achieving its goals and vision as it relates to sustainability and environmental issues. Specifically, we have implemented a number of programs. One of those programs is a priority plan check program. Any building which is certified at a level of LEED, silver LEED or better, and goes to the front of the line in terms of the plan check, they don't have to wait without any additional cost. They get priority plan check. For any green buildings, we have case management services available. Also, we have actively been participating in Mayor's Sustainable Practices Cabinet and in the interdepartmental green building team. Also, as you know, the city cannot enact building standards without unless it is enacted at the state level, and we are working at the state level to create some green building codes, so consider some of the green building issues. Also, we have worked to foster water efficiency, energy efficiency, and new technologies. We have done extensive outreach to the public, and we have done training of all of our staff. Some of the other things that we are working on is implementing all of these programs, as well as training the staff on some of the new technologies which are coming in. And also, as you may know, we have a state-of-the-art mechanical testing lab, which allows us to test new products and new methods and evaluate them for their safety and for their viability. With that, I'm available to answer any questions, and I believe that was under a minute and a half.
I think it was just under a minute and 40 seconds. You're correct. So
All right.
good job. Colleagues, now we will turn to questioning. We're going to spend about an hour on this group total. We're about a half hour, 25 minutes in, which gives us about 35 minutes. We'll run the clock the same way as we did yesterday with 3 minutes, including answers. So I'll ask our general managers and departmental representatives to keep your answers as brief because you're eating into the members' times as well. So we're going to try to direct questions. Again, I encourage not speeches so much as questions and direction. Our chief legislative analyst is, as yesterday, taking notes on motions that are before us and directions. And so the general managers and representatives know we're sending these all as a group to the Energy and Environment Committee, where we will chew through what looks like what we can adopt as quantifiable goals and essentially our environmental agenda for this year. I know Mr. Rosendahl sorry, actually, Mr. Smith is first, and coming down, I had it mixed up. I had it backwards. You are fifth. Mr. Smith, Mr. Grewal, Labange, Alarcon, Rosendahl, and Reyes, in that order. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Ms. Goldberg, when we write community plans, we have nice little maps with colors on them, what kinds of things we want built in an area. When we have a general plan, we have footnotes to that. We have elements of it that deal with sustainability and some of the things we've been talking about here. I am concerned about the connection to those citizens when they're writing those community plans, that they understand the responsibility that we place for a city on communities, such as recycling centers, for instance. What do we do to guarantee that every community plan considers that we look at some sort of zoning rights, if you will, or predetermining that we want certain areas to have those kind of facilities so they're available to the public? What do we do from the larger, bigger land use issues down to the small community plans to ensure that these ideas are in there?
Well, one of the things I think, Councilmember Smith, that you've heard me say a lot is that the new community plans are going to be much more complex and much more complete than any community plan that you've seen before. One of the things that all of the community planners are challenged to do is to read carefully the directions from the general plan. And we also have an obligation, which we are doing, to go out to the community and tell them what those policies are. What are our starting points? Because we are not starting with a blank slate. And so we talk about the overall city policies that must be incorporated into each of the community plans so that the community is very clear that we each have a responsibility in that particular area to implement those policies. So I think that you will see plans that do include the kinds of things that are important to you.
Great. I'm glad to hear that we're going to have a new kind of community plan, because realistically all of us deal with community plans, and Mr. Reyes more than anybody knows, our community plans are very weak as far as defining image.
You haven't seen a community plan yet.
Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I think we all will be. Mr. Muckery, you know, the department, first of all, I want to say you've done a magnificent job in your presentation today. It's one of the most thorough of all of them, so thank you for that. Dealing with green waste, nobody is better, maybe in the entire country, than what LA Rec and Parks does with green waste. My concern is, and maybe I'm a little outdated because this is an observation I made about a year ago, but I went to a soccer game at one of our city parks. There was trash bins all over the place, bulging with these and Coke cans. And I said, where were the blue bins? I know we have them inside the facilities, but for the weekend uses, where is our recycling program outside of the green waste program?
It's a question that I've been grappling with only because what you see at the end of the day is nothing in those bins. The normal recyclers will come in and empty our trash.
Okay.
We have a bigger problem right now with recycling. Our copper wiring is disappearing at an alarming rate. So it's something we should look at. We should put the bins at that, but it won't be a money maker for the city. It'll just be more work. that material will disappear at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm not so sure it does in every community. I think that you maybe want to take a look at that. Secondly, gray water. You mentioned a number of the projects you're doing to use gray water. We started down that road some 20 years ago, as I recall. You've done a number of programs. It seems to me that we could do so much more. Where is the lack of commitment on our part? Is it in funding? Is it in water and power? Is it sanitation? Getting systems to you so that you can utilize that gray water? What is lacking that we could? Why aren't we doing it in every park? That's the question.
That is the goal, and I don't think there is a lack of commitment on any level right now. When the former head, or I shouldn't say former, Ron Deaton and I used to speak daily on this, on using water conservation. We now are looking to put all our golf courses, all 13 will be reclaimed water, in most of our large parks. There's no lack of commitment. It's timing, money, engineering. That's all, and we're committed to do it. All of us are.
If there's anything you need in that, please let us know. And then finally, I have a report back, because I know I'm out of time. A report back request. I spoke to you yesterday about this, about ionized water systems for our pools, which eliminates the need for chlorine and other chemicals. So I'd like a report back for you. I will get you the information I have. Maybe some of the environmental groups can give you the information, but it could save, you said, millions of dollars a year in chlorine costs and make it cleaner water. So I think that would be very beneficial to us.
I agree. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
So little time to do so much. So we'll just do a quick hit on a couple of things. Let's just start with Rec and Park. We've talked about the pools. We talked about keeping them open longer, better use of our facilities, talking about DWP, working with you on some magic programs of getting in solar panels. What's your take on all that?
We've already begun to work with DWP and our Bureau of Engineering on looking into that. There are some engineering issues, but I don't think they're insurmountable, and it may be a solution to keep pools open longer.
Good. We look forward to doing that, Gail. A couple of things. This is something I had them quickly get out, which has to do with tsunami emergency information. You know, the red area is the area in Venice that will be hit if a tsunami were to come into that area there. Any thoughts from a planning standpoint of preparing ourselves for this climate change and the kinds of structures we should be building?
Well, I think we have an absolute obligation within our plans and within our environmental review of our plans to consider all of those possibilities. But I think that we do need to address those kinds of planning issues within the community plan, and that it needs to be a bigger part of our community outreach at all times. But that is a significant community issue that must be addressed in a community plan.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, Council Member, as part of the Emergency Operations Board, we have discussed that very scenario down in that area. We are aware of the same environmental issues and the same geology issues that could cause a tsunami. There are plans being developed to include outreach and to include notification if, in fact, we think an event is in the foreseeable future. But I believe EPD can give you more information on that.
Good. Another subject, Tom Shea and Kelly Meyer yesterday, I saw the house. This is a LEED house. It's not silver, it's not gold, it's platinum. And I went there for the initial opening of it. How do we move forward in encouraging the building of green buildings LEED certified?
Well, I think we have to do more than encourage it. I think we begin with development requirements. And one of the things that the Planning Department is doing right now is developing a green building program for private development in the city. We expect to have that at the CPC by the end of next month, and it will be at council by the end of this year. But I think we begin by having basic requirements for development, and then we incentivize going beyond those basic requirements. And the intent would be through time to continue to raise the requirements until all development in this city becomes green development.
And when you do that, in some cases, we have to have variances and zone changes to make that effective.
All of those things will require municipal code changes, and the Planning Department, as we come forward with policies, we will come forward with the implementing tools that are required to actually make the policy happen.
Waterless urinals. I brought it up as a no-brainer because I saw it in the Santa Monica, but boy, the labor unions were all over me talking about building codes and stuff like that. Where are we on waterless urinals?
Well, I think that's part of policy development also. The opposition to those, I think, are very similar to the low flush toilets that we all talked about a few years ago that now have become absolutely acceptable everywhere. But it could be a part of future policies. Right now, it's permitted, and that was a challenge to get over, but it's not a requirement yet.
Yeah. Please, John.
Yeah, the Department of Recreation and Parks, working with DWP, is going to replace over 700 urinals with waterless urinals. There are some issues, again, with engineering. We're going to use labor from Labor Pool with the CDD and the Workforce Improvement Board, so it'll have a strong youth hiring component, but we're committed to do that.
That's great, because if we can work with the unions on this, we can solve a problem, we can save water, and we can move forward.
The unions are 100% with me on this.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, and we actually have a motion on that. I'll talk a little bit more with our DBS general manager as well.
So much to talk about with so little time.
So little, but press that button again. We encourage it. Mrs. McGrule is next, and then Mr. Labange.
Thank you. And I know that there is legislation that's on the desk, I believe, of the governor right now that would deal with some of the issues, and I think be something statewide that both the unions and the environmentalists all would come to some agreement. So hopefully that will go forward. I was interested, Gail, you mentioned, and I think both you and Andrew, on incentivizing some of these environmental things as they go forward. And maybe you can just outline a few of these.
Right. Well, I think one of the incentives that's fairly effective right now is using expedited permitting processing for those kinds of development that we are attempting to encourage in this city. We currently provide expedited processing for affordable housing, other things that we're doing, and we are also now beginning to do that for projects that are meeting certain LEED standards. So those kinds of incentives, I think, are going to be very helpful.
You know, it would be useful, I think, because we all do talk about expediting particular projects and areas. I don't know if I've ever seen a list that has all of those that are part of that special category that we are encouraging. I think that would be great to
I will get it to you. Thank you.
Andrew, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, we have, in the Department of Building and Safety, we work on incentivizing things, and we have provided incentive for green buildings by priority plan check, as well as by making the case management services available to the green buildings, both of those at no cost for green buildings.
So it would be great as part of the report backs for both building and safety and planning to kind of say, here are the either incentives we currently have, and two, which ones are on the kind of expedited
I think
list.
another incentive that we have to consider is that we need to have people who are processing those things who are very well trained and equipped to do it. And that is another little hurdle that I think we're all working through, to make sure we have accredited, trained staff to process those kinds of projects.
Do we have any training programs?
We're putting planners through those accreditation programs right now.
Okay. So that would be another kind of report back from CLA as well on training programs that exist in various departments, those that are working on them, and those where we need to potentially look at that to increase the ability for us to review those and make sure that we are as environmentally knowledgeable on our staff level. Really quick, and then I will push my button again. John, on the issue of Rec and Parks has an integrated pest management system, and I've introduced a motion to talk about. Is this a model for the city that we should look at other areas?
Quite honestly, yes. I think it beats everybody I've seen in any Rec and Parks or municipal government.
Okay. So, and maybe that's a report back that from the CLA as far as what, and it's consistent with the motion I'd previously introduced. What is Rec and Parks doing, and how can we ensure that other departments are similarly doing the same thing, those that are required maintenance, general services, or looking at some of our proprietary departments as well? And then I will push my button again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. James, what's your name 5 great buildings in Los Angeles? Come on, start with City Hall, Coliseum. You got 3 more to go.
Disney Hall.
Disney Hall, come on. Maybe one in a big city park. On a hill, Griffith Park. Observatory. Okay, James, there's no dash service to the observatory, and you want to come in here and talk green. How many think there should be public transportation to the observatory? Raise your hand right now. Look back there, James. All right, they got to move that Los Feliz dash up Vermont. Change it. On the 1st of November, there's a change, and I think your general manager, Record Parks, wants to see public access to the observatory.
Yes, I do.
We'll be meeting with your staff next week on that.
Good, very good, but it's a real priority. The clock's ticking. Ms. Goldberg, the one thing I would like from your department is more information, more knowledge to the people. I'm thinking of seeing if we could put some in our very stylish bus shelters. Information is knowledge is power. ZEMIS. People want to know local zoning. People get real upset because all of a sudden, and I was very aware during the Reardon administration, there was very little housing production. It just wasn't happening. The zones have stayed the same, and then all of a sudden people are shocked to know that there's a building being built, but it was zoned for a long time. Information is knowledge is power. ZEMIS is an important tool. And once you tell people what the challenges are, they seem to understand it. Please do that. Try to drive people to ZEMIS. Information is knowledge is power. And also, I want to see a senior lead. We all know our senior lead police officer, Sam Salazar, Al Palanki, whatever, all the names, Shay, all those guys. And please, men and women of the police department out there, excuse me for saying that, there should be senior lead planners, people who know. Because people hate to get to City Hall. Double take. You got something to say on that?
I just wanted to tell you that the planning department is reorganizing our entire department around geographic teams so that every area planning commission will have a complete planning team that will have a lead planner that will be in charge of that particular community. And I think that this will be an opportunity for the planners, the case processors, all of them to better connect with the community so that the community will know exactly who to go
And also
to.
I thought too, when people sell their house, they should be notified what the zoning is next door and what community plan is in the area. You think that's a good idea?
I think that information is readily available.
No, when you close escrow, when you sign the line, it says you should know that you bought into an area that is R3 or R2 or R1. We'll talk later on that. I'll talk
Thank
to
you.
Vok and get a motion on that again. Mr. Muckery, I think when you explain to Mr. Smith, I see it in the morning. There's a lot of people who recycle. So I question sometimes that we put multiple trash cans up in that. I'll push my button again to stay within the line. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon?
I'm talking to
Who's next? Was that from when you wanted to ask a point of information, or Mr. Alarcon, did you want to ask questions right now? Or was that from the point of information from before? Okay. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes? Let's hold that on the table. We'll go ahead to Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Question is to Department of Recreation and Parks. When it comes to smart irrigation jobs, things of that nature, parks and green spaces jobs, are there going to be job opportunities for the youth and or younger adults throughout Los Angeles to engage in that?
Yeah, briefly, the beauty of this program is going to be multi-year, so it's not a one-time, one-shot deal. I would imagine this is going to go 10 years. It'll be 12 months a year. So there's going to be opportunities at all levels, from entry level to 1 in 5, the people we know that we need to target, to summer youth programs. So we're tailoring against a wide spectrum.
So even though the actual activity is focused on conservation of energy and water and stuff in our park facilities, this is an opportunity to address one of the other issues that we're all committed to, which is providing jobs for local people in those communities.
Both real jobs and real skill sets that they'll be able to parlay once this program does end in about 10 years.
Can you explain for us what the stewardship camp programs and Camp Bradford renovation is about?
Camp Bradford is a campground we have. It's up in the hills below Lake Arrowhead. It's a resident camp, provides opportunities. Now, that campground was destroyed in the Landers earthquake. What we want to do is completely rebuild that campground using, again, a contingent of skilled artisans and out-of-school kids to rebuild that camp, and then provide ongoing education at campground once it's open on environmental stewardship. So it's a long-term program. It's a beautiful campground. It's been there since the 20s. We need now to effect the repairs.
So that particular campground doesn't have youth participating in activities there. So it's kind of like a situation where, say, if we had people who got out of jail or what have you, and they need to be in some kind of program, maybe we can work with the courts and probation and assigning certain individuals to give them jobs up there, and we don't necessarily need to deal with issues of them being in and around young people or what have you.
That's correct. That's one of the concerns I have when we do youth hiring, even regular hiring in the city and rec and parks, is a very talent pool that I want to draw from to give meaningful jobs. Many of those people have dings on their records and one of the 22 felonies that preclude them from working in and around kids. We're looking at areas where we can use the same talent pool at areas that does not affect kids, and that would most definitely be one of the areas we could use.
Excellent. Mr. Edelman, just briefly, do you see opportunities within the city? I mean, your people are literally in almost every building and every facility throughout the city of Los Angeles. Do you foresee opportunities where we can improve on our efficiency rates when it comes to water and power and things of that nature?
Yes, I do. And some of the steps which have been taken are the followings. We allowed...
Well, I'm out of time because they're limiting us. But basically, the bottom line is, my main question to you is, are other departments and organizations within the city, are they coming to you for your expertise? You have a lot of engineers, you have architects on staff, you have people who have a lot of capacity. Are other departments coming to you for your advice and your participation?
We collaborate regularly, and
No. Are they coming to you? I know you're willing to, etc., but are they coming to you to ask you for the expertise that already is within your department?
We could do better in that.
Okay. Well, that's what I want to see. I want to see departments utilizing other departments' expertise across the board, because it's silly for us not to do that. We have a lot of wonderful award-winning experts and departments within the city of Los Angeles. When it comes to this issue, we need to be utilizing each other's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes is next.
Thank you, Council President. And this is really, hopefully, a question where I can get an answer from DOT, Planning and Building and Safety. When we look at our criteria for addressing air quality, when we design streets, we continue to say that we have wider streets, it reduces car idling, and therefore better air quality. Yet, when we widen streets, that means we have more cars on the streets. So it's counterintuitive. So how can we promote streets that accommodate multiple uses? Wider sidewalks, more bikes, more green corridors. Is that something that's realistic, given our limited infrastructure? And if we can get some feedback on that.
Right. Well, I think that it's not only feasible, but it's absolutely imperative for our future. And I think that's the kind of streets that we were labeling as complete streets. Streets that do more than just move cars. Streets that accommodate pedestrians in a great way, and bicycles.
And I don't mean to be going because we're running out of time, but in our codes, within building and safety, within public works, we might put in a community plan, but if the language has not changed in public works or in DOT, it's not going to get implemented. So are we changing that?
We are creating a new street standard that everyone will use, and it will be a part of the code, yes.
Great. On green rooftops, I know we introduced a motion 2 years ago. I believe Councilman Perry will be celebrating and exemplifying that technology with a green rooftop building. Are we documenting what we've learned in terms of the costs and code changes with the UBC, the building code, and are we implementing that with the other municipal facilities? Are we being proactive in that regard? Anyone care to answer?
Well, I believe that we are working hard we have a new code committee that is looking at what are the changes that we need to actually make in the municipal code to implement the policies. And so I think we are looking carefully at that. One of our problems is that we adopt policies and then the codes get in our way. So that is a focus that we're looking at.
And Mr. Adelman, if I may, between yourself and our Director in Planning, I'd like to have a plum committee meeting just on that issue. We can begin to put forth at the committee level which codes we need to start highlighting, magnifying, which ones actually get to a change in how we do business in the city that reinforces these greening type of strategies, and actually start drilling down to the criteria and how our codes should be supporting as opposed to, I speak to developers and I speak to single residential homeowners. They tell me, Councilman, you guys talk a good game I'm trying to do this on my property, but building and safety doesn't let me. It's not in the codes. So, you guys are saying one thing here, but in fact, you're not enforcing or supporting.
I should point out, Council Member, that the building codes are written by the State of California, City of LA, or no other city up and down the state has the authority to write their own building codes. We can amend the codes to a limited extent, and those amendments can be based on climatic, geologic, topographic conditions. So what we have done in the spirit of the green building, we are working at the statewide level. Department of Building and Safety in the City of LA is working at the statewide level to make those changes at the statewide level. We are not allowed to write a building code for City of LA. That is against the state law.
Okay, so do we have a resolution that we can present that specifies these changes? Otherwise, we don't know what it is you're changing or not changing. So we need to make that public. We need to get advice from the advocates, new techniques that are emerging, new technology. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and we will work on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon is next, and then Ms. Perry.
This time it's for real. You made some mention of the Million Tree Initiative, and I'm concerned that in some areas we have some council districts are very short on trees as compared to others. In the San Fernando Valley, my district has the fewest trees, and yet I didn't hear any strategic endeavor to correct the inequity in the system. Citywide, we are either third or fourth. I don't know where the other 2 or 3 districts are on the other side of the hill, but I would think that they should be targeted for greening projects, and Recreation and Parks is in a key position with Public Works to accommodate that need. So I was curious what we might do, or what kinds of priorities you have set to strategically improve the canopies in those districts that have the least trees.
Rec and Parks is one of many agencies working on that, both public and private. It's being coordinated through the Bureau of Public Works. We have done, I can speak, I was part of the board that started this 2 years ago. We have done a canopy analysis throughout the city, and we are looking at those under the very same scenarios that just presented, those areas of greatest needs, and we're looking at what variety and species of trees would be most amenable to that environment. So we're aware of it. I can't tell you about today what the strategic vision and or when, but I do know that we have taken everything you put in that you verbalized in the plan.
Yeah, and it was your study that I referred to, but is the department specifically, does it have a strategic agenda to target those districts with the fewest trees?
Most assuredly, we are looking at those districts with the fewest trees because they're the fertile ground to plant most of the million trees.
Or they don't.
Or they don't.
That's the problem.
But there are some legitimate concerns with planting trees willy-nilly throughout the city. They have to be survivable, they have to be the right species, and the environment has to be conducive to maintain the trees. We don't want to plant trees in
Well, quite frankly, I was surprised to find that the Northeast San Fernando Valley, my 7th Council District, had the fewest trees, according to your canopy study, in the San Fernando Valley. But I also know that it has some of the greatest opportunities to plant trees with open space still present, and we need to take advantage of that before somebody puts something on it that impedes our ability to put a tree on it. But I can think of places like Pioneer Park and other parks that are being donated. Some of the Prop K funding ought to be looking at where's the greatest opportunity to put trees, as opposed to just funding it by proportion by other council districts. We need to be driven by the inequities and correct those inequities. That's exactly what was behind the whole neighborhood council movement. So we need to be responsive to that movement and correct those inequities. And I appreciate your efforts to do that.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this is kind of I guess, integrated question with Rec and Parks and Planning and Building and Safety. But John and I spoke yesterday about the motion that I have pending on Quimby funds, and I tend to look at, once we figure out what the number is, that's an opportunity for us to do something that's environmental, something that's greening, softscaping, and to kind of push the envelope a bit. And I know we talked about what figures may or may not be correct, and I know that we're going to get a report from you based on each council district, what's been encumbered and what remains to be spent, because the balance itself was pretty significant. I thought it was $70 million, and apparently it's higher than that. So I want to know if, given all that, whatever the amount turns out to be, is the department thinking of it in terms of expenditures that can integrate some of these environmental issues, canopy issues, emissions issues, heat reduction, better water management, runoff, things like that, creating recreation spaces that are not only green, but for land acquisition. As you know, there's a lot of talk downtown now about acquiring additional parcels for infill parks and things like that. And then any of those, it has to be secure, not only green, but secure. So what's your thinking on that?
The Quimby fees go hand in hand with the needs assessment we're doing citywide. The City of LA has benefited, and I say benefited, from the real estate boom. Quimby has grown in the last 2 years by leaps and bounds, plus we're gaining interest on it. Quite honestly, it outpaced the ability to adequately plan those monies. And I have come from the ilk that we just don't spend money to spend money. At the parallel course, we're putting a needs assessment in citywide to find out those areas of greatest needs. We're going to be implementing real soon a GIS map that's going to show you exactly where those Quimby monies were generated, exactly where those Quimby monies can be spent, and it will also show those areas of need. So we'll superimpose parks, CRA, canopy, environmental issues, so then we can positively put our footprint down on the future, not just to expend money that's growing, but to expend it wisely, just in those areas that you articulated.
And to help your analysis, because Mr. Reyes mentioned a shocking number yesterday about density within a geographic area, and then he compared it with other parts of the city. So as you do your GIS analysis, would you also indicate density within districts?
Madam President, can you just hold the clock for a minute, because this is a very important issue.
Yeah, hold the clock, please.
No, 3 years ago, I said that we need to incorporate real hard statistical data in our decision making. Yeah. Part of that was not just census data from the year 2000, but was taking inventory of other agencies and project ahead those areas where we know the demographics are either going to change or going to increase. Looking at both ends of the spectrum. The youth, how many young we have and how many elderly we have, so we can make those very decisions that we need, and they will be incorporated as part of this GIS map and the decision-making tool.
Just as an FYI, folks, condos, do they generate Quimby or not?
Yes, they do.
What about apartments?
No, they do not.
Okay, I had to reverse. All right. I think these are important points to be raised, and also the issue of concentration density goes to equitable distribution of funding and resources, and prioritizing, where we need to go first, particularly in areas where people have decided already to, accept redevelopment, to use tax increment, versus areas where they've chosen proactively not to, or to avoid the responsibility that comes with that.
I just want to interject. The city can't do it alone. That's why we're looking at many nonprofits to fill in the void. We've had a very successful campaign with the Hearts of Los Angeles down at Lafayette Park. We brought in $1.5 million together from Every Child Foundation and the KEC to leverage both our resource in providing services, just as you articulated again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. 5 great departments, and tough to get through all of them. Just some feedback on the reports. Again, Rec and Parks, thank you. Not just for the depth. You obviously have a lot of material as well. Say CRA and planning was a little thin, and we're trying to give people feedback in terms of the reports, but they were both. CRA was 1 page. I know environment isn't your core issue, but planning, could have gotten much more in depth, considering you also have responsibility for sustainability in the city. So we'd love to get some more materials as we're going through this process. And DOT and DVS were in between, so sufficient, although DVS was latest. Anyway, for Rec and Parks, I'd like us to set a goal. Part of this whole thing is to really set numerical goals of how long it would be for folks to have, everybody in the city to have a park within a half mile of where they live, whether that's 5, 10, 20 years. One of the things I'd like us to adopt this year as a council is that, so if we can work together on that. And Elysian Park we've covered. I know there's a lot of reused water in that park in more ways than one. We talked to DWP about that, but that has to be a high priority for the waterfalls that are really cascading around there. In terms of, do you measure your H2O use in parks?
The what use?
Your water use?
Oh, very definitely. You heard we use over 12 million acre-feet of water a year.
Because I was told also that, for instance, like in Elysian Park, there's no way of even measuring it. There's no meters that are there. Is that just Elysian Park, or is that other places
That
too?
could be just specific to Elysian Park, but we do know how much water we use, and that's why we set a goal to reduce it by 25%.
Right. And we really appreciate that goal. That's the sort of quantifiable thing we're looking for from departments. I'd like to also work with the CLA and seeing if we can adopt a policy so all new parks have some sort of watershed report attached to it. With Propo and ongoing funding, we should never be building a park, as we're starting to do already, but we should never be building a park that isn't part of the master watershed work that we're doing. Let me move on real quick. Planning. In terms of the landscape ordinance, I'd like for us to look at reducing the revisions we made to perhaps buildings of 1,000 and below, which would capture residential. We did a lot of that with commercial buildings for more drought-tolerant plants and to retain water, but that's something that I'd like to explore. I'd also like to introduce with Mr. Reyes a motion for a pilot project. We'll talk to DWP and others, but to do $25,000 grants to help residential or potentially commercial, but residential homes do green roofs so that we can get that technology out there. Chicago had a kind of similar program, and it helps us actually do that. Do you have goals for how many, maybe DBS is better asked, how many buildings we want to go through priority plan check this year for LEED certified?
We started the priority plan check August of 2006, and we have had 16 projects who have taken advantage of that.
Okay, we'd like to work with you to actually quantify a goal for the year and see if we can hit it. Obviously, you're waiting for who comes in the door, but it will help us work with others to see if we can't incentivize, if we're falling short of what our city's goals are, again, to do that. I'll press my button again, but waterless urinals, appreciate the movement on that. When I introduced the motion, I know Mr. Rosendahl talked about this. We have worked with the unions and settled, I believe, all the disagreements there, but we should be looking at the code on that here locally for our planning, and also our dual flush toilet motion, which Mr. Padilla and I introduced a while back, just like the low flush toilets. It may be time to have the dual flush toilets mandatory for us to be able to get that with new constructions, and I'll press my button for more. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam President, is it possible that you hold the clock and I give an explanation on waterless urinal for 30 seconds, because it seems like...
We'll let you go in 30 seconds, then we'll go to Mr. Parks.
All right.
After you.
The Department of Building and Safety permitted waterless urinals as of July 1, 2006 for certain uses. We anticipate that that will be expanded to certain other uses as of January 1, 2008. But I'm looking at a three-phase project, three-phase aspect. There has been already waterless urinals installed, for example, in the Dodgers Stadium, Rec and Park facilities, and others. We are working on that and making good progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
No, I haven't gotten started. Let me start off and ask, and let me apologize first of all because I was late getting here. So if you've covered this, give me the thumbnail answer. I didn't hear any comments about the congestive management or congestive pricing, and that's the hot term of the day, and whether you can comment on that as it relates to how the city might be responding to those two issues.
Well, I will start, I guess, because the City Planning Department, working closely with the Transportation Department, is creating a new mobility element for the general plan that will lay out the general citywide policies for mobility for the next 10 to 15 years. I think that congestion pricing is, of course, one of the things that will have to be considered as a strategy in the city, and I believe that we are looking at that, and I'll let Transportation talk in more detail.
Yes, Councilmember Parks, the department has had some initial presentations from some consultants. We're working with congestion pricing as one of the means to look at reducing traffic, and working closely with the planning department, both looking at other best practices as well as looking at parking policies and that pricing as as well to reduce traffic congestion. So we're working hand in hand, as Gail mentioned. We're close to providing some information to council and through the committees and get more information. But we are definitely looking at that.
Okay, and then let me ask Ms. Goldberg, on dealing with this whole issue of transportation corridors, that's another word, a term that we use a great deal, and the reality in some of our communities is that the community is already built out, and so it's almost a completely redevelopment of a community after someone decides to put a rail system like down Exposition. So what is the real reality of creating that issue of a transportation corridor in communities that are already built out, and we've changed the dynamics of the transportation system?
Well, I think that we need to look at it on a community-by-community basis as we update the community plans, and I think that our first priority ought to be around the fixed rail stations or around the Orange Line stations, those where we have a long-term commitment and a huge infrastructure investment that we've already made that we need to support by land use. And I believe that we have enough opportunities in this city to accommodate growth in places where we can get community support, that we don't have to be pushing development into communities or redevelopment into communities that are not quite ready for it.
Okay. Let me ask Ms. Goldberg and then also CRA. You're, I think, working, Ms. Goldberg, on about 5 or 6 community plans.
We're working on 12 community plans, 1/3 of the city.
Okay. And then one of the issues is that I know at least in the 8th District, we're re-looking at some of our CRA areas. I'm just wondering how closely are those two projects aligned with each other?
Right. Well, we are working closely with the CRA because, frankly, the community plan is the guiding force, and any redevelopment plan has to be consistent with the community plan. So we are working closely with the redevelopment agency to make sure that the goals of redevelopment are reflected in the new community plan so that they stay in sync.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Very quickly, if I could, to confirm that we are doing that in all of the plan updates, the redevelopment plan updates in the expansion areas. We're also participating in the financing of the community plan updates so that they do, in fact, work hand in hand as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl for a second time, and Mr. Reyes and Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I want to move a little bit to transportation questions, and I know Mr. Labange mentioned the dash to the observatory, and in fact, I had just been reading an email message, Mr. Labange, from someone who wanted to make sure that after November 2nd, that in fact it continued in a way in which we wouldn't have all those vehicles going up there. So I'm with him on that one. A couple of questions on the LEDs, which you mentioned. I know we had a kind of a bump in the road, so to speak, there for a while, and now we're moving forward. Is there any potential for us to move that even more quickly on those LEDs? I think it's now 2 years. Is that correct, to complete all the LEDs?
I'd have to check back with John Fisher and get back to you on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. That'll be a report back on, are there any ways in which we could expedite those LEDs? And I think, as you mentioned, all of the things we're doing on left-hand turn signals and synchronization of lights and all of that helps in the environment because people are not sitting idling in those locations. I know that we've asked on the DOT commuter express buses to see the traffic patterns or to look at the routes again, but some of them are not utilized to the full capacity of those express buses, and I know again we are looking to replace those commuter express buses with some that are much more environmentally sound, and that's an investment that we're looking at in the city. But has there been any look at using dash buses for some of those versus commuter express for those that are not fully utilized, because a much smaller bus would be, I think, better?
Smaller bus would, from a cost perspective, would be about the same to operate. They'd be a little bit cheaper in terms of the purchase.
But if we were looking just solely environmentally, from the environmental perspective of having the big bus versus the smaller. I mean, clearly we'd love to have more people take the commuter express, which may be, if we're going to change some of the routes to do that, may get more people. But
we think it makes more sense to try to look at the routes and try to ensure that we're serving areas that generate the greatest levels of ridership. And obviously, you can carry more passengers on a larger bus, so it's actually more cost effective, and overall will reduce emissions if you're operating fewer vehicles than a large number of smaller vehicles. But we can certainly look at the possibility of using some smaller. We do have some 35-foot buses that are kind of in between a Dash and a commuter express bus that we do have, that we could look at replacing some of those as well.
Okay. And just another one on Rec and Parks with my 19 seconds left. We know you operate a number of facilities on leaky faucets, things that can be problematic in some of these facilities. Do you have a process whereby you identify those on an expedited basis as we're looking at water conservation and so forth within your department?
It's a double-edged sword. We know it exists. We do send crews out there. Sometimes it's more cost-effective to get a number of them leaking than send out a crew, but we are looking at a better plan to do just all the PMs at a park at one time, and then hopefully they'll maintain for a long time. But it's as these incidents occur.
Okay. And lastly, I have my 21 seconds here. I know particularly at the Studio City Library, someone approached me recently and said that all the drought resistance plants that we had there, I mean, it takes a little bit of water, but not the extent, are going to have to all be replaced. And then I know Rec and Parks has a challenge because you don't have enough maintenance crews. So I'd like maybe a report back on that too. I know both when we look at medians, I know which is in Public Works, but and libraries and some of those other places, we can be penny wise and pound foolish.
Correct. And there's two answers to that. One is that you can increase the maintenance side, or you could have discussion on the front side of what plans work well instead of relying on landscape architects when they build a building. So we're getting more proactive on the front end rather than the tail end on the maintenance.
A very good point that we should, as we move forward, have, it's kind of like design build. You have ultimately the end maintainer of that property part of the beginning process with those departments.
Thank you.
I heard the click up of the...
It's very good ears, you know?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes. Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Council President. We had Dr. Lerner here the other day, a few weeks ago, and he spoke to using acupuncture to release the pressures in our cities. In my mind, the notion of local circulators around our main bus routes, as we get residential towers that are emerging on Wilshire, on the central part of the area of the city. You have it happening in parts of the valley, in Venice. Yet we continue to think in a grid pattern. So my question to DOT, planning, and everyone here, as we go through the development process, do you see us going in that direction and creating local circulators? Some call it DASH. They range in distance and destinations. In Pico Union, we introduced one that every traffic engineer told us we shouldn't have because it wouldn't work, and yet it carries the largest ridership that perhaps funds and legitimizes other routes that aren't doing too well. Are we going to get to that point where we can literally acknowledge these local circulators and understand these sub-markets that exist, given the transit dependency of some of our communities?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to do in this city, and I think it's a great opportunity to do pilot projects in individual communities who want to try out some new things. I think that's an excellent opportunity and something that the Department of Transportation and Planning could collectively work on.
Can I get a DOT response on that?
Real quickly, obviously we're a big supporter of DASH. We have 27 community DASHs throughout the city in addition to downtown. It's, at this point, it's, in terms of expansion, we did a major study of where new DASHs could possibly be implemented, but funding is a major concern. We're looking to be innovative, working with public-private to see if we can come up with funding to pay for new shuttles. And we're also working with Metro on their Metro Connection study, which might create additional opportunities for more shuttle-type services.
Well, as I advocate for the GO line, we built that project with an incomplete budget. We suffered quite a bit of cutbacks. As a result, we don't have the parking facilities that could make it as successful as it should be. These should be lessons learned, hopefully, for the Expo line and the East Side Extension. When we don't allow for the kind of relationship that should exist, that speaks to the notion of convenience for the passenger. So again, it's something I will continue to advocate for, and I'm hoping we can see that as an environmentally friendly gesture in getting cars off the streets. And just in closing, I don't want to embarrass him, but Mike Scholl, for me, has been one of the unsung heroes on the Taylor Yard. It started as a Brownsfield. We worked with the state. We put together an engineering design, and his heart and soul went to that project. Because I got ill on 2 occasions, I want to acknowledge the staff for their great work. But Mike, publicly, I want to say thank you for your hard work. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and you should see it every evening. Hundreds of people there, and thank you for your support in Rankin Parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Reyes from Taylor Yard, Mike Scholl came into Griffith Park on its greatest moment of need. So give Mike Scholl a big hand there again for all his work. I argued with him yesterday, Ms. Hahn, because he didn't invite me to a meeting, but we got it all resolved. But it's good, Michael. You do push it. I think John Muckery said something great about numbers when you asked it's the first time I remember anybody telling the president to hold their time from that desk. That was a city council first. But numbers are real important. And Avak, and who's over there from the CLA's office right there? You guys drafted motions? You listen to everything I'm supposed to say? I want numbers. Like how many children are in at San Pedro's at the Ken Mowry Park? How many at the fields? How many at the soccer field? How many at Balboa Park, etc.? Numbers drive the game. Building and safety and planning can tell you numbers immediately. How many permits, etc. But for the park system, library system, I think it's real important. And I think the one thing on reclaimed water, the big thing to push is purple pipe. The more purple pipe, we had an opportunity to put purple pipe in the Orange Line, but it would slow down the Orange Line. We were going to extend it from Sepulveda Basin through when they built the Orange Line, but it didn't happen. It's eventually going to come, but more purple pipe should be around to get more reclaimed water around. But they all should leave enough water for the Los Angeles River too. They can't use it all. You got to keep some water in the river. But numbers are extremely important. And also, James, this is a rebound. You had the first test. That's the second one. How many bikes could you park, in a bike stall at a diagonal lot, like on Larchmont or somewhere, diagonal parking? How many bikes?
I believe the answer is 10.
Now, you cheated because you asked.
You didn't
You're
say
a good
I couldn't.
man. I know, I heard him. But it's really 15. Believe it or not, we had a bike ride. I say that, members. We had a bike ride on 4th Street because 4th Street was trying to make a bicycle boulevard. And we stopped at Larchmont to the 31 flavors, ice cream. And we put our bikes, and 15 fit into a stall. And we looked, Gail Goldberg, at you could almost go up to Beverly with the amount of spaces. Bicycle riding is an important aspect of life to find out. I want more practical bike racks than artistic bike racks so people know what a bike rack is. Some of them look like a utility that's out there. But I think we should push bike cycling. I know there's a conflict, but it's dangerous on streets because sometimes people ride right up next to someone. More cyclists are now riding on sidewalks, which conflicts with pedestrians, strollers, or walkers. And so I really want you to look at bicycling. I know the river bikeway is real important to continue all the way down to Long Beach and connect what the county has done, but also north through the San Fernando Valley and out through the Sepulveda Basin to the headwaters at Canoga Park High. I thank you. 15 bicycles. All right, thank you, James.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Parks.
Thank you. And colleagues, just a point of information, we're going to be cutting this conversation off about 12:30 so we can have the other folks come in at 1 o'clock. We'll hear from the advocates. Quickly, turning to DOT as well, I'd love to work with DOT. A number of cities have been doing bike lending programs. I know Paris has just rolled out 75,000 free bikes, but if there might be a neighborhood where we have the sort of density, downtown Hollywood, another place where we might be able to start scoping what something like that would look like. Amsterdam's obviously had one for years, and planning can help out with that as well.
I just want to let you know that we've already hired a consultant, and we're starting the new bicycle plan that will be a part of the mobility
Good.
plan.
And we volunteer Hollywood for the case study there. Also would like to work with DOT, make a motion to look at our business tax reduction, of whether or not DOT can help us, or some entity, of looking at whether we can target business tax reductions to companies that are van pooling, carpooling, can document mass transit or alternative forms of transit that they are using with their employees. And then the DASH funding, I just wanted to underscore, is something that we really need to figure out. I know DOT can't do it on its own, but there can be no better thing I think we can do for our environments than getting that list of 20 DASH buses actually rolling out into our neighborhoods, because there's so many short car trips we take on those DASH lines. CRA, I'd love to report back on whether you have green space goals as an agency, whether you have watershed impact on any of the developments, whether that's a piece of the development you do in the built space, and brownfields. We didn't bring CDD in here, and I know you're only one of a number of entities, but it's a kind of a gap in what we've talked about in here, that we haven't looked at brownfields, but we'd like to get some measurement of how many brownfields do we see coming online this year, set those goals, et cetera, because we had a lot of funding for studies, but we're finally seeing some of those coming around. Planning, I would love to develop with planning and see if we might work with a local university on a jobs housing balance measure. So we can actually look at a given neighborhood and look at the imbalance of too many houses or too many jobs, and then do some study on how many people are commuting in and out of that neighborhood. That's the core of our traffic and transportation problem, and it's the core of our pollution problem. And I don't believe there's a measure out there. And LA is a unique city. We talk about that imbalance, but we can't quantify it. So I'd love to work with you and see if we can actually do that measure, overlay it in the city in the coming year. And again, on the planning side, when I said it was a little thin, we would love in this environment, and as this goes to energy and environment, really see what are some of your environmental goals in particular. We have that in the city plan. That's what we're supposed to do. You're looking at them. But we want to adopt some things that aren't, 2 years before the plan is out there. Some things this year that we can hold ourselves accountable in sort of planning, transportation, land use goals. And that is the end of my list. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just ask Ms. Goldberg, over at SCAG, there's a lot of conversation about the RENA, and eventually I guess we came up with a compromise. What is your impression as it relates to our planning effort and how RENA is going to impact us?
The RENA number that that SCAG projected for the city was 113,000 units that would be needed over the next 7.5 years. I believe strongly that we can produce that number of units in this city over a 7.5-year period. It is only around 13,000 a year. I think that we should be able to do that, and we will make certain that the capacity is in the new community plans in ways that will be acceptable to the community.
Okay, and also, is it set on a affordability, or do they mandate
RENA
that?
number is, all we are required to do for SCAG with the RENA number is show that we have the capacity to build 113,000 units, and in certain densities that equate with creating a potential for affordable housing. We are not obligated by SCAG or anyone else to produce those numbers of affordable units. We don't build units here, but we are working really hard with all departments of this city to come up with strategies that will help us in this city create more affordable units, because it's a critical issue.
So the issue is that our planning tools will create zoning that allows this level of housing, then up to developers to come in and build the housing.
Absolutely. But through planning and through development regulations and through a rational development process, you can create more opportunities for the right thing to happen. And that's what we're working on really hard right now. Really good plans that the community love, that developers can implement quickly, a rational development process that allows people to develop and do the right thing easily in this city.
I'm pleased with the answer, because there was a lot of confusion about the numbers, as though you had to go out and actually physically ensure they were constructed. Let me follow up on a previous question I had, is that when I asked about the working relationship between CRA and planning, the one follow-up I forgot to ask was, in dealing with CRA particularly, at one time, and it may still be current, that CRA didn't allow, or by their guidelines, housing on transportation corridors, yet that appears to be inconsistent with where planning says we should not only plan for it, but we should create more density. And I'm wondering, has that been reconciled?
The redevelopment plans do not determine densities. The redevelopment plans reflect the densities, I believe, that are already in the community plans. What the redevelopment agency is able to do beyond the community plans is more design guidelines, more development regulations.
And in addition to that, to provide specific resources to make things happen. So particularly as we go through the amendments and updates to the redevelopment plans and the potential expansions in coordination with the new community plans, the idea will be to better identify where things can happen, to have put in place through the community plan process the right land use and density designations, and then to target the resources to be able to start programs such as target a program to acquire sites, to make them available to attract developers and cause things to happen.
Let me just ask you to look at that, because we have developers that actually believe, and if it's not true, they need to be educated, that the community plans in place allow density and housing on transportation corridors. They believe when they go through CRA that they have to actually get a separate entitlement to get that. And there's evidently some confusion if you're saying that doesn't exist.
There is a separate approval process they have to go through with CRA, and what we're working to do in conjunction with planning is to make as many things automatic as we possibly can.
That's what we want by right, best we can. And then could I make one comment?
Very quickly.
Okay. Mr. Muckrey, I'd just like to, earlier we had Water and Power here yesterday. I'd really like to see if you can work with them as close as you can about the water conservation and the smart sprinklers and things like that, so we can get it out of the pilot and into the normal operation, primarily for your department, where it's going to help the most.
That's great. And we appreciate what you did at Barnsdall. That was a great project there. The last word for these five goes to Mr. Rosendahl. I will remind everybody, your questions and your motions throughout this entire day you can give to the CLA, so even if you aren't able to say it on microphone, that does not preclude you. We just need to continue to move along. So Mr. Rosendahl for the last word.
Thank you. I'm sure it's not the last word, but I appreciate the moment to speak. Gail, affordable housing. Zev Yaroslavsky says 1818 enhanced that the city is thinking of makes no sense, because areas like mine, it gives a paltry amount of affordable housing and just increases density of upper income type housing. Your thoughts on that?
We expect to have a complete discussion with the City Council on SB 1818 within the next, I think, couple of months. The Planning Department will be coming forward with some suggestions for how we can better meet the needs of communities and not totally get rid of any predictability in terms of the communities, and to better deal with the density bonus next to single-family neighborhoods. But we do believe that we can find compromises that will be acceptable.
I look forward to that, because Supervisor Yaroslavsky made a very thoughtful statement on that, and in my district, I want more affordable housing than anything else, and to continue to have it. Parking. Abbott Kinney, valet parking. Planning. My predecessors allowed all kinds of shops to happen, and valet parking has been the solution, which has inundated my neighborhoods with all kinds of cars. What is the role of the planning department and the transportation department in developments that require really parking that should have been there on Abbott Kinney that isn't there?
Well, typically within the development, there are conditions that are placed on the development proposal for parking, and often one of the relief valves is if the development can produce, valet parking. I am going to be meeting with your community on some of these exact issues, and we are going to be looking at what Councilmember Reyes called urban acupuncture. Let's look at the parking situation. We'll work closely with the transportation department, and I'm hopeful that we can come up with a pilot project that may be able to address their problems.
Great, and Abbott Kinney is a big one for that. Monorails. Everybody talks to me about a monorail. Why don't we have a monorail in LA? Have we done any studies on monorails?
1962 at the Seattle World's Fair.
1966, Walt Disney said, "I will build it to Disneyland, give me the Walt."
And the World's Fair, they offered to build it for free for a pilot program if the county supervisors would have approved it. My father did not get 4 other votes to approve that, and that was all she wrote.
Well, your father's certainly a visionary. I wish he was around today. We could use his leadership there. But DOT, what about monorails?
Council member will be happy to report back. I don't have that information for you today. We'll be able to gather some information and report back to your office on that.
Okay, I just want to know the facts about that. Some people are big on it. I don't know what opinion we should have on it, but if it makes sense, let's explore it. If it doesn't, let's dismiss it. Also, transportation, the Blue Bus Santa Monica, Culver City's buses. What coordination are we doing in my district with those other two governmental bodies that have bus systems? I need a dash. Nobody gives me a dash on the west side. I got old folks who want it. I got poor people who want it. They say there's never enough money. Could we work out something with those two communities that have a better bus system, frankly, servicing my people than we do?
We'll certainly work with them. We've had discussions with them in the past, and funding is obviously the concern. We have a meeting in your district, I believe, early next month to talk about that issue, so we'll be glad to follow up on that.
Any update on the Wilshire bus lane only? Did the feds give us the $27 million we should get?
Haripal's here, he can answer that.
And after that, I think we're going to have to close our
Thank you, Mr. President. I try to shoot as many questions in as I
know
can.
you did a good job. We'll get the answer for you right here, and then we'll close out this section.
Fabulous.
Go ahead.
Harry Paul from LADOT. We're working with the Metro on the application, and there's a good chance we may get the money. Initial phase one is $27 million application. We will not know until 3-4 months from now whether that application will be approved by, but MTA is the lead on that.
Very good. And you said we have a good chance. That's good news,
Yes.
Harpo.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your leadership in DOT. You're great.
Thank you, sir.
Again, thank you to our 5 departments. We appreciate your reports and your willingness to sit here and to answer the questions and suggestions. Thank you again to the CLA for capturing all that. We will go to our last grouping for the departmental presentations. So I'd like to invite forward General Services, and then we'll hear from ITA and Environmental Affairs. Again, thank you for the presentations you've already given us, so don't worry about going through everything that's already before us, but just hit the highlights and we'll jump into the suggestions and questions. So with GSD, we'll set the clock for 5 minutes. If you can do 5, that'll be perfect. All right, thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Blaine with General Services. Thank you for this opportunity. First off, General Services focuses on quietly making it a better place, and we're proactive for all the departments that we do business with. We are a secondary department where we perform services for other departments. I'm going to focus on 4 areas: safety, efficiency, customer service, and naturally environmentally friendly. Green Purchasing Program. For the past 10 years, General Services Purchasing has been buying environmentally friendly recycled products. We have 40 categories that we currently purchase, and we expend approximately $24 million a year on environmentally friendly products. Everything from furniture, janitorial supplies, carpets, recycled plastics, the trash cans for sanitation. We've embarked on a new environmentally friendly product policy, which we will be tracking, outreach with vendors, training, and we're currently doing a strategic plan that will be done next month to assist in that. Recycling programs. We have a testing materials lab that does all the testing for sanitation and street services, airports, and the harbor. We're currently mixing the formulas for the cold-in-place recycling for street services, the asphalt, the rubberized slurry seal. It's a total cost of about $16 million. We have a recycling facility services which separates the recycling at 400 city facilities. We are closely working with the Bureau of Sanitation right now to pilot a blue bin project. Our construction division, we recycle 100% of the demolition now, where we send it to a recycling facility, about 300 tons. Fleet services, very active in recycling everything from reclaimed motor oil to antifreeze to batteries and recap tires. Buildings. Although the Bureau of Engineering designs the new buildings and they're working on LEED certified, we are actively looking at the older buildings to bring them up to make them much cleaner. We have partnered with the Department of Water and Power to look at our current buildings. What we do there is we borrow the money from them to upgrade our buildings, and then we pay them back through the savings. We've currently upgraded 112 projects. There's 5 more that I just signed off on yesterday. We replaced everything from lighting fixtures to variable frequency drives, major components, HVACs. We've installed 300 cool roofs on the 675 buildings. It's an annual savings of about $1.3 million in energy. The average is about a 17% decline in consumption. The last item I'd like to talk about is the clean air program with our fleet. We looked at the fleet in several different manners. We looked at the current fleet, the future fleet, and then the mandated fleet. Back in 1999, we partnered with one of the oil manufacturers, and we piloted a low-sulfur diesel fuel, which was the first in the nation on a wide amount. We converted the entire fleet, on-road, off-road, stationary engines to low-sulfur diesel fuel. We installed particulate traps, and our model became law in December of '06 for the rest of the nation. But by that time, we had used some 42 million gallons of low-sulfur diesel fuel, which is approximately 90% cleaner than the fuel at the time. $72 million worth of fuel. We have the largest alt-fuel refuse truck on LNG fleet, 302 trucks. The largest street sweeper fleet on alt-fuel. We now have in excess of 1,000 hybrid vehicles. And looking forward, in 2002, we became the first commercial fleet in the world to test and operate fuel cell vehicles. I drive one personally myself. So we're looking at the current. We're also looking ahead. We're now testing and ordered some hybrid aerial trucks, and we're working with the manufacturers on hybrid refuse trucks. So we're looking at everything in multi-phases to clean up the environment. That's it.
Thank you very much, and some seconds to spare. So with that, we'll hear next from ITA. Thank you.
Hi, Randy Levin, General Manager and Chief Technology Officer for the Information Technology Agency. I have a PowerPoint. I'm not going to go through every page, but it's called ITA Green. So if you go to page 2, why do we care? Basically, we care for a whole number of reasons, but particularly some of the other bullets here. The EPA states that energy consumption in data centers has doubled in the past 5 years and is expected to double again in 5 years, costing approximately $7.4 billion annually. And it says that we can actually do something about it. So let's go to the next page. ITA is definitely a contributor to the problem in these 4 areas, in energy, trees, air pollution, and waste management. Certainly the amount of equipment that is out there now definitely contributes to our energy problem. Trees, there's a statistic that IT systems generate 60% of all the paper that different cities utilize. Air pollution, certainly the systems emit air pollution, and waste management, basically trying to get rid of equipment that has become obsolete has become a huge problem. On the next page, IT solves problems, and this is really where we're focused on in terms of all of these areas. Energy, we are very focused on deploying more energy-efficient hardware and moving more to shared services, and certainly combining call centers and data centers. And then also we have a process in place where we're consolidating the amount of servers we have and eliminating old wiring. In trees, we are putting more systems online and then printing on demand, so we're not printing paper just to print paper. In air pollution, we certainly are looking at providing teleworking solutions so people can work from home. And then we're also going to be looking at Wi-Fi enabling traffic and navigation systems so that people will drive less in the city. And then waste management, we'll certainly be working with Alvin and GSD to figure out other ways of getting rid of our hardware. Page 5, IT solves problems in the area of accessibility, and then certainly at the bottom with as many e-government operations as we can provide that will eliminate some of the IT movement of people out there in dispatch areas. I'm going to fast forward. Page 6 that you have, page 6 through 9, details our printing a reduction approach, so that you can read at your leisure. I would like to move on to page 10, so if you could fast forward to other paper reduction initiatives. What we have been doing is defaulting all of our network printers in all the offices of the elected officials to print duplex. We've sent also departmental memo asking the departments to print all duplex and been showing them how to do that. So that is definitely going to help. And then on page 11, just a little more detail around our data center initiative to make it green. We have enlisted AT&T to help us with an entire data center assessment that we're currently doing. And we're looking at, again, consolidating servers, and we are really reducing the amount of mainframe printing that we're doing. On page 12, to continue what we're doing with the data center, we're trying to anticipate the growth of the next 5 years. So we're doing an assessment of the facility, we're doing an assessment of the electrical power, the air cooling, the airflow, and then the fire suppression technology. Okay, page 13, we've implemented what we call server virtualization, where you actually use the capacity of the machines in a more efficient manner. So we have actually taken 64 machines and reduced it to 10 physical servers, and it reduces all of that. All the bullets that you see there in terms of power consumption and electricity. And we're going to continue this initiative over the next 5 years. It is what many IT organizations in the public and private sector are doing throughout the U.S. And then finally on page 14, going forward, what are we going to do? We're going to continue implementing the print elimination, reduction and consolidation of equipment. We're going to make our data center much more green, and we're going to continue to work with GSD on technologies for waste management and smart buildings. Thank you
very much. Appreciate it. And we thought it only fitting that we end with the Environmental Affairs Department, responsible for being our environmental steward on all issues. Please.
Good morning. This is indeed a wonderful day in the neighborhood for me because I'm surrounded by all of my environmental friends and supporters and all of us who want to see the city do more, do better, and really green the city. And so what I'd like to do, I'm going to only try to take 5 to 7 minutes if I could, because I am Environmental Affairs Department. And I wanted to really talk about the value added for the department and what the department provides for you in terms of the environment. You've heard a lot today and a lot yesterday from departments, but in order for you as council members and the mayor and city staff to know what's going on, it is critically important that we coordinate, that we talk to each other, that you have a set of recommendations that you can move forward, that we also provide assistance to these departments, because that is not their only role in terms of the environment, but we want to make sure that they have that in their infrastructure. So today I'm going to I have a slide presentation. I'm going to try to keep it short. The first 9 slides are just some things that I wanted you to be aware of, and I'm going to skip through them pretty fast because it gives you an overview of some of the accomplishments that we've made. And the next set of slides will talk about directly what the department is doing. The first slide shows that we're at 62% diversion rate in the city. The second slide shows that the fleet that we have, the total fleet, we have 2,455 alternative fuel and advanced technology vehicles in our city fleet. Despite a 16% increase in population since 2000, the City of Los Angeles has not increased its water use. Last year, EAD applied for $5.67 million in grants and received funding for $3.2 million to purchase vehicles, trees, and other services in the LA to meet our green mandate. EAD has received over $19.2 million in successful grant awards since the city's clean fuel policy was adopted in 2000. 10.6 million gasoline equivalent gallons have been saved each year through the use of our alternative fuel program and alternative vehicles and other programs such as ride sharing, trip reduction, and bike patrol. And then the last one that I have, just to kind of give you an overview, is that the city's alternative fleet and emission reduction project that we reduce approximately 800 million pounds of air pollutants per year. And so this is to give you a highlight. We tried to put some facts together for you to say that we have done a lot, and you've heard a lot, but we have a lot more to do. And so the question becomes, because we've done and we've been the first in many things, where do we go from up? So what I'd like to do in the next set of slides is really to to address some challenges that I see for the city as we move forward with the green agenda. The first one that we will talk about a little bit more in detail is climate change, the upcoming water crisis, becoming more sustainable in our development and growth, going beyond regulations to increase sustainability in the operations and the businesses that we regulate. And communication is critically important. How do we communicate our commitment? How do we make sure we have a sustainable environment? There are a number of issues that sort of overlay these challenges that you will probably hear about this afternoon, and that has to do with our EJ policy. How do we incorporate the EJ principles and policies as we
Just
move
for our viewers, what is EJ?
environmental justice, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Into our challenges and our opportunities, and a part of that will also deal with siting and cumulative impacts. And so those are some underlying principles that we need to definitely be aware of. Next slide. EAD is critically involved in the city's climate change action plan. We worked with the mayor's office and the council, and the city has a goal to reduce its greenhouse gases by 35% below the 1990 levels by 2030. That's the most aggressive goal than any city in the U.S. Next slide. The major components of this plan include a number of operations: the electricity, renewable energy, transportation, solid waste, water treatment, ports, and airports. And the first thing that we have done is have an interdepartmental working group that we've asked the departments, and as a part of this adoption, the departments were to provide EAD with an action plan for their operations. We tried to make it easy for the departments, and EAD is going to lead that working group and saying, look at your operations. We need an action plan from you. We need deadlines. We need short-term goals. We need long-term goals. You know, what are your next steps? What are your partners? And looking at, there are about 50 measures in this plan, and it is a 30-year plan, and so we wanted to get a handle on that. What's going to happen is that we will be compiling that information and prepare an analysis on it. Where is there duplication? Where can we leverage resources as a city family to get this done? Where is it that we need to move up some deadlines? And really kind of what our emission reductions are going to be from that. EAD is leading that effort. Next slide. Also, a major component of the Green LA plan is public participation. It is critically important that we have public participation in everything that we do and that it be transparent. And so EAD, along with our Environmental Affairs Commission, will be conducting about 20 community workshops to deal with how we're going to implement the Green LA plan. In addition to that, we will also be developing public education and outreach topics and information, and as well we'll be working with ITA so that we can have a website that's very interactive, that you can get information, that they can get information from us, and so we're so happy about that partnership to be able to get the information out. Next slide. Of course, there's also policy, leadership, and citywide coordination that I've talked about that's critically important. The City of Los Angeles, through Environmental Affairs Department, is working with the Clinton Climate Initiative, the C40 Large City Climate Group. There's a new group that's starting, and I will probably be coming back to council to ask your membership. It's 9 green cities in California, and we've gotten together to talk about a common agenda and to move some initiatives for us as cities in California, because we realize that we were responsible for about 9 million people, and so that's an effort that we're working on with other cities. Next slide. I just wanted to mention other few key things that we've been involved in and that you are probably aware of. Some of you. We have been very supportive of the Million Tree Initiative. Environmental Affairs has received funding and planted over 28,000 trees over the last 10 years, and we've been funding about 4,000 street trees in the next 4 years. We're also working with Public Works to design tree wells that will capture the storm water and reduce the runoff of sediment and contaminants in our storm drains. So it's a holistic approach. Next one. we're also looking at unpaved LA and looking at water filtration, reuse, conservation policies and programs, and where we can work with the other city departments to keep that environmental consciousness there. And as you've heard from Rec and Parks, the great effort that they're doing on greening the parks. The next slide. Land use planning, as you know, is very, very important. So we're looking at designs, planning. We're also involved in looking at cleaning up brownfield sites, small sites. Also looking at siting issues as you talk about land use and how can you incorporate environmental principles into the land use that we're having. So we're involved in that. Next slide. The Environmental Affairs Department has also been asked to coordinate the effort on sustainability. There is a mayor's directive that has a sustainability cabinet, and it asks every department to submit a sustainability plan by April 2008. EAD is a co-chair of that cabinet, and so we will be getting those plans by April, making evaluations on those plans, and then bringing recommendations forward about things that we need to do more, better, things that we're doing good. And so you have it in one place and you know what we're doing with regard to sustainability. A key component in that will also be how we design. You not only get the plans, combine them, and make recommendations, but how do you audit it? How do you help the departments say, okay, maybe a contract has changed. Maybe there's some things that you can do in the interim before we do the annual reports. And so we're looking at a policy and a program is only as good as it's implemented and you monitor it. Next slide. I'll make it quick. So you've heard a lot about the green building policies, and we're working along with planning and the other departments on that. Next slide. Environmentally preferable purchasing, we're working with Alvin on that to really set together a program that we're looking at green products, what we can do and within the city. Trying to make it fast. We are also very sensitive to the green economy. We think this is a perfect opportunity, and so we look for those opportunities to support green jobs and green technology, and especially having them incorporated into our sustainability plans and climate change efforts that we're doing with the departments. One of the things that we're currently working on with Councilman Alarcon is the Green Business Certification Program, and this is a program where we want to be able to certify businesses in the city of Los Angeles that you're green and work with them to be green cities. Okay, next one. Brownfield revitalization. We're working to look at our inner city brownfields and revitalize them for projects. I only have two more. Next one. We wanted to look, I do have in my department the local enforcement agency, and we are responsible for inspecting landfills and waste and recycling facilities. And so one of the things that we're doing is not only do we want to make sure that they, that our permittees comply, but we want to make sure that they go beyond. And so how can they incorporate sustainability programs and plans in these permanent facilities? And the last one that I just like, that, we are here, we're at your will to work on this commitment to change, and communication is very, very important. And as we look forward, we need to be able to communicate with each other, with the community, and to make some of these changes happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'll jump right in as I have been respectful of time that we have here. GSD, I introduced yesterday a motion that would ask you to work with a couple other departments on setting our overall goal of reducing water usage by 25% in our indoor and outdoor operations. So just wanted to give you the heads up on that. But I also wanted to see whether an ITA and you can work together, and tell me if this is too ambitious, but I've looked at other cities, and I still think, looking at the flow that we all have, working with ITA on a plan to reduce our paper consumption by 50% in the city. I think with a lot of the things that we're doing, especially on paychecks, our DWP bills, things like that, where people literally who want to not have paper still are forced to have paper upon them, is a good way of doing that. So I'd like to introduce that motion. I'm flexible on that percentage, but let's look at that. I'm not flexible on the percentage, I'm flexible on the years. Put it that way. ITA2, can you help us, can you report back on maybe you can direct all the departments who does and does not have the capacity for teleconferencing? I know you don't have direct authority for all departments' tech, but if you can be the catalyst to get us that information so we can see how many people are still driving back and forth to meetings when we can really look at the short-term investment in teleconferencing.
Okay.
And on standby power, too. You alluded to that, but standby power has become a place a lot of people focused on. We do a very good job, I think, with our lights and a lot of the fixtures we have that GSD has helped, but maybe GSD and ITA together on some of our computer standby and issues. For EAD, in my minute and a half left, I think coming out of this, one of the things we need EAD to lead. And I know you've been a small department, not given a lot of resources, but we really are looking for that sort of leadership. And doing two things. One, in helping coordinate a city's sustainability plan, which we really see coming out of this effort here now. And that's what the Energy and Environment Committee will do. But also in measuring our progress. I'd like to suggest there's a number of ways of doing this, but there's two measures we need from EAD every single year going forward. One is carbon reduction. I think you probably are the ones that have to best be able to measure that and let us know the resources you need for that. But also, I think we should look at our ecological footprint as a city and attempt to measure that. That's how we can bring all these departments together to look at what is our ecological footprint in all of our operations and our policies and our service provision as well. And, one of the things that we also had suggested coming out of this in my conversations with Mr. Smith was mandating each department, not just those for the Sustainability Cabinet, but every department have a green liaison and empower the head of EAD to be a CEO, a Chief Environmental Officer for the city. And I'd like the CLA to explore what charter changes possibly, because it's frustrating being a general manager of a small department with no power to tell departments they have to do stuff. We need somebody in this, I think, with the crisis we have with climate change and other things, we need somebody who's empowered to be able to give those directives, working with the mayor's office. That might require a charter change, but I think we've entered the time where people are looking for those short-term results, not long-term planning. So that's something else I'd like to explore as well. But, we need this to be beefed up and to see more, appreciate some of the progress we've made, but we need one department that at the end of the day is doing what we're doing for 2 days all year round and feels like it's empowered to do that in departments, but also has the resources internally to do that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Weezer? Mr. Weezer? Okay, we'll jump to Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to thank ITA for what you've done with the paper business. You have made major strides that the city should really appreciate. Tell us real quickly what you did and how you got to where you are today as a model for everybody else in the city.
Well, there's two areas we focused on. One was mainframe printing, and what we did is we looked at all of the reports that we generate, and we've been going back to departments and saying, are you actually using these or not? How are you using them? Could we deliver the information in another way? And so we're not there yet, but we are proceeding down the path of eliminating all of that printing and making information available online. And in the area of actually printing, we've been going to different departments and setting up printers to be duplex printers and print on both sides of the pages and, basically trying to make this a much more efficient process.
Well, just hats off. I want to, instead of asking a million questions of everybody, I just want to thank you for that. Continue that leadership with the rest of the departments. We'll save a whole lot of trees. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. D, first of all, a two-page response from a department who's in charge of the environment on a 2-day session on the environment is quite frankly embarrassing. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed to see you talk about the achievements of the department in the last couple of years. You talked about 62% diversion in trash. That was the sanitation department that did that. You talked about all our fleet and everything. That was general services. You talked about water use as DOP. I'm seeing a lot of things that are happening around this city. I don't see EAD being leading the charge, and that's what I want to see. Mr. Garcetti briefly mentioned that in his presentation. When 3 years ago the mayor wanted to eliminate your department, Mr. Garcetti and I led the charge in this council to save the department because we believe we need an environmental affairs department. We believe that we should be leading the nation in this. I go to San Francisco and meet with their department, and they're sending policy recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on a regular basis. It's a paper mill up there of new ideas, technologies, things that they could be doing to be a stronger city, and yet I haven't seen a policy recommendation from your department in years, quite frankly. I want to see some leadership from your department. And I can't, we're taking motions today to recommend things. I couldn't possibly, in my minute that I have left, begin to list the things I want to see. I just want to tell you, I want to see this department stand up, lead the charge, not be just part of the activity. I don't want you to be a part of these panels. I don't want you to be part of the discussion. I want to see real environmental leadership from the Environmental Affairs Department of the City of LA. And I'm going to leave it at that and listen to my colleagues and see what they want recommendations, but I want to see some leadership.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One, Randy, you talked about print duplex.
Yes.
Showing my ignorance here. What is that?
Printing on both sides of the paper.
Oh, okay. I just never heard it called print duplex. Okay.
Yes.
I assumed it was double-sided. I just wanted to make sure that that was the, okay, print duplex. I did this.
No problem.
I know that, one of the things that people talk about over the years is, being able to work from home. All of you do this. And we had a program before where we were encouraging that. And I know over the years, it's kind of, gone up and then down and waned. What's the general consensus now about doing telecommuting?
I can't really say from an HR perspective what the policy is of the city. I think that general managers really leave it, we leave it up to them to determine how they can optimize their workforce. From a technical perspective, we have various technologies that will allow people to work from home. So I can't, I haven't been here long enough to articulate the HR policy on that.
So maybe that'll be a report back, and not necessarily from you. Maybe it is from the personnel department or others, of where we have the policies. Again, some departments that may work, and others it may not. I know in my office, when during the summer, when either air conditioning went out or the power went out, my staff would go to their homes in some instances or come down here to do their work, and that worked okay. Whether that would work every single week, unclear of that. I know that it was mentioned, I think yesterday, by DWP, environmentally preferred product policy. I think it was DWP.
Yes.
Do we have an overall purchase policy that is encouraging that?
Yes, there's a 10% that we can give, but what General Services does, rather than give a 10% preference, we write right into our specifications that it must be recycled oil, or it must be,
So there's no option necessarily?
It's not an option. You have to bid on it as a recycled product. We have some 40 commodities now that are recycled.
And do you all believe, and then maybe this is a DOT question as well, which is looking at the fact that how do we encourage more people to take public transportation? I know we have subsidies, different things, but are there other ways in which we need to look, and it may go to the telecommuting aspect of it or the time-wise personnel, but maybe that's also a report back on how we get our employees to use public transportation as much as possible as to where they live. So hopefully all three of you. Okay. 8 seconds. In all of our city facilities, I'll look at you, Alvin, on this. I know we use low flush toilets and faucets, and are all of our buildings those that the lights turn off when we leave?
No, we're busy on a program now going through, with our limited budget. What we've done is we looked at the buildings that we would get the most bang out of. So we work with Water and Power very closely. Those were those 112 buildings that I talked about.
Right, you mentioned in the beginning.
Where they'll actually fund us to do the projects. Example, if you look at the parking structure below City Hall East, we've gone through and it's fully automated now, where when you come in the morning, it's dark on minimum lighting. When the first car comes in, it picks up the oxygen sensors, picks up the emissions, and the fans kick up to maybe stage 1. The lights come on brighter. And as the day progresses, the fans get stronger and stronger. And at the end of the evening, when the last car leaves, it comes back down.
Okay. And so I think that if there are ways we can look at conserving energy in public buildings that we're not doing, and now looking at solar power when we're building new facilities, but just look to GSD on that aspect. And last, Last, just a question on 311 to make sure that our staff are trained, that answer the phone on environmental issues. I don't know how much training is done, but it's clear, I think, that we need to do better training across the board, including it.
It's a good idea. It's a great idea. Mr. Parks, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Alarcon will be our last three speakers unless anybody else wants to hit their button right now. But we'll have to move on to the advocates. And again, you can put all of your motions and questions into the CLA if we don't call on you. So going once, twice, those will be our last three speakers. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to start off with General Services. And Alvin, one of the things, I think you've done a great job in all the issues of the hybrid vehicles and the gas accounting and things of that nature. The one area that seems like we need a better handle on is whether the vehicles that are available are being used properly, are being abused, such as we asked in Budget and Finance for take-home car study, whether people are using them for their own convenience during the workday. And so that's something I'd ask you to look at ways that you can inform us of getting a better handle on the usage of that tool called a vehicle. The other issue is the master plan on office space. We've shown over the last year or so, dealing with Fig Plaza, and I wouldn't call it the Public Works Building, that those were probably two of the better investments. At the time, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we were dealing with about $60 million in leasing costs that we've reduced. Now we're investing in buildings, but we really need to find a way that we continue looking at that master plan for office space, whether we recommend building a building or buying a building, but getting, unless it's very short term, getting out of the business of leasing property that are housing our city employees. And so those are two issues I'd ask you to look at and how we can best address those. And then I'm going to go very quickly to ITA. If we could ask you on this issue of paperless, and I think a couple people talked about it, having been here for a while, you find that when we first got computers, everybody promised there'd be less paper. We probably bought more file cabinets since we've had computers than before. And so there is a need to figure out how to force people to rely on the electronic storage as opposed to creating their own copy, particularly in places where we have people no more than 15 feet away from each other, but they report to a organizational structure that requires everybody to make a copy as it goes up the ladder. The other issue is FMIS. If we can get a sense of, because I understand that will not only give us more information, but it will also cut down on what we're currently doing manually and paper and of that nature. So as soon as we can get a decision on where we are on that, it would be important. And then the one issue I'd like to make sure is your legacy is how do we deal with major systems better than we're doing now? Because invariably it takes us 2, sometimes 3 times to put together a major system at a tremendous cost because we're redoing what we should be doing. So those are 3, and then my last one is for D. We've talked to you on the budget a couple of times, and I realize there's frustration about issues of taking the lead, but one of the things that I'd like for you to do is figure out a budgetary plan that would put you in that position of leadership in the city, the resources that's needed so that we can see it in the 07-08 budget, 08-09 budget, so that we can discuss it. Because although we're mandating a great deal of environmental mandates on the public, I'm not sure whether our 40,000 employees are following those practices. And one of the things I think we can get out of it quickly is if we train our employees, that's 40,000 ambassadors out in their different communities that can bring home the message of environmental justice. So I'm not asking any questions. I'll just give you those ideas and ask you, could you look at them and get back with us?
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Labange?
Thank you all for what you do, and just wanted to ask you, do any of you produce any revenue? Just because it's a question I forgot to ask all the other departments. Is there any revenue at, Alvin, do we get a little revenue anywhere?
We do a lot of parking revenue, but it goes back to the departments or the fund that it comes from.
Right, but you just handled that. You just didn't ask it. Because I know yesterday I had a question I didn't ask about revenue, which Water and Power does produce, revenue which the Port of Los Angeles does produce, things of that nature. I wanted to ask that. On the system of transformation, I know there were some other questions asked about workplace locations and others. I think when you work in the public, the most important thing is be to the public. I think it's, and listen to the public. I know we have technology now, but nothing upsets the constituents more when they say all I got is voicemail. So I know that technology, which you help provide, we should always, from all departments, have some standpoint of a way to connect to someone real. And I call 311 and I get an operator, and that's good to hear an operator. I like the mayor, but I don't know if I like his voice on that 311 there, but I like it there. You know. But I do like the mayor. I'd rather hear rock and roll about L.A. than Randy Newman than the Philharmonic. But that's, you know, another question you could do. And environmental affairs, any challenge that we have, we're only as good as we get challenged. And I think it's difficult, and I heard what you were saying, Mr. Smith, but I think it's difficult sometimes when we don't give support to that. And I remember when your department was created, I remember the issues that brought to the department about. It was in the Bradley administration, if I have my memory right. So it's talking about how all of our departments work together and how and who they listen to. So that's a challenge. It's tough when you're anointed to do something if you don't get the support. So we have to give you the support to be able to do that. And Albert, I think the key is making sure that we're doing the best environmentally for our fleets. All our different fleets, including our trucks. Safety is very important in every aspect of that. But looking at that, recycling, I know you have bins down in the garage, and they get dumped, which is good. And I think it's important that we have that all over. We set the pace there. But what is an idea? Is there any city in your professional opinions, from general services to environmental affairs to information technology, that we should be looking at as a way we should go?
We've looked at a number of cities that you've had in your packet as we were developing the climate plan and the sustainability plan. And we are really aggressive in a lot of areas. We've taken some ideas from some of those cities like Chicago, New York, some of the big cities, and taking pieces of that. There's no one sort of perfect thing. It is a hybrid. And we communicate with them all the time about strategies and what works and what doesn't work. We've worked with San Francisco on a number of things. One of the things I talked to San Francisco about earlier is there was a motion by the council to look at banning styrofoam, and they have that, and so we're looking at what lessons they learned from that. So there isn't one city.
And then time is wrong, but I know we have the greatest print shop in the world. Could we ever do anything with the county, with our fleets, with any integration with government?
Yeah, when it comes to our print shop, we are eliminating a lot of the processes now to save on chemicals and paper. So a lot of the process is going automated just to save that very thing. And we are now doing printing for a lot of departments and other cities just because it's very efficient.
In other cities?
Yes, I think Glendale or Burbank, one of those two cities, we're doing some jobs.
Good. And how about ITA? Or other places that, like, who's the best?
Well, they're actually in Asia. Singapore, does very well in this area. But I would say in general, the IT industry within this past year has really stepped up their efforts to identify all areas of green that could assist. So it's more of an up-and-coming thing right now for IT.
Good. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Alarcon is our last speaker for this panel.
Well, I was all ready to say thank you, but then I heard Mr. Smith, and I said, wait a minute. It reminded me of that old story about the guy who knew the other guy for years and years and years and said, I didn't know you drank until I saw you sober. So I think that the issues raised by Mr. Smith might be related to the structure of the department and the fact that the city has always pushed for decentralized administration of the environmental program. So on the one hand, we want a strong environmental department. On the other hand, we want strong general managers who are managing their departments in an environmental way. So first, let me thank you for the leadership that the department has utilized since I've been on the council, all these 5 or 6 months, to promote the Green Business Program. Not only did the department provide us with the research that expanded on the work that we did in the legislature when we introduced that motion on a statewide basis and couldn't get support, You also marshaled leadership from throughout California to design a program that was based on the best practices relative to green business certification programs throughout the state. And to put icing on the cake, you got the Chamber of Commerce to endorse the plan that will be coming back to this council. And I want to thank you. That's the kind of leadership I believe Mr. Smith was, in fact, pointing out that is needed. To bring some substance to this conversation, I'd like to move that the department come back to the City Council with a report on what it would take for you to audit each and every department of the city, to conduct an environmental audit of each and every department of the city. This is different than the controller's audit, although I'm sure she has within her power the opportunity to do that. But I think that an audit of each department from an environmental perspective outside, an objective third party looking into the department, sort of third party because you're still internal, would enable us to see whether the Environmental Affairs Department has the leadership that Mr. Smith spoke of. I believe you do. I just think that we have to give you the opportunities to express it. And also, I think we have been blessed with managers, at least in this generation of City Council, that really get that environmentalism is a top priority of this city and mayor and City Council. So my motion again is to ask you to come back with a report as to what it would take to conduct an environmental audit of each and every department.
All right, I'll second that. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, and thank you to our panelists. We really appreciate it, and CLA again has captured all of that. We'll be turning in a second to our environmental advocates. Thank you all very much, our environmental advocates. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make an announcement. This morning, the plaintiffs accepted the proposed settlement offer approved by the City Council in the case entitled Jones versus the City of Los Angeles. In essence, the Los Angeles Police Department will issue a policy directive stating that it will not enforce the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.18D, between the hours of 9 and 6 a.m., and the department will keep this policy in effect and operating in accordance to this policy until an additional 1,250 units of permanent supportive housing are located in Skid Row and or greater downtown Los Angeles. Also, LAMC Section 41.18D will be enforceable at all times at locations within 10 feet of any operational or utilizable entrance, exit, driveway, or loading dock at all hours. No person shall be cited or arrested for a violation of LAMC Section 41.18D unless a peace officer for the City of Los Angeles has first given the person a verbal warning regarding such section and a reasonable time to move, and the person has complied with that warning. Finally, upon the settling party's execution of this settlement agreement, the settling party shall file a joint motion in the Ninth Circuit pursuant to the Federal Rules of Appellate Procedures, Rule 42B, seeking to vacate the Ninth Circuit opinion, Jones versus the City of Los Angeles. So we wanted to announce that and make that public. I know for members of the media there will be a press conference just next door right here in our council chamber press room. And with that, I'll turn it back to Councilmember Smith, who will introduce the panelists on our first panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have going to hear now from the panels, which are broken down into the following categories: air, water, land, and environmental justice. Each panel has 3 to 4 panelists, and we'll have each panelist speak for 5 minutes, followed by a dialogue between the council members and the experts. I'd like to remind our council members to be respectful. These people have given of their time and come to us today to bring us their expertise, and they're focused and direct to help build our panels. We've called the first panel will be the Environmental Justice panel. If you please come forward to the table before us, please. Martha Matsuoka from Occidental College, Angelo Logan from East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice, and Bahram Fazili from the Communities for Better Environment. Two, we're looking for the third.
Good morning, council members.
There he is.
They're waiting for our third.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us today,
Thank you
too.
very much for having us today. We're particularly privileged to go first. I apologize to our colleagues in the back of the room who have been waiting also patiently. We stepped to the front of the line because we all have time commitments. I have to teach class in a few minutes. So my name is Martha Matsuoka. I teach urban and environmental policy at Occidental College here in Los Angeles. I want to thank the council for having us today. We've heard a tremendous amount over the last couple of days about the need to address environmental problems here in our city. We know full well, and we're going to explain a little bit today on this panel, that our city is challenged with tremendous environmental inequities that are inextricably linked to economic inequities. So we're going to talk a little bit about today about some of what we see is going correctly and some of the things that we think need to be addressed. We are now a city that is majority people of color. 40% of our residents live below 200% of the poverty line, which is about $40,000 per household of four. Spatially, we know we're very segregated. Some of our neighborhoods are low income and communities of color that are extremely park poor. We have few trees, as the council member Garlicorn mentioned. Our neighborhoods not only lack trees and parks and open space, but we also lack the basics: grocery stores, health services, good jobs, and affordable housing. Our ability to address environmental justice then in this city will not only address the most vulnerable of our neighborhoods, but will benefit all Angelinos. I'd like to just open the panel today just to remind ourselves of a little bit of history in Los Angeles. You know, the environmental justice movement actually began in the 80s, largely because a lot of activists here in Los Angeles saw very directly the link between civil rights and environmental problems in the town. Folks will remember that the bus riders organized themselves and sued what was then the Rapid Transit Association, RTD, for an overcrowded bus system when some of the public money was going from commuter buses from Malibu to downtown. Later, these bus riders formed a union and then again successfully sued MTA to guarantee that public transportation was available to the working and poor people of LA. We saw women from South LA and mothers from East LA organizing to stop incinerators in their neighborhoods because they knew that their land was too precious to commit to polluting incinerators, but instead that land needed to address housing and parks for their children. Most recently, we know a couple years ago, the South Central farmers actually fought very hard to save that plot of land on 41st and Alameda, because that land was feeding their families. We learned from that struggle that land was precious, valuable, and had an important role in building community and sustaining community. Today, our EJ efforts in Los Angeles focus on fundamental issues of land use, community health, economic survival and development, and organizing and building grassroots leadership to engage in policy and development that impact those communities. Many of you, I know, have been involved in many of the EJ work here in Los Angeles. You know that nationally, Los Angeles is unique in that our environmental justice work is intricately tied to coalitions. Our EJ groups work with labor unions, we work with environmental organizations, we work with housing groups, we work with community groups. There's multiple examples of this that are moving through, many proposals moving through the city at this point. On the parks side, the Alianza de los Pueblos del Rio are working together with mainstream environmentalists to ensure that parks go to really park poor Latino neighborhoods in the city. The City Project with Bob Garcia, and I saw him earlier this morning, worked very closely with Chinatown residents and my colleagues at Occidental College to ensure that the cornfields are turned into a vibrant state park. On the jobs development and green jobs side, we heard some of that this morning as well. The Apollo Alliance, LA is a coalition of labor, environmental, and EJ groups committed to developing a model workforce development program here in Los Angeles, looking at the new economy that we're trying to build to sustain our communities and our city. These are great models. They need to be nurtured. We don't know the outcomes yet, but certainly we're on the right track on that front. There's a few things that I think that the city should do to actually bump up our level of environmental justice here in the city. Some of them are fairly simple. The first is commit resources and political will to implement existing plans. We heard yesterday from Dr. Natz from the ports that CAP, the Clean Air Action Plan, has been a document that's living and being worked on by numbers of different stakeholders and groups, but that plan needs to be implemented, and it needs to be implemented now. The Councilwoman Hahn is nodding her head. The first thing on the book is certainly the Clean Trucks Plan, and there are several elements to that that are critical to ensuring that that CAP plan is effective and the strongest possible plan that we can have in Los Angeles. Truckers need to be employees, and diesel trucks need to be replaced with the cleanest available technology available. I see the time, I'm over, but I'm going to just keep going until someone stops me. I think that there's an opportunity here with our community plans. We heard Yael Goldberg talk about this morning, that the community planning process that's underway can certainly look at environmental justice principles as a way to kind of address some of our environmental injustices in the city. We know that recent research by my colleague at Occidental College, Jim Sad, and Manuel Pastor have identified hotspots, what we call toxic hotspots in town. Those show up to be, not surprisingly, South and Southeast LA, San Fernando Valley, Wilmington, and East LA. This opportunity to integrate EJ principles into the community plans at this point seems like a really wonderful opportunity to knit environmental justice into some existing city processes. The state ARB, Air Resources Board, actually has a pretty innovative set of land use guidelines that I encourage our local governments to look at. Particularly, there's policy recommendations about establishing buffer zones between housing and other sensitive land uses with industrial and highway uses. These are approaches that would be health protective and help our communities in terms of land use and protecting health. We're talking about basically three things: prevention of bad uses and environmental injustices. We're talking about reduction of uses. The city's attorney's office has an EJ strike force, which actually goes out and identifies non-compliant uses. We'd like to see more of that. And then lastly, certainly, is the whole economic development angle on environmental justice, which is all about restoration and revitalization. We need investment in neighborhoods, in terms of housing, transit services, economic development, and increasing this investment in terms of parks, affordable housing, and that would lead us into a more sustainable future. So I'll close there and let my colleagues talk more specifically about some of the cumulative impact approaches that we're taking with EJ in this town, as well as some of the specifics that we're taking on with the ports. Thank you very much.
Next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bahram Fazali, and I'm the Research and Policy Analyst for the Southern California Office of Communities for a Better Environment. CBE is an environmental health and justice organization with the mission of empowering disproportionately impacted communities to participate and influence decisions towards creating healthy and sustainable communities. I appreciate the opportunity to represent CBE and share with the honorable members of the Council some of the observations resulting in our work over the past 3 decades in Los Angeles. We hope that this forum will open up the space for a continuing dialogue with the serious intention of taking action. Along with our allies, we work in Southeast Los Angeles and Harbor area around multiple issues of stationary and mobile sources of pollution. Harmful emissions and contaminations from refineries, chrome platers, hazardous waste disposal facilities, warehouses, ports, rails, freeways have trapped our communities in settings and dangerously high levels of pollution, causing a whole host of adverse acute and chronic health problems, in addition to lowering people's overall quality of life, resulting from a number of significant public nuisance problems. In Wilmington, Southeast LA, Pacoima, and many other communities across the city and county of Los Angeles, low-income communities of color who are already vulnerable to a whole host of socioeconomic stressors continue to suffer the most brutal impacts of irresponsible expansions and sightings of polluting operations. This, in addition to limited opportunities for public participation, weak enforcement, and lack of commitment and vision towards creating sustainable communities over the years, has created unacceptable living conditions. We ask this City Council to take on the issue of environmental injustice as the single most important environmental issue facing the city. we ask this City Council to take on the issue of environmental injustice as the single most important environmental issue facing the city. Adverse impacts on disproportionately impacted EJ communities and vulnerable subpopulations eventually impact all at the regional level and beyond. The struggle of people in Wilmington to attain clean air has been a long, hard campaign, and it has regional, national, and international dimensions in its implications. We welcome concrete efforts such as the creation of the Sun Valley Environmental Justice Improvement Area introduced by Councilmember Cardenas, which employs a multi-agency approach in taking a serious first step in addressing the issue of cumulative impact for that community. We appreciate the willingness of Councilmember Hahn to sit down with the Wilmington residents to come up with tangible solutions for that neighborhood. We appreciate Councilmember Garcetti's outreach to EJ organizations and all the efforts by other members of the City Council individually and as a whole to address the issue of pollution in our backyard. Measures, ordinances, and city protocols towards preventing further adverse impact. First, preventing, then mitigating current impacts, and then finally restoring and transforming the EJ communities into healthy, sustainable communities can be one vision that could bring the members of this City Council together in this effort. It is a challenging task, but we believe given our current state of knowledge, the elevated level of awareness in communities and decades of experience in the area of regulation and planning has placed the City of Los Angeles at a unique historical position of taking concerted efforts in addressing the issue of cumulative impact and environmental pollution. We hope to partner with the city in this pursuit, which will deliver immediate and long-term benefits to the people of Los Angeles. And we are excited to offer toxic tours and community tours in areas that we work with so that the members of the City Council, their staff, and other staff working in other departments can get first-hand information about what the people in the community are going through. So when they are looking at those documents or approving those documents, and they have a real sense of the impacts and the implications of the decisions they're making. I'll be glad to answer specific questions about the issues of cumulative impact and environmental injustice in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. We will have discussion and questions after the third panelist. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and giving us the ability to speak to environmental justice, as it's one of the most important issues facing Los Angeles today. My name is Angela Logan. I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice and the Port Working Group of Green LA. And I just want to start by echoing both Martha and Barham's recommendations and concerns around environmental justice. From my perspective, the two most important aspects that we need to address in relation to environmental justice is cumulative impacts and near-source impacts. Being that environmental justice communities are disproportionately impacted and bombarded with polluting and toxic facilities, some of these facilities are right at the fence line to communities, right next door to schools, homes, and churches. With that, I'd like to present the following recommendations specific to the Port of LA. So I'd like to turn to this document, page number 8. As you know, the Port of LA and Long Beach combined are the #1 source of pollution in the LA basin. And so in that, looking at it from the perspective of environmental justice, looking at the local communities at the ports and along the goods movement corridors, the toxic exposure to these communities are surely an environmental injustice and absolutely unacceptable at the cancer risk and other health risk posed to them. So the first recommendation would be implementing and enforcing a comprehensive plan for the port and related goods movement system to reduce emissions to the most health protective levels technically feasible. And we see this as the Clean Air Action Plan. When we came out with this document, the Clean Air Action Plan was being talked about but was not voted on. And we think this is very important, but again, going back to several comments that have been made today and yesterday, that the Clean Air Action Plan is behind schedule, and we believe that the ports of LA and Long Beach need to move and catch up. Our communities are depending on the goals set forth. The second recommendation is that the city should conduct an independent cost-benefit analysis to build on recent state and local health, economic, and planning studies, which would be used to inform the port's decision-making for a sustainable future. That we understand that the decisions that we're making in terms of both port and goods movement growth are beneficial for our society at whole. And third and the last recommendation is that the city should prevent or fully mitigate off-port community impacts by adopting land use policies to protect public health, including existing guidelines for facility siting, meaning that, as I mentioned, one of the two major areas to look at was the near source impacts, that some of these facilities that exist are right up against schools, homes, and churches, and surely exposing way too high a risk to the local communities and residents. And that we see that some of these particular facilities that have been right next to homes and churches and schools and the whole bit have been done 20, 50 years ago, and obviously a bad decision that was made way back when. And that we develop a policy today that would prevent that from any projects in the future. So those are the three recommendations, and we're open to any questions that you may ask. Thank you.
I thank the panel for the presentation. We'll begin with Mr. Alarcon.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what the question was. And I can't. But it had to do with environmental justice. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to review my notes because it was based on something you said. I'm sorry. It had to do with community plans. Thank you. You mentioned that the community plans are opportunities to make equivalent some of the opportunities for environmental improvements in communities that have long-standing shortcomings in that area. My district has 35, or my area has 35 landfills, railroad tracks, 2 airports, not to mention major thoroughfares and traffic congestion like most districts. But the point I'd like to make is that we can't even get community plans. The environmental justice movement, in large measure, was born on the notion that we need to get governance. And in the case of community plans, if you don't have a community plan, then not only do you not have a clear understanding of a plan for your community, it really baits battles between community members to fight for variances and things that they shouldn't even be asking for if we had a clear community plan. In my district, Pacoima, the poorer areas tend to have the oldest and most outdated community plans. I think it's consistent with the city of Los Angeles. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So I wouldn't presume that the community plans are the way to solve our problems until I was guaranteed that we're going to get a community plan. And so I would ask you to incorporate into your agenda something that recognizes that the fact that the city has disparate treatment of disparate parts of Los Angeles with regard to implementation of and development of community plans is clearly an environmental justice issue that if addressed, could have tremendous positive impacts on the city.
Pacoima actually is one of is actually a good example of environmental justice. Pacoima Beautiful, as we know, is a very sophisticated community-based organization in Pacoima, has managed to develop a huge program, an organizing program, a policy program, a youth development program that actually is, for us, from the environmental justice perspective, the first step. You organize your community, then you start to demand things. And if you have to demand a community plan, the community plan is only one kind of thing that we could, or one strategy by which a community can actually achieve environmental justice. There are many others, but having an organized community such as Pacoima Beautiful in the district is actually a good first step.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Ms. Hahn.
Janice Hahn. Thank you. I was going to respond. First of all, I really appreciate your presentation. You're preaching to the choir when you're talking to me. That's exactly what I'm feeling, and I will tell you, representing Wilmington particularly has been such a challenge when it comes to the negative impacts that community has endured and continues to endure, really because of its logistics being adjacent to the Port of Los Angeles. And over the years, everyone in power allowed the port to buy property in Wilmington for expansion, and no one ever looked at the health risks that we're now seeing, happening in that community. More instances of cancer, premature deaths from cargo-related pollution in that community than I think almost anywhere in Los Angeles. And I, have been frustrated with the Clean Air Action Plan because it sounds good and it looks good on paper, but as I wanted to remind everybody, 5 years ago, we amped the first ship at the China shipping terminal. It was under the previous administration that we even began the no net increase task force, where we began to talk about expanding the port while keeping the emissions down. I will say that as a result of my frustration yesterday, I don't know if you were here for that, I introduced a motion that asked the CLA to report back on our role in giving our own port benchmarks and then consequences for not achieving those benchmarks. And I would love to have your input, maybe even on the whole Clean Air Action Plan and what you saw as good benchmarks, what we should be looking for, and maybe give some input into, a timeline or achievable results or something. I mean, I think we wanted to put ourselves out there as being, the first port to join with another port to have a plan, and everyone is a little nervous about being punitive when you don't achieve those results. But, if it's not a plan that needs to stay on paper. That doesn't save anybody's lives, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And so I'd love to have your input on that.
Working pretty close with the implementation task force on the Clean Air Action Plan, I'm feeling your frustration in terms of the lag time on the adoption and implementation. But, in terms of timeline, I guess the first good start is, keeping with the goals and the benchmarks that were set forth at the beginning of the adoption, and being behind a couple of quarters on the implementation and adoption of the Clean Truck program is frustrating. So I think pressuring the Port of Los Angeles to take that leadership role. I know that one of the comments that was made yesterday and comments I've heard over the last several months is that Long Beach is feeling concerned about some of the measures, and I think that the Los Angeles side needs to take a leadership role and move forward, and hopefully Long Beach will come along. I know it's very complicated, but I think the first line of business is to adhere to the timeline that they set forth for themselves. And I think that also participation from the whole council with the commission on moving forward. We look at this, the health impacts from the ports and goods movement as a real crisis, and
Go ahead.
And in terms of if this was a, well, we kind of coined that, an individual coined it as a slow-acting disaster, and if we see the health impacts over a short amount of time, it would be the way in which we would act to address a disaster of this magnitude would be in a different way, in a different manner. So if we think about this as a slow-acting disaster, I think everyone should come together and push both parts to really make those goals a reality.
Well, I think obviously that was the intent of bringing this forward on the City Council, and I know President Garcetti was kind of a co-sponsor of that idea of getting the whole council holding our port accountable for the things that they have control of doing. I mean, I'm totally into lobbying the Bush administration. I'm totally into lobbying the international shipping world to, really work on some kind of a global mandate for the emissions from our ships, but we do have certain things that we can control right now. And again, the health impacts are not just in Wilmington and San Pedro. It's like 15 miles inland that cancer risk exists as a result of cargo-related pollution. 2,400 premature deaths in California as a result of port-related pollution, 350,000 lost days of school as a result of port-related pollution. I mean, that's lost revenue to our school districts. Our school districts get paid per daily attendance. So when our kids are missing school because of these terrible asthma attacks because of port pollution, that's costing schools money. I just don't feel like the argument is always about the economic slowdown or downturn by implementing measures that will increase, health benefits and mitigate the negative impacts, and yet we're not looking on the other end. Taxpayers are spending billions of dollars right now for lost productivity, lost school days, health risk as a result of port-related pollution, and the idea that any kind of clean air truck plan will somehow slow down goods movement, again, is the wrong argument. We can have economic development, we can have good jobs, and we can have clean air. The technology exists today.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't talked all day.
I want to give you a breath.
I haven't talked all day, and it's 1:45.
Do you have a question you want to finish? Do you have a report back you want to finish up with?
I'm just saying. It's 1:45. I haven't said one thing today.
Well, I was concerned you weren't breathing there. It was.
Where?
Thank you.
Time over.
Mr. Labange.
Can I give it a minute of mine?
Yeah, probably.
Want some more? Okay. Rules are rules. Let me ask you, at Occidental, what are some of the students saying? They're coming fresh from around the country? And if you could be to the point on things, only because they're running into the clocks.
Students at Occidental College are not unlike other students in the Southland, but are very, very passionate about climate change. They're very, very passionate about the environment. They're anxious to learn what to do about it. They're taking individual action, but I think they want more. I teach a policy class I'm going to go to this afternoon, and they're asking me, what are the policy fixes that are going to actually force all of Los Angeles to make change, not just individual households. So I think students are actually interested. This is the green generation.
People don't usually like being forced. That's the conflict. If we were trying to pass a measure here and we had the environmental community here, let's say the Chamber of Commerce would be on this other side. So there's this conflict. What common ground could we try to find to achieve what are, right-minded ideas?
Well, I think there's a tremendous amount of good positive thinking that actually bring things together. I don't think the environmentalists have any want to see the development of a new green business sector, for example. Right? I mean, we have seen the ills of an old industrial economy that's based on oil refining, and I think students in particular are thinking about, well, what kind of jobs are we going to have in 20 years? Where is that economy going to be? And I think that asking the questions about what kind of sustainable economic development approaches we want to have here in Los Angeles is probably a very strategic set of questions. It is a thing that links environmental justice with some of our labor interests, with some of our business interests. We can't do it without the business community. So I think that having an environmental justice perspective on this that links kind of community-based needs and health with long-term regional economic development strategies, I think the most strategic way we should think about
Yeah,
growth.
because the biggest challenge, I think, is not what's happening in Los Angeles, but what's happening in the region.
That's right.
And affordable housing is so far from maybe where jobs are, and the challenge is, because I could see the 134 freeway packed, that goes not downtown, but goes west to the San Fernando Valley and beyond for jobs from housing in the Empire. Let me just ask the other gentleman, anything from people in your sphere, any ideas or inspiration?
In terms of policy ideas?
Yeah, like people, what makes, something usually happens that makes people do things. See?
Right. I think that, the link and the next...
Because when you spoke about Wilmington, all of a sudden they say we don't want it anymore. And I know Ms. Hans worked so hard. I remember the meeting one of our first offsite meetings in Wilmington.
I think that the link and nexus between jobs and healthy and good quality of life is what's going to get us to where we need to be. And that's what we're trying to achieve, right, is a city of greatness, something that we can leave for our grandchildren and for our children, for us today. And so finding an opportunity that's good, healthy, quality jobs that doesn't harm the individual or their families. So, for instance, looking at alternative means of transporting goods, whether that be with monorail, with clean trucks, electric trucks, we can also find opportunities for either manufacturing, maintenancing, or general upkeep of these modes of transportation to provide jobs for individuals that would like good quality job as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I think they covered it.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. And finally, Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, and I will appreciate you being here today, and we'll try to get you to your class on time. I think, Mr. Cardenas, who's not here but has been a leader in the environmental justice area we set up that covers, I think, a portion of Mr. Alicon's as well as mine, that you're right, there are certain areas of the city that have been negatively impacted. From your perspective, that environmental justice zone, I think, that we've created, is that something that should be replicated across the city? And she has a smile on her face.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Absolutely?
Absolutely. One of the work groups in the Green LA Coalition, which I think we need to, many of the members of Green LA are actually in the audience and can also speak to this, but one of the work groups we have is actually focused on this very issue. Addressing cumulative impact is going to take multiple different kinds of policy responses, one of which is creating something like replicating the zone, that environmental justice zone that Cardenas and many of you all put forward a couple of years ago. The main issue is compliance, right? Monitoring and compliance. So tremendous amount of investment and commitment has to go into not only passing an ordinance such as that, but also making sure that it is actually implementable and actually does its job. We've been looking at the hot spots that our researchers have pointed us to. It's Wilmington, it's East LA, it's other parts of San Fernando, and all the southeast part of the city, and that ordinance could do very well in helping start at least the process of addressing the issues there.
So I think that'll be in the form of a motion as well to look at, as they're putting out their pen there, to look at replicating in certain parts of the city and almost criteria as to what a zone would be and the incentives, what's worked, and to come back to see where there might be other replicable across the city incentives. So, and we would, of course, appreciate your help and guidance on that because, again, we just know historically that certain communities have been more negatively impacted by these kinds of things than other places, and we have to be much more proactive and not so reactive in those areas. Okay, wonderful. See, and I even stayed under my 3 minutes.
You gave back Mr. Labange. We appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Hahn for a second.
4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Thank you. One of the other frustrating things for me has been the very, very rigid, antiquated, outdated, irresponsible, short-sighted interpretation of the state lands, tidelands doctrine that governs the Port of LA. It made a lot of sense in the early 1900s when we were building ports and we wanted to make sure all revenue went back into the port to continue commerce, navigation, fisheries. Fast forward to 2007, again, when we have these unbelievable impacts from port operations that no one ever thought about in the early part of the century. As long as the the doctrine that governs port revenue specifically forbids money going off port property to mitigate negative impacts, we are in a bad situation. And I love to say to the State Tidelands Commission, you know, if you kept the negative impacts on port property, that would be one thing. But port operations and their negative impacts goes way off port property. So to continue to limit revenue from being spent to mitigate this to on-port property is, again, so outdated, so short-sighted. What can we do to pass legislation or to change that very, very rigid interpretation? I think it is wrong, and I think it has been part of the problem that communities like Wilmington continue to suffer with the port standing behind that, saying, "Gee, we'd love to spend money mitigating this, but we can't." Well, what's your thought?
Yeah, I can't really say too much to that except for that what your sentiment is echoed throughout, the Southland and people that are working on ports and goods movement issues. And I think that's where it starts. And I know that there's some discussion in terms of taking it to the state level and looking at addressing those issues through legislation. But it really is something that everyone is concerned with and is on everyone's radar. But otherwise, moving it at the state level is something that is a whole other strategy in which I have no.
Yeah, I would like to encourage all of us to take that fight, up to the state. I know we in the city of LA could amend our city charter to reflect it in our own charter, but I've been told that the state document would trump us. But that's still something we might do, at least to set a precedent in Los Angeles, to at least have it in our charter. So it might, at least if it ever got passed at the state level, we would be in compliance. That's something we might do. Well, let's look at the opportunity. Let's look at the opportunity to do a charter amendment, to amend our city charter to allow for port revenue to be spent off port property to mitigate the negative impacts. How about that?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Just two final questions from me, if I may. Two of you mentioned enforcement and quick enforcement. Do you believe that our Environmental Affairs Department inspectors should have the ability to have quick enforcement and shut down any activity which is polluting the environment?
I think what we need is a citywide focus on this enforcement issue. I think Environmental Affairs has its structural limits in terms of what it can and can't do. I believe that what the city needs to actually deal with some of the structural issues that Councilmember Hahn has talked about, but also get at some of the compliance and enforcement issues, is really we need a department that has full authority, has a full budget, has increased staffing, has incredible expertise that actually could take our city forward in the future. Compliance and enforcement, I think, is going to be an incredibly challenging but necessary piece of this puzzle, and I look forward to we look forward certainly to working with EAD or whomever in the city to make that happen.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And the reason I asked is I brought a motion in to empower our inspectors with police powers to shut down anything that was environmentally damaging the city's environment. So I just want to see if you felt that same way. And secondly, in your book, I was just looking through it here, it talks about green investment. Just for your knowledge, the fastest growing sector of our economy in Los Angeles is green-related industries. And so I think we're doing a good job there. What I would ask for a report back is I introduced a motion some 6-7 months ago to allow investment in our deferred comp plan as well as pension plan into green industries, and we have not had a report back. So I'd like a report back on what the status is of the deferred comp board and pension boards on those two issues. Okay, thank you very much. With that, again, I want to thank you on behalf of the city for your time, your effort being here today. Your insight is very valuable to us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and thank you to the panelists. We're going to invite our air, water, and land panelists up together. We don't have quite enough chairs for everybody, but if I could invite them all to come forward to the first row. and we will go through each one of them. If we can make sure that the four water folks are at the table, but if everybody sits by right there, Mark Gold, Tom Ford, Fran Diamond, and Joe Edmiston, if you'd come forward to the table, we will add some extra chairs. Maybe we'll ask any of the empty chairs to be filled by our land specialists, Matt Peterson, Andy Lipkist, Tim Grabiel, and Dr. White, if you'd like to come forward. And Mark, if you'd like to kick things off for us. What we're going to do is we're going to hear from all the remaining advocates. You've been very patient. I know that some of you have other commitments, but I want to make sure before any of us start talking again that we listen to everybody here. So with that in mind, we'll start with water, asking folks to still kind of keep their comments to that succinct, what we were doing 3 minutes apiece about? Was that what we did before? So 5 minutes. So 5 minutes apiece. So starting with Mr. Gold, why don't you kick things off?
All right. My name is Mark Gold.
Yes, Mr. Peterson?
Oh,
happy
great. You're taking
birthday,
my
Mr.
time.
Gold. It's a trick that Global Green
And I have a couple of things I'm asking for my birthday that I'll close with. But I'm Mark Gold, president of Heal the Bay, and as you know, patience is not one of my strengths, so it has been tough to hang in as long as I have. So anyways, I'm going to go through a couple things on the water quality side very briefly. One is the stream protection ordinance that Councilman Weiss and Rosendahl have been working on, has been laboring for far too long, and that's something that needs to be completed and approved as soon as possible. And in that regard, another thing that would be very, very helpful would be a Green Streets program to infiltrate and treat runoff so that we can change the way that transportation systems are put in place and the impacts they have on runoff. Related to that would be low-impact development standards for all new and redevelopment to infiltrate the runoff on site rather than to let it get into the storm drain system and cause the pollution problems that it's been causing for many, many years. We are not doing a good job on our stormwater pollution. The water quality compliance master plan should be done by the end of the year. Hopefully that will move us in the right direction, and low impact development needs to be a big part of that. Skipping ahead in that regard, on the funding side, the stormwater pollution abatement fee is broke, and Proposition O is pretty much tapped out. So the first priority is to get the Senate Constitutional Amendment 12 passed next year. It did not happen this year, which makes no sense to Heal the Bay whatsoever. They could not even get 2 Republicans to support the amendment to get out of the Senate. I know the city provided leadership in helping there. Bottom line is anybody who's involved in negotiations on what's going on the Delta Bay, better throw that into the negotiations, because that's where the leverage, I think, is right now, because somebody wants to do something on water supply issues, and SCA 12 needs to be part of that discussion, and it is not right now. There's no money for operation and maintenance for stormwater in Los Angeles or for TMDL implementation, and that is a huge problem. Another source of money that could help a little bit is Metropolitan Water District. As you know, they offer financial incentives right now for water reuse, as well as for desal. They do not, on a regular basis, offer that for regional stormwater recharge projects. So that's something that Heal the Bay has been talking to MWD about. They're interested in working with the City of Los Angeles to try to take a look at that seriously. You might want to look at the Prop O partially funded county project, Strathern Pitt, as being a potential model for that, to figure out how can we actually capture this stormwater, which right now is a pollution problem, and look at it more as a resource so it can actually help augment our local water supply. And then shifting gears on marine and aquatic debris, which is a very, very high priority for our organization. We've been working with the state of California and the Ocean Protection Council and helping to put together their marine debris resolution, which was very, very comprehensive. One of the things, you guys have one of the best major city recycling programs in the entire country, but the reality is on a lot of the plastics, recycling's not enough. I'm sure you've seen the Steve Lopez article as well as the LA County report. 6 billion plastic bags are used in Los Angeles County each and every year. A great recycling program would capture 2/3 of that. You'd still have 2 billion bags wreaking havoc either in the landfill or in the ocean. And so clearly we need to do something about this plastic bag problem. We need to do something about the styrofoam problem. And our recommendation as an organization is, frankly, our addiction to single-use plastic packaging has gotten completely out of control in only 2 short generations. You look back 40 years ago, we did not do this behavior. And it's something that we need to change, and a ban needs to be part of that change. And then lastly, and this is what I want for my birthday as a commitment on this, would be that we need a sustainable city plan in the city of Los Angeles. We have waited far too long and through too many mayors asking for such a plan. Now we've seen plans that have been written in numerous places around the world, and we haven't seen that in the city of LA. We have one of the greenest councils, if not the greenest council we've had in the history of the city. We have a mayor who wants this to be the greenest major city in America, yet we do not have a plan that brings together all of our environmental programs and fills in the gaps and has a true sustainable city plan that's truly going to make a difference. We need that, and we need that within a year. Thank you.
Thank you. And those extra 10 seconds were to credit for what Mr. Peterson stole from you. We announced at the beginning of this entire process that we wanted this to be exactly that we were tired of waiting as well, and we wanted to start drafting that sustainable city plan ourselves. So as this goes back to the Energy and Environment Committee, the CLA is tasked with being the front line on that with our collaboration, and we will certainly be reaching out to you, Mr. Golden, and the rest of the environmental advocacy community.
I'm sure each and every
Absolutely.
person there would volunteer to help.
Absolutely, and we will count on that. So consider this not a one-off, but the ongoing execution of that plan. Next, we have Tom Ford from Santa Monica Baykeeper.
Tom Ford, exactly.
What do you want for your birthday?
I want everything that Mark said.
Sounds good.
Acting Executive Director, Santa Monica Baykeeper, without just following Mark's lead and going down a similar list, please assume that we would support many of those initiatives as well. The 2 things I would like to focus on, though, regarding recycled water. We're currently spending a great deal of time and effort cleaning up our water at Hyperion Sewage Treatment Plant and then discharging 350 million gallons a day or so into the ocean. When I sit here and look at conversations regarding desalinization in our area and other efforts to reclaim this water, we're already so close with those 350 million gallons. It seems silly that we're not going to move forward with a plan that would incorporate the use of that water, or the reuse of that water, the potential recharge of that water into our aquifers in our region. That said, there's obviously a couple small obstacles to that currently. There does not seem to be any interest from the state to require monitoring associated with recycled water. I think it's going to be a hard enough sell for us politically to get folks interested in drinking water that's already gone through their house once or twice. So let's just make sure that we're doing our job and that we can guarantee them that the water that we put back in the ground was as clean as it could be. If we have problems with the municipal codes for the purple pipes and the other issues associated with that, then I would simply say that as much as we would all be happy to help you with a sustainable city plan, I'm sure we would all be happy to help you take this up to the next level, work with the city, craft a resolution, and make sure we found some favorable voices in the State Assembly to push this thing through. Secondly, when we talk about greening Los Angeles, I am truly convinced that if we actually green LA, if we get the parks out there, we're going to improve the quality of life for the people in this city. If they see that these parks are part of a program that's benefiting the environment, helping ameliorate some of the issues that we're dealing with global warming, climate change, we're actually going to find a lot more support out there than we may already conceive. I think it's there, but I think this would be one way to put it right back in people's pockets in a way. Lastly, we've got to continue to protect our existing resources, creating parks that are going to capture, infiltrate stormwater, keeping it out of our beaches, out of our rivers where we already have these water quality problems. does those two things. We protect our existing resources, our beaches, our areas that are currently hanging in there, and creates new opportunities for folks that the EGA folks very accurately summed up as lacking. And I'll refrain from speaking anymore.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Fran Diamond is our next speaker.
Very happy to be here, and thank you very much for calling for these 2 days on the environment. I'm going to be leaving at 2:30, and that's only because I have another appointment. First, globally, thanks to drought, global climate change, and maybe some judicial decisions, we're going to have to these are going to require us to become more self-sufficient and dependent on our local water supply. How we think about every drop of rain is extremely important. Is it going to be stormwater that's conveyed as sewage out to our ocean, which we then basically throw away and have to spend money to treat? Or is it going to be a source of water that we're going to be able to conserve, reuse, restore, recycle? It makes no sense for us to continue to import half of the water that we throw away at twice the cost, and we may not even have that choice. Los Angeles is poised, as others have said, to be one of the greenest cities. We've got a green city council and a green mayor. Your integrated resources plan is very impressive. You've got plans for wastewater, recycle, storage. You've got plans for increasing your sewage capacity. And I would like to say that that our regional board supports your efforts and ask for greater efforts to accelerate conservation, capture, storage, and reuse. We need many more than 1 million trees, but we need to make sure that those trees are the right trees that can actually clean and capture and create the water, be a part of the water that we need, the answer to those waters. We need to make every park a stormwater park. We need to partner with the people, and I think that you saw with Proposition O, which you helped put on the ballot, that 76% of the people said yes. We still need to use those people. Public education is key. We need to also ask people to act. And they'll be our partners if we can assure them that their water supply is safe. We had an issue come before our regional board in January, and that was recycling wastewater. This issue was for Tillman Glendale recycled wastewater, and we issued the permit, and we agreed to give the city and the other stakeholders an 18-month path to address the concerns that the City of Los Angeles raised about monitoring of this wastewater. Our board supports recycled water use for landscaping, but we support monitoring. The more we reuse both wastewater and stormwater, the more important it is that we monitor to be sure we are protecting our local supplies if we want to be a sustainable city. We have to assure the public, not alarm them. We need to ask them to be partners, but we need to tell them that we are acting in their best interests. Another issue that I want to bring to you is the issue of emerging contaminants. Over time, water quality treatment has improved, but so has our ability to detect more and more compounds with improved analytical methods. There are a lot of pharmaceuticals and personal care products that are present in even highly treated wastewater. There's still a lot we don't know about the effects of these, so we need to stay informed, stay on top of the research, much of it which is being done by SQUIRP and other organizations and the City of Los Angeles, and we need to inform our decisions based on protecting public health and aquatic life in our rivers and coastal waters. I want to mention the necessity that's been brought up before today about integrating and coordination. We're at a point when we can no longer afford to implement projects in isolation. We need to integrate across programs, agencies to protect our waters. That means that the Bureau of Sanitation, the Department of Water and Power, the Planning Department, Recreation and Parks are going to have to work together to achieve multiple water quality benefits and water supply benefits on a scale never envisioned in the past. Another idea I'd like to bring is partner with LAUSD. There's an example that came before the Prop O committee at Fremont High School, where not only were they draining stormwater, collecting the stormwater drained there, but they were draining and collecting stormwater throughout the neighborhood. If this could be done at multiple schools throughout the LAUSD, we would go a long way to reducing our urban flow and stormwater pollution. So I encourage you to adopt the other suggestions that have been mentioned by both Tom Ford of Bay Caper and Mark Gold and continue to work. But remember, monitoring is essential to assure the public that our local supplies are safe and protective.
Thank you very much.
I yield my 18 minutes. 18 seconds.
Well, we will go straight to Joe Edmiston, and we appreciate the comments and the partnership from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. It's been great. Joe?
Mr. President, Joe Edmiston, Executive Director of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. First, let me indicate that the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy is kind of a misnomer since Proposition 50. We've had responsibility on the state level of allocating Proposition 50 and now with Proposition 84 funds throughout the upper Los Angeles River watershed, which is essentially the river watershed within the city of Los Angeles. We have met with you, Mr. President, and many of your colleagues on an individual basis about projects. Let me indicate that we are going to initiate in the upcoming year a consultation with every council member in the Los Angeles River watershed to identify a project list and then work back from that project list to the $36 million that was allocated in Proposition 84. Now that is a drop in the Pacoima Wash compared to what the necessity is. So I'm going to focus on three things and not give you a whole litany. The first thing I want to focus on is we're doing a good job. And you probably don't hear that very frequently from the environmental community because that is, you're doing a good job, but here's the 50 other things you need to do. I think we need to convey to the public an upbeat attitude that things are changing for the better, because we're going to be asking the public to come back for major, huge additional funding, both for the operation and maintenance of our water systems and for the capital necessary to transform the city into a, and I call it, it's not just a green, but it's a green-blue city. Okay? Green solutions, blue, clear, clean water. So that's a need that we have, and all of us have a responsibility for educating the public in that regard. Okay? Things are getting better, and they still have ways to go, but they're getting better. We're moving in the right direction. Second of all, the overall policy has to understand that for almost 100 years, the official policy of the City of Los Angeles and everybody in Southern California was every drop of water that fell, snowfall or water, in the Sierra Nevada and came down the Owens River should be immediately transferred as fast as possible to the City of Los Angeles. And every drop of water, however, every drop of water, snowfall or
I didn't hear what you said about Owens.
Okay. Every drop of water that falls in the eastern Sierra, the official policy was that drop should be transported as fast as possible to the City of Los Angeles. Okay? However, the corollary to that was every drop of water that falls within the City of Los Angeles should be transferred as fast as possible to the Pacific Ocean through our flood control channels. Now, we're taking giant strides to change that. Okay? This council, this city, has changed its relationship to the Owens Valley, and we're changing our relationship to the idea that every drop of water that falls on the City of Los Angeles is not a problem, it's an opportunity. And we need to reconceptualize that it's not just 100 different little project initiatives, it's a whole different idea that water is not a problem to be feared and to be channelized and to be sent to the ocean as soon as possible. It is an opportunity for recreation. It is an opportunity for true water benefits, like if it falls here, we don't have to import it from the Delta. So that is a reconceptualization. And finally, we have to realize that this is not pie in the sky. We are specifically able right now to do, and my colleague Andy Lipkus should really talk about this, what are we looking at? 80,000 cisterns possible?
400,000 on individual homes, and then many more, roughly about 1 million around.
And this is technology that only goes back about 7,000 years to other desert civilizations that used the water that fell on it when it did fall. We now have, and we're going to be dedicating in Mr. Alacon's district, a first time along the Los Angeles River or its tributaries, where we're actually taking the storm water and rediverting it in a park project. And the wonderful thing about this project is nobody knows that it's really a water quality project. They think it's greening and a park project. So those are opportunities that we have right now to implement. We don't have to wait. And I am looking forward to talking to each one of you and getting your information, getting your lists, and also conveying to you the fact that we do have immediate opportunities that we can implement today.
Thank you very much, Joe. And not only is it a green and a blue city, but we'll maybe turn to Mr. Lipkus to talk about a brown city as well. These are the trunks. To start our discussion on land, and then we'll hear from Matt Peterson of Global Green just after that. So, Mr. Lipkus.
Oh, I thought we were last. Thank you. Andy Lipkus, president, founder of Tree People, also wearing the hat and representing viewpoints from being co-founder of Los Angeles Conservation Corps, Green LA Coalition, and Coalition on Environment and Jewish Life. It is really, really exciting. So I want to start with a thank you. In the 37 years of pounding on City Hall doors, this is the first time since I was a little kid that the city has come together as a whole to look at this urgent issue. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the leadership, which caused fantastic presentations over the last 2 days, really encouraging news of cooperation, of partnership, of some aggressive, hopeful signs. It's really good. But as Joe said, that too often we come back and say, well, it's not good enough. I didn't mean to say that it's not good enough, but there is news. And the news was packaged kind of quietly in DWP's presentation yesterday. And the news is that we actually, for the protection of our public, we need to up the energy tremendously. The good news about all the work that's been done is we've shown we can do it. There are fantastic policies. Community leaders are deployed to be working here in partnership with you. The bad news and the scary news is that with climate change, we face not something that's going to hit us 50 years out. We are starting to face the implications now, and they're showing up as disasters. Fires, unseasonably, drought, water shortages, and flooding. It was right there in the DWP plan. I suggest, and I want to wrap my message around the 2 points that we should be thinking about as a city. We should be mobilizing as an entire community, one, to do everything we can as one of the leading city causes of climate change in the world to curb climate change. And equally as important, we need to mobilize now to begin to prepare this city for the unstoppable consequences. That comes into the category, unfortunately, of disaster prevention. It's not something we've been good at. My 6 key points today, and I'll just hit them, and my predecessors have made it easy. We've got to mobilize Los Angeles, as I said. But 2, we can do this really well by fixing the land. All the things that you heard about with water happen on the land. It translates, this green-blue notion means we need to see and manage the city as what it actually is. It's a functioning, living watershed. And we've mismanaged it for our entire history, as you've heard. But the opportunity now is to turn that around. And we can do that by adapting every parcel of land to actually function as a water catchment, the way the British call it, instead of a watershed. And that does translate to planting trees, not the way we've been planting them for all these decades for decoration, but trees that do what they do in a functioning forest. They actually capture water, clean it, put it back in the ground. We could do it here. And we can capture half the water we need just in that. We can massively cut down on the water we're using without negative implications for lifestyle change. To make that happen and to make it affordable, we're not talking about having to find tons of new money. We're talking about redeploying what we're wasting, because as we're wasting water, we're wasting literally billions a year. One of your policies that I would ask for is to begin permanently deploying all agencies in this city in an integrated planning, ongoing management, maintenance, operation. Now that's going to sound radical. But we got to get out of the silos, and we can. 5th point, public education, deep community engagement. This community came through for this city in an incredible partnership, thanks to a partnership that the city allowed Tree People to do deep education of over 250,000 kids just when the city was rolling out the recycling program. That investment in education has made Los Angeles the leader in recycling, and that was an investment made back in 1988, 89, and 90. Since that first 250,000 kids, Tree People's involved over 2 million Los Angeles kids in its education program.
I just want to warn you, you have I paused the clock, you have about 45 seconds left. I know you had 7 points to get through. We're running the clock to help people guide their time.
What's that?
We're running the clock to help people guide their time, their 5 minutes.
Thank you. Got it. So, this is the approach that can get us there. I think I want to leave you with a couple quick thoughts. Lucy Jones, the earthquake specialist, basically said, we are going to get hit as a community with major quakes and major events. Whether they're a disaster or not, all comes down to whether we're prepared. Flip over to Katrina, and you see a community that failed. It didn't hold hands. The opportunity here is for us to step forward and literally hold hands as a community, as experts, as agencies, and to move into preparing this community. The people will go with us. They've done it with Propo. We've made it happen. The vision, fixing LA, one of the largest cities in the country and one of the most dangerous in the world in terms of climate change, we think about it like tearing a phone book. It's too big without nuclear-powered shears if you try to tear the entire thing at once. One page, one parcel, one community, one neighborhood at a time, it's totally doable. These problems look overwhelming. They're not. We have the technology. We have the ability. And in doing that, we do deliver, and I want to help sew up Mark's request. A sustainable city plan can find the money, can find the green jobs that we so badly need, and can bring us hope. And the final point is we offer a deep briefing on the skills, the tools, on how to capture the water. I hope you'll ask me about that. I'll give you more. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And next, Matt Peterson from Global Green.
Thank you, Mr. President and esteemed council members. It's good to be with you today. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to get up in front of you and say that cities need to lead the way in this country right now, along with states, to push environmental leadership. We have a lot at stake. Not only is it the economy of Los Angeles, the welfare of your citizens and residents, but the very the future of humanity on this planet. It's time to be bold, and it's no time to hold back and play with half measures. It's time to move forward in an urgent manner. Doesn't mean we're not positive, but it is time for action and no longer for words. And this is encouraging today, but I hope it's only the beginning of some real action. We need to start with a sustainable city program for this city that has indicators that guide the progress and sets real goals. Within that, you need to hold your agency heads and your own employees accountable to those goals by including in their reviews how did they do on those sustainability indicators and those goals. They get paid, they get raises based on their progress. People aren't motivated, they're not going to commit to it and work with their colleagues across agencies because it's too damn hard to break through bureaucracies otherwise. We need a solar city initiative. This council has heard me talk about this for over half a decade. We need to get our department to be a leader and no longer an obstacle of progress. The Department of Water and Power is one of the largest bureaucracies west of the Mississippi and is one of the largest polluters west of the Mississippi. It needs to be a leader and no longer an obstacle of progress. There are some good things afoot, but it has a long way to go, and we can start by doing not only the RPS, but making this the capital of solar power, both thermal for solar hot water and solar electric. And let's see 100 megawatts or more go up on the rooftops. Let's have the DWP install those systems on schools and city buildings. Let's have them allow third parties come in and install those systems. Everything from affordable housing to schools, to city buildings and private sector. Let's see energy efficiency requirements for all private sector buildings in that Solar City initiative to require 5% over Title 24 and city buildings to beat it by 10% or more. Let's require a certain amount of solar or other clean distributed generation on our city buildings to help reduce peak demand. And let's require all city buildings to be retrofitted for increased energy efficiency and self-generation. Let's see a real climate action plan that shows the pathway as part of that sustainable city plan, that also empowers low-income communities. How do we help schools be part of the solution? How do we help affordable housing advocates be part of the solution? And how do they get credit for that? We have language that was in AB 32 and that we've tried to get DWP to help implement a pilot project that would allow this. There has not been a lot of encouragement on that front. SMUD, the Sacramento Municipal Utilities, actually embraced the idea, and we're going to see how we can help schools actually own their carbon reductions from energy efficiency. It's a shame we can't do that in LA. On to green building. A couple of you on this council know that I have chided you, and I will chide you here today. Grand Avenue is supposed to be the jewel of our redevelopment of this great city. There is a timid, voluntary green building commitment with that project. I know there are a ton of things that got loaded onto that project, but that is no excuse for this council to not require green building in an integrated sustainability plan for the greatest development, the largest development in downtown Los Angeles. It's a joke. I'm not usually one to be negative, but I have to say it's a joke. It's a real shame, and I think it's total counter to everybody's rhetoric and policies of this city to not make it the crown jewel that is truly green. And then finally, structurally, we need a deputy mayor for sustainable development. We need to, again, require employees to have their reviews, to be incentivized to hold dear and actually implement these goals. And again, we need all our departments, including the DWP, to step up and be leaders for change. And we need to empower the Environmental Affairs Department or some new agency with real budget and real authority to help the City Council and the Mayor implement these goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Tim Graviel from NRDC.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Graviel with the NRDC. I'm an attorney there in the Environmental Justice Project. I just want to say thank you for having me here. Such an illustrious group. Efforts to green Los Angeles are efforts to improve our quality of life, to improve the quality of life of all Angelinos. And as a city, we have made great strides. Under the leadership of Councilmember Reyes, we have seen the LA River Revitalization Master Plan come into its own and be adopted by this council. We've seen the hillsides of Northeast Los Angeles protected under the leadership of Councilmember Huizar. But there are many other areas in which we have fallen short. So I'm going to offer a few of my thoughts, and I'm sure they'll fit within the 4 minutes and 15 seconds left. First, I think it's an idea whose time has come. I think we need to really put efforts behind a Million Trees LA ordinance, something that will have a binding effect. In 2006, Mayor Villaraigosa announced his Million Trees LA initiative. And I think we can all appreciate the value of trees and canopy cover, their air cleaning and shade producing benefits. The initiative is intended to address the relatively little canopy tree cover we have in Los Angeles. It's approximately 18%, which is far below the national average of 27%. And in some areas of Los Angeles, the low-income communities and communities of color, it is as low as 5.3%. That is very little tree coverage. But the initiative relies too much on private-public partnerships and must be taken to the next level. So it is time to consider a Million Trees LA ordinance that would charge city staff with the responsibility to improve LA's canopy coverage. And the ordinance could further create requirements on developers, since greening LA is all of our responsibility. This program should focus first on putting trees in the communities with the lowest canopy cover. And these happen to be the same communities that do not enjoy equal access to other city benefits. Another area in which we need to focus efforts is open space. As LA develops, we must double our efforts to protect critical open space. And there are many ways that we can assist communities in those efforts. We can provide sunset provisions on environmental impact reports so that outdated reviews are not relied upon many years or decades later. We can coordinate LA River Revitalization, which is an artery through the city of LA that we have the opportunity to green, which will serve a number of communities. But we can coordinate LA River revitalization and development by requiring permits from the ad hoc river committee for all developments that fall within the LA River Revitalization Master Plan's jurisdiction. I know it's a radical thought, but it's one that would give the ad hoc river committee the ability to guide development along the LA River. Otherwise, this great plan, this great vision will go the way of Olmsted's vision, which had no binding effect. And as a related matter, as someone who fights for open space, I just want to express a little frustration with fighting for open space in low-income communities of color just to witness the area gentrify and the very community that we fought alongside displaced. We must redouble our efforts to provide truly affordable housing and mandate inclusionary zoning, perhaps not citywide, but at least area-specific, so that when we put time and resources into an area, we can be sure that we're serving the community we intend to serve. And then lastly, just want to briefly talk about transportation. That we are in a transportation crisis is very evident. That MTA has fallen short on its leadership is pretty evident by the fact that we're in this transportation crisis. And it really is coming down to where we need cities to take the leadership on transportation. I have a few examples in which we can improve the transportation situation here in Los Angeles. The first, the bus-only lane alongside Wilshire, is a positive first step, and we look forward to working with the city to fund it. But it is not the only major corridor that should have a bus-only lane. We must explore other major routes that run east and west and north and south. And this may include freeways as well. We should reduce fares or even eliminate them. Every bus rider should get a kiss from this council because they're doing us a huge favor by not getting in that car. And we need to think about how new developments can mitigate the transportation impacts that they're going to have, and in novel ways. We need to incorporate those into the environmental analyses. And we need to start to revision the city of LA's footprint. We don't just need to look at the lights and our electricity usage. We don't need to just look at the paper and whether we recycle or not. But we also have to understand that LA is the keeper of the streets, and the way that we build the built environment, the way that we construct the streets, the way that we construct the sidewalks, whether we have fast traffic or slow traffic, the bridges, whether they're widened or whether they're turned into bridges that make you want to take a picture. All of that also has environmental impacts, and so we really need to reconceptualize the way that we handle our streets and make them destinations and not thoroughfares. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rosemary White from the Sierra Club.
Gee, I'm going to get right in your face here. Hello. The Sierra Club was not aware that this was going on, and so we've put together some things that perhaps might be redundant. But in any case, one glaring example of something that was overlooked is wildlife. And that's why I'm here. Today at 5 o'clock, the National Sierra Club is meeting at a conference call, and they say in their notice about the call, we have only a short time frame to review and make comments on the new program, Resilient Habitats, before October the 22nd, when we will develop that program. The primary goal is to capture a complete conceptual plan of what this program, Resilient Habitat, should be. It is important to not only have a plan that assesses and mitigates the impacts of climate change on wildlife and their habitat, but to ensure that the plan also includes the broader work we are doing in public lands. I cannot emphasize enough that, just as Andy said, we are facing something that intellectually we read about and understand, and in our hearts, with the language of the native peoples, we do not understand it because we cannot understand it because it is going to be so immense. And I, in my professional work as a clinical psychologist and a disaster team leader for the Red Cross, went down to Katrina, went down to New Orleans, and saw what happened there. And not only was it so damaging to the environment and to the people, but the wildlife suffered as well. And there were no plans at all. So what I'm going to suggest is that, number one, it is really critical that the city of Los Angeles, this great city that we live in and love, be respectful enough of these categories in our environment to look at the possibility of developing an ad hoc consulting body, if you will, made up of representatives of the larger environmental entities, and we begin the job of addressing these situations for the city. Mr. Labange has in his district Griffith Park. Mr. Cardenas has Sepulveda Basin. Mr. Weiss has the Santa Monica Mountains. Mr. Smith has the great Chatsworth Nature Preserve, which could be utilized for education. These are all areas that could be used and put in the pot to begin to illustrate what we can and what we should be doing right now to save our wildlife. And I want to say to you in closing that this is so critical, and the prediction of losing 30 to 40% of all of the animal life on this planet, that is a prediction for global warming, but it is even more severe when you come to cities that do not have plans in place to protect what all of us love and what is necessary for life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could have three of you maybe move just so we can have our air representatives. Martin, I can never pronounce your name, so I'm just going to say Martin. Sorry about that. From our Coalition for Clean Air. Schlageter, right? John White from the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technology, and Dr. Ampu Ganguly from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Same thing, they'll put a clock up for 5 minutes and we'll go forward. Colleagues, we will be ending at 3 o'clock because of other committee meetings, and so there are a few people on the queue, but we will also be allowing to introduce additional motions on Friday. Please, who would like to start? Martin, would you like to start first? Or?
I think they would like me to be the guinea pig. Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here today. I am Dr. Anupam Ganguly. I serve as the public advisor and staff of the AQMD. First of all, I wish to thank the council for having us here, and also to recognize Councilwoman Jan Perry and our governing board member Jan Perry for our vision and leadership in guiding our efforts for clean air. It's important to note that the City of LA is a key participant for us as we jointly serve over 4 million residents in our 16 million constituency area. First of all, I'm happy to report that we have made significant progress towards clean air over the many years. Back in 1977, more than 200 days exceeded the health-based standards. In 1986, it came down to 160. 1996, 80 days. Right now, this year, we have reached an all-time low of only 18 days that exceed the 1-hour ozone standard. However, our job is now getting tougher as the more health-protective 8-hour ozone standards and the fine particulate standards require enormous efforts on our part and your part to achieve and then maintain. There are other, however, less comforting facts. Let me touch upon them. Just this past summer, the Southern California Association of Governments, CAG, called upon the governor and the president to declare a state of emergency based on the seriousness of our smog problem and the huge number of people that suffer from the exposure to dirty air. SCAG called attention to the fact that if more than 5,000 people were to be killed in a natural disaster, all kinds of resources and all kinds of emergencies would be called into action to address such a phenomenon. Yet, the state estimates that more than 5,000 people die prematurely every year in Southern California, invisibly, silently, due to the effects of fine particulate pollution in the air. Over 5,000 people. As we are drafting our Clean Air Plan earlier this year in order to meet the federal mandates, our governing board was frustrated that our air district had met all of its local cleanup obligations and more, whereas the state and our federal partners were still far from meeting their commitments. So together with the support from the state, from your organization, as well as the people of this region, we asked them to make the plan more stringent. Due to our combined efforts, the state, the South Coast AQMD, and SCAG reached consensus, and a couple weeks ago, the state adopted a stronger plan to meet our clean air targets. This plan, if it's fully implemented and fully funded, will bring us into attainment of the federal clean air standards for PM 2.5 by 2015 and prevent thousands of premature deaths. Making progress against smog is an incredibly effective investment of public monies. Why? Because clean air safeguards our health and lowers our healthcare expenses, mitigates climate change, a very important point. Any actions you take to reduce greenhouse gases and global warming effects will at the same time clean up the air and reduce toxic pollution. Cleaning the air protects our standing as the center for tourism. It avoids federal sanctions, and it anchors our economic future to clean, sustainable technologies that are in growing demand on a global market. Exporting new technologies is a key area for our economic growth. Just a few examples. Our Clean Air Plan estimates that the cost of achieving clean air would be around $2.5 billion, whereas the health benefits and other benefits are closer to $15 billion for the entire region. A few areas where the City of LA and we can work together for the sake of clean air. The Port's Clean Air Action Plan has been mentioned before. This is an extremely important tool for our overall cleanup efforts. As pointed out by panelists before me, this is the largest source of pollution we have. And at its core, the Clean Air Plan includes a truck replacement program to phase out all the dirty diesel trucks. We encourage you to support this, to go forward with this, and do not wait for action. Please take initiative on your own. Equally important, the plan contains other aggressive milestones with measurable goals. In order to assist with the reduction of pollution at the ports, it is important that we work with our federal officials for authority as well as funding. We need to take action on this. Just today, this morning, 2 hours ago, Senator Boxer was hosting a hearing in the Inland Empire on this very issue. She hosted one at the Port of LA, late August, which was attended by hundreds of people, and the mayor himself testified. We acknowledge such support, and we like to work closely with your body as well as our federal elected representatives to keep up the momentum. Next, let me briefly mention several guidance documents that we have that are available to your city, your staff, and your managers. They range from topics including transportation management, dust control ordinances, energy, school site guidance documents, public awareness, and other types of documents. Let's take advantage of this. For example, the LA Unified School District is seeking to locate and expand new school sites currently. These need to be done in a way that do not impact our communities and our areas. Our guidance document will help you with this. Let me give you another quick example.
I can very respectfully ask you if you can draw things close. We're trying to run the clock 5 minutes apiece.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just mention a few areas and I'll wait for the other questions to come. Another area that we have is working with you in enforcement codes. We have many auto body shops here, metal plating shops, fly-by-night operations. We'd love to work with you in order to make sure that we employ our rules. AB 2766 that come to you through the motor vehicle registration program is an important area for us. Our plan would like that all of these dollars are spent on real quantifiable emission reduction programs. And there are many other areas, such as bond financing areas, such as small business assistance, such as working with you in complying with AB 32 requirements, etc., where we can strike a compromise. It's important for us to realize that this is a job that requires coordinated effort from all sides, not just our own. And with that, I'll be quiet and I'll be happy to answer
Thank you very much. We
questions.
appreciate the comments, and we'll turn next to Martin. We go
Sure.
next. Martin Schlager from Clean Air.
Thanks, sure. Martin Schlager with Coalition for Clean Air, thank you. And Pom-Pom's comments here, I think, are a good introduction to the panel on air quality, as talks both about progress and challenge and cost and benefit, but the many resources that are available to you. We advocates hope to serve as a resource for you as well. But let me just call out what is clear to me from today, and that is we have an ambitious agenda for today's meeting and from yesterday's meeting. We have an ambitious set of policies that we either have in place or we want to put in place through a sustainable city plan. I have an ambitious set of things I'd like to share with you, but I have only 5 minutes. So we have to be diligent about this, because otherwise we are going to miss our targets and we're going to breed skepticism. And I think at about 2 o'clock out there in the audience, we were all starting to get skeptical about whether this was going to wrap up today. So what I'm saying here is that we do have the greenest council we've ever had before. We have heard a great number of suggestions and asks for us many reports back. And it's been my experience, in particular working closely with Councilman Cardenas on energy policy, that the bureaucracy moves only as much as you push it. And if we have 10 reports back we need, and we have only time for 5 that we're going to hear, by the time we hear the next 5, we're going to have backed up our agenda items, and we know that many of those things are going to fall off. So my challenge to you really is, are you going to be able to put the resources you need to carry out this ambitious agenda? What are those resources? Resources are staff time. Each of your offices, do you have sufficient staff time dedicated to environmental issues? Committee time. Each of you serves on a committee that carries some important tasks forward on sustainability. Councilwoman Perry, in addition, brings forward the AQMD responsibility. Other council members on MTA. Those things need to be linked, but they require time, and they require your working together as colleagues to push that forward. But finally, where are you going to put the money where your mouth is, right? And ultimately, it comes down to that. If we look at the ports issue, which many people have cited, we're behind. We're a year into that plan, and we're way behind already. Is the port going to dedicate the resources necessary? I like Councilwoman Hahn's suggestions about having benchmarks that you guys are able to follow, because the only way the bureaucracy is going to move forward is if you guys continue to push it. Okay? And we have to do that with benchmarks and regularity and committee time and staff resources. Similarly, you guys put forward a green building task force. I guess that was adopted in July or August. I don't remember which. Hasn't convened yet. If Councilmember Wesson was here, I'd say let's convene it. Waiting for that. And only until you convene that will the Department of Water and Power finally finish the report it's currently finishing and has been finishing for a few weeks now. No slight on them, but we know until you agendize it and until your staff demands it and until you demand it personally, you're not going to get it. How are we going to find new funds to put towards public transit? It's going to take your responsibility, your leadership, your voice to make sure that people in their cars understand they've got to pay the extra money in the parking meter to help make sure other motorists aren't on the road clogging up their freeways. It is the leadership that you guys are poised to present to the community because you are very articulate about these issues and very committed, as the last couple of days have shown. I think 2 points, and I'll leave it. One is that an issue of jurisdiction was discussed earlier. We don't have jurisdiction over ships, or we don't have jurisdiction over planes. That's true. And yet, while we are carrying out what we do have control over, there is a tremendous opportunity for the city of LA to have that bully pulpit and to demand cleaner jet fuels and cleaner jet engines and cleaner ships and ship fuels and regulations at the state and other levels, and including the State Lands Commission that Janice Hahn talked about earlier. The last thing I'll say to you toward resources, Environmental Affairs Department came up today. It's absolutely essential that that is reprogrammed and given the resources necessary to serve you as support for following up on all of the agenda that you've set forth today and the sustainability plan will be. And it should be an environmental CLA. It should be giving independent advice to you on every single agenda item so you can ask the question, is this good for the air? Is this good for sustainability or not? And I look forward to continuing to work with you guys on all of this. You've been a terrific group, and I'm looking forward to more work.
Thank you very much. And lastly, the most patient man in the room, John White.
Thank you, President Garcetti. The last time I had the pleasure of appearing before the council was when Councilmember Cardenas had an all-day event on renewable power, and I want to say in the last couple of years there's been some progress. But I want to leave you with a couple specific things at the end of a long day. I know you've got a lot of other meetings coming up. First of all, with the Department of Water and Power, the challenge is large. It has gotten more complicated because of climate change, and it's going to cost money. So I want to commend to your attention the rate restructuring that is coming before you, and is going to be controversial because it's an environmental justice issue, and it's also reflective of the change of the times. We no longer have an endless amount of cheap energy that we can afford to let people pay less the more they use. Okay? It's a fundamental principle of energy efficiency, and it's going to be painful for the people that don't want to pay more. But the ones that use the most have got to pay the most. Okay? That doesn't mean their bills have to go up as much, because people pay bills, not rates. And this will create incentives for revolutionizing the grid, for reducing the footprint, and for helping us afford the renewable energy that we need. Secondly, related to the ports is electrification. That electricity is going to have to come from somewhere, and we're going to have to make sure that it's green. And that's going to have to be built into this. Lastly, with respect to the ports, there has been a lot of talk and not nearly enough walk. And I'd like to suggest that a specific goal be established by this body with the City of Long Beach and the state, is let's get 5,000 trucks retrofitted in the next year. Just, if you do that, you'll have done more than all the other stuff. All the big plans and stuff that you can talk about will be believable if we can do 5,000 trucks with available off-the-shelf technology. I have a lot more that I'd like to say, but I'll leave you with that because I know you're short of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for those specifics as well. And we do encourage a couple things before we go to the members who have pressed their buttons. We are planning out of this not only to refer this to the Energy and Environment Committee and to work hard, but to keep a work group going that will work towards a sustainable city plan. We will be authoring that from the City Council, and long before this hearing, when it was repeated time and time again in these hearings, we have heard that, and we are looking forward to doing that. It sounds daunting, and then you look at other cities' plans and you realize how ready we are to move and basically bring a lot of pieces together, add those measurables, add those goals, and hold ourselves accountable. It is as simple and as difficult as that. So we want to know the public to know that that is one of the outcomes that will come from these meetings as well. It isn't just going to be referred to committee, have it come back here, but we look forward to having work group actually be able to write that. Next, we also want to let members know, of course, that this is not the end of when you can introduce motions. We have, I believe on last count from the CLA, 57 motions that have been introduced over the last 2 days. And that's what exactly we wanted to make this analogous to water. We wanted this to be a catch basin for all of our ideas, and we wanted to, hopefully through the committee structure, let those permeate back and recharge our idea aquifer, as it were. And in doing so, we want it to be very directed, though, what comes out of this. I'll stop the water analogy before Mark Gold calls me out. But the most important thing, too, is to also look at what our internal structures that we need to do, and there's been talk about that in the Environmental Affairs Department. We've been talking about how we can have the formal levers of power in government be able to move these things forward. So before we got to specific comments and questions for advocates, I did want to establish that for the record, and thank you all for getting us to this point, because none of you have showed up for the first time here. We're very much aware, and we live within the bureaucratic world that was described by Mr. Schlageter. We know those things, and many things have moved despite that. We just haven't brought the pieces together, and we need to continue to push for the structure to change within that. So starting with Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Smith, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Labange, and we have not forgot our public speakers. We still have 3 public speaker cards after that as well. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. And I do want to assure everyone as well that this is going to be a comprehensive policy, and it is going to be a sustainability policy for the City of Los Angeles. And I appreciated all the comments about this being one of the greenest city councils and the importance of doing that. Just a few things, and I hope the CLA was really taking notes from all of these, because I think without me pointing out which ones we want as motions, I really do want there were lists that were given from each of the speakers, and want you to come back and potentially coming back to the Energy and Environment Committee and ask which ones of those we can move forward on. But I know that Mark, all of them made a list. I think Mark particularly was pounding them out there of specific recommendations. But if you weren't able to catch them all, that we can look at the transcripts from this meeting and ask that all of those recommendations that came from this panel that we pursue, at least initially, as it goes to the Energy and Environment Committee. And I welcome, as I know the rest of the council does, that you challenge us. It's nice to say good things about us, but most of all, you need to tell us what else we have to do. And that the panel that was here today, all of you are extraordinary advocates, and the reason that we have the policies we have today is not only because we put them forward, but most of all, we listen to you. And a lot of those ideas came from all of you, and I just want to say thank you at that level. I do like the idea on the sustainable goals and making sure that our department heads actually understand that, and if they don't know already, they will know after yesterday and today how important the environment is to us and achieving those goals. I think I do want to mention from the Sierra Club, you forgot to mention the Verdugo Mountains, which is another piece, a big piece we've worked with the Sierra Club, and of course Joe Edmonston in preserving that wildlife in hundreds of acres and potentially over 1,000 acres in that area. And purchasing that land has been a top priority for this city. And my clock isn't running, so does that mean I have a lot of time here? No time on my clock. Okay, well, I will keep
1 minute,
going.
32 seconds left.
Okay, doesn't show here. The other was the LAUSD, which I think was brought up, and the importance of us using our bully pulpit to encourage them to do even more things in the environment. And our joint use funds, and all of that, because when you look at the number of facilities that they have, and many of their I think all of their new facilities have some form of green building in them, but I'm not sure all the other aspects of what we need to have done. And just lastly, since I have 1 minute, okay. On the trees, and we worked very closely with Andy Lipkiss and the center there, and proud to have been a past board member of Tree People, the importance of not only planting trees, which we've talked about the last several days, but the importance of ensuring we teach people how to care for those trees, and how to make sure that it is much more than, I can't remember which panelist said this, but it's much more than just putting those trees because they look nice, but the true benefit of that. And so with that, I will close because I know we all have committee meetings today. But know that what you said today is going to be part of our roadmap to move forward on creating a sustainable policy here in the City of Los Angeles. This council feels it's critically important. And with that, I will, go to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. First of all, for all of our panelists, thank you for giving your time. The fact you had to sit here, some of you, for 3 hours We really do appreciate that. I want you to know that, and I appreciate the criticism as well as the pats on the back. And a call out to Rosemary White. I want all of you to know and all the council to know that this session today was really her idea. It was about 6-8 months ago. We were talking at the Sierra Club meeting, and she said, I have a very hard time tracking what you in the city do on environmental issues because your webpage really doesn't track that way. And I said, sometimes I don't even know what we're doing. We have 40-something departments. I'm not sure what all of them are doing. We need really to bring everybody together in the same room and talk about that, see what they're doing, and see where we're missing the boat. And so thank you, Rosemary, for bringing that to my attention. That brought about this 2-day conference on it, as you said, the first one ever in the history of the city. On that, Ms. Gruhl just mentioned the LASD, and are we asking for a report back on how we can work on a partnership? That was one, so we're up to 58. I'm going to take it to 60. Secondly, some discussions about water catchment basins and not just LA Unified School District, but I would like a report back on what we can do with our housing department and planning department as far as requiring water catchment basins, reuse of water, rainwater, etc. in our housing developments, any large developments. When I studied at the University of Germany, they had very big programs where they'd water entire communities from rainwater, and they connect every house into it, and all their landscaping was tied into it. So we need to be looking at that, and I'd like a report back on the options that we have in using catchment basins, cisterns, etc. for water catchment, because as we've looked now in our second year of drought, we're looking at probably a third. Water issues are going to take the forefront of everything we do around here in the environment. And finally, I'd like a report back on the solar initiatives. You mentioned, and I'm going to preface by saying what I'm asking for now will not be of any personal benefit to me, because by the time we do it, it'll be over. But they're putting a solar roof on my house right now as we speak, actually. So I'm very committed to this idea. One thing I noticed when I signed those contracts was I was responsible for fees, etc. I'd like a report back on the ability to eliminate and or reduce any fees associated with solar water heaters, solar roofs, solar pool heaters, as well as water collection systems such as cisterns and any other permits dealing with the tankless water heaters and any of those environmentally friendly technologies that are out there. We have a bad habit of charging fees for people that just want to do these simple things, and sometimes we don't do anything more than give a desktop approval to go do that. So I would like a report back on what the ability is to reduce and how much that would cost the budget, and then how we could possibly fund that to eliminate, reduce all those kind of fees are related to environmental or green upgrades to people's homes and or businesses. And with that, thank you all for bringing us, as you said, we have now up to 60 requests back. For your information, when we do our budget every year, the request back system is how we get more information on things we need to do in tweaking our budget every year. And that was the model we used here, that we wanted council members to say, I heard a good idea, let me know how we go about doing it, what it's going to cost, and then we come about and bring a plan forward. So that is the system we're using today. We've had now 60 motions to come back with ideas, and I thank all of you for bringing some of those to our attention, particularly all those people that testified early in the day, and also many of our department general managers that came up with some pretty good ideas for us too. So again, thank you on behalf of all of us for being here today and giving so freely of your very precious time, many, many hours. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, my Republican colleague, for spearheading the idea and the culmination of what we've been doing for the last 2 days. No, I mean, no joke. I mean, isn't that great for all of you to think that we only have 2 Republicans on the council, and one of them is actually one of the leaders when it comes to looking at what we should do when it comes to our waste to energy, things of that nature. So on a serious note, thank you very much, Greg, for all of the commitment that you've given and the expertise that you've now owned on many of these issues. But I just want to point out very briefly, I've worked with many of you in the legislature, I've worked with many of you here on the city council, what have you, and I want to be honest with you, I really, really enjoy working with you very much. But at the same time, I also want to be honest with you and tell you that I work with you, but really what's always in my mind is the constituents that we all work for. That's who I'm working for. I'm working for them. Been fortunate to work with all of you with your expertise and your passion and your compassion and the organizations that you bring to the table. But at the same time, I want to remind you as well, unfortunately, the table was not very diverse on this segment of the conversation. And as I've mentioned to many of you, let's try to get a greater diversity of the organizations that are actually focused and their purpose of being environmental organizations. Let's try to continue to grow that table and to create the diversity, because many of what is said here today, unless it's being translated, there's a percentage of Angelenos who don't even understand what the heck we're saying. But the more people that we bring to this awareness, the bigger the room's going to get when people say, enough's enough, the environment means a lot to me too. I want this for my children. I want this for my world. I want this for my community. So we need to grow that, all of us. So I just want to remind you, and respectfully, as we talk as individuals, I've mentioned this to you before, so it's no secret. I just want to say that on the record, that we all need to grow in various ways. Once again, thank you very much to all of you for your leadership.
Mr. Labange?
Thank you very much.
Or perhaps the last word.
Good afternoon, everyone. Number one, Avak, I'd like a motion. Okay. Mr. Lipkis spoke of Lucy Jones, who has a phrase, shift happens. And shift is going to happen in San Andreas Fault. But that same equation, and maybe I'm looking over at the Department of Environmental Affairs of trying to feather a skeleton type of emergency preparedness as it relates to the environment. You got that, Avak? Okay, that's real important. On desalinization, did you speak to desalinization? Who spoke to desalinization right there on that issue there? Some of the issues of that are pumping back into the cities and the cost because of elevation, which is a problem. But on all water is recycled, and there was an unfortunate situation on a very much heralded plan for reclaimed water in the San Fernando Valley that was approved by a then mayor and a then governor, and now 10 years after it got built, it didn't happen. We need to do more purple pipe throughout, because I think LA International Airport, under Mr. Rosenthal's guys, needs more purple pipe to use that recycled water and to cut that down is all. And also the one thing for Mr. Gold, the one thing I always say, Mark Gold and Heal the Bay, have a clean streets initiative. Stuff that ends up on the beaches comes from Wilshire Boulevard, comes from Ventura Boulevard, comes from streets throughout the region. And cleaning streets are so important to try to prevent it from getting into the storm drains and in the rivers. Real important on that situation. Lastly, if anyone wants to speak to the microphone with his 122 left, what cities of the 88 in the county are doing exceptionally well? And anything we should learn from locally? Is San Diego doing anything special? Santa Monica, yeah, it's a little city about what? I know, how many? Yeah, I understand that. I cheated on them. One of the 88. One of the 88. Give me another one. Santa Monica. Okay. Anybody have another city? Los Angeles? But I think it's, say it again? San Fernando, the airport in Santa Monica is a problem, environmentally, they're not listening. But I think we should look at the 88, because especially when we talk about Wilmington and some of the other challenges, Southeast Los Angeles County, not just the city of Los Angeles, but the industrial core, which was a job base. The pollution comes not just from the city of Los Angeles, but from the region in that particular area. But what other cities in California would you look at? San Francisco is 49 square miles, okay? So, I just want to hear that, though. County, okay. Martin?
Council member, I don't want to lose your thought, but I do want to remind everybody that we're the big fish in this pool, and what we do here has the regional impact. So there may be a policy here and there that we can dig up and suggest, but until it's done at the scale that you guys do it, the impact isn't felt as widely. And so when you guys do it, you do it differently, and hopefully you'll do it better, and that leadership is what we're looking for.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all. Thank you for your 2 days participation.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. And the last word again, Mr. Rosendahl.
Just a quick sentence to what you said, Mr. President. We've had enough talk. We've had an incredible amount of good ideas. Now it's time to bring people into the room and come up with a plan that the mayor and the council will take to the next level. It's time. Time has run out and any more stuff. There's enough ideas here. And I appreciate, Mr. President, what you said, that we'll grab council staff and city staff and the environmental community. We'll go into a room without the windows open at that moment and get something together so that we don't talk anymore and that we have an action plan. Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership on it. We look forward to doing this soon.
Thank you. And before public comments, let's give a round of applause to our advocates and thank them so much for. And this is certainly not a full circle. There are many other great advocates out there that we want to fold into that process. We asked council members for their suggestions. And we have 3 public speaker cards. Sela Berman, a great advocate in her own right from the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust, then Lee Wallach after that, and then Paul Herzog. So if we could please direct our attention to a very patient Ms. Berman.
Council President and council members, it's nice to be here today and to have spent the last 2 days listening to some very interesting reports. I just wanted to say that in your sustainable city plan, please be sure to include parks. People forget oftentimes the multiple benefits of parks. As you heard today, whether it be the water quality, whether it be the 50 square feet of turf provides oxygen for a family of 4 on a permanent basis. The park breeze. There's a lot of reasons for doing parks. And remember also, we were created because of that low park ratio. Not only it's terrible in the city, one of the lowest across the nation, but worse in communities of color. And so we really, as you heard from many advocates, we need to be in those low-income communities that have no parks, that don't have those opportunities, and create more. And we need to see the city devote more resources to that. The Fremont High School example that you heard, we were the ones that brought that and negotiated that. And by the time we brought that and Prop O said, yes, we'd love to do it, there was no Prop O money left. And so we're now faced with the issue of where to find the money to match the joint use money that LAUSD has. So again, as Martin said, be sure that the resources there, we need more resources to be able to do these great things in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your 4 new parks in the city of LA as well. Those were duly noted and well covered. Lee Wallach is next from Kojal, IEC, LALCV, et cetera, et cetera.
Cute. For me, it's very quickly about community engagement. Andy talked a little bit about that. It really, really is about getting this down where the rubber meets the road. So this is all great, but we need, and that's my area of expertise, you have this most amazing group here, and we use them and we partner with them because they really are the experts, but we have to all come together. You're going to need it in areas like rate restructuring and some of the departmental changes that are going to take place. And I would encourage you to flip this around next time. The GMs and the full city, all of our members around this horseshoe need to be sitting here to hear from these folks. That didn't quite work this time around. They really need to hear what's going on here. It really is a shame that they weren't able, all the GMs and all of our members here, and I really applaud all of you for being here and for sitting through this and making sure that you spent the time to learn a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we still do have Environmental Affairs General Manager here, so she's stayed here throughout, so appreciate that as well. Paul Herzog.
I think other than Andy Lipkiss, I don't think any of the other advocates were here yesterday, and I'm not sure they actually heard what some of the agency folk had said, which I don't think is sustainable, because the definition of that word is the ability to sustain what you're doing again and again. We heard things yesterday like waste to energy, instead of leaving nature products in place, like Andy Lipkiss has talked about. We heard about new power lines being brought in, bringing renewable energy, as opposed to using existing roof space for solar panels, like we heard some of the advocates today. We heard about desalination and water transfer instead of living within our limits. What we heard yesterday is very different than what we heard today. And again, most of those advocates, other than Andy, were not here yesterday. It's troublesome to me. And again, reaffirms why everybody needs to be in the room with equal time to speak. In terms of communicating to the general public, I think it would be a shame to reinvent the wheel with agencies doing outreach when so many of the NGOs already do that. And it would seem to me more cost-effective and beneficial to utilize the NGOs and hire them as contractors to do that kind of outreach, because that's what they're expert in. And lastly, I just noticed that some folk here today seem to be drinking some bottled water, which seemed to have a label on it that was not from the Department of Water and Power. And again, I think it's incumbent upon city employees and people at City Hall to serve as a model. Some of you were eating out of containers that had styrofoam, but on that yellow bin outside, it doesn't say that you can put styrofoam in the bin. There's just some inconsistencies, and again, you need to strive to be a model so others will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. And that is our last word on this item. I've been informed it's not 57 motions, but we had 80 motions that came out of our work the last 2 days. So Ms. Perry, and they haven't gotten Mr. Labanges. He said he will personally match those 80 and top them. So the CLA certainly has some good work cut out, but I want to thank this entire City Council for an extraordinary discussion over the last 2 days, and we will be working very closely with Mr. Smith, Ms. Perry, Ms. Gruhl, and others to make that done. We want to announce the Transportation Committee will be meeting right now, and the Rules and Government Committee is at 3:30. And with that, next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There's an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Cardenas requested excuse Friday, the 12th for city business. A motion is required.
I will move that. Ms. Perry seconds, and Mr. Parks is excused.
And that clears the desk.
Any adjourning motions, colleagues? Without any adjourning motions, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Garcetti.
And thank you to our crack council staff, our 2 city clerks, our city attorney, those folks at Channel 35 who are zooming out as we speak. We will see you all on Friday